Okay. And hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. This seems to work now. Hopefully the page will refresh for everyone and you can all see this. And actually there's an e-blast that's going out momentarily to everybody, letting them know about this live stream. So hopefully it's up and running. And I can see my screen here. That means you guys can probably see it too. So welcome everyone
Yep.
to our
I'm
fantastic
good
live
at.
stream. God, it's funny. We started a little bit late here because YouTube is getting jankier and jankier by the second. I've never seen anything like it. So we actually use their backbone to try to stream a lot of this stuff, and this may be one of the last times we do it because it's just not working well.
Where's
So,
Steve's picture? He's missing.
I see myself.
yep,
Just
he's here.
scroll down.
Blue?
He's here.
Okay.
We're all here, hopefully. Um, so yeah, so welcome everyone, and let me pull everything up here so people can see what we're doing and uh, get the day set up. So, whoop. Okay. So, hopefully people made it back to this live stream. If not, not much I can do at this point. YouTube has some, if I'm being charitable, glitches with the way it works, and um, again, we're sending out an email at 8 a.m. to everyone so they can show up and come and watch. So hopefully they'll make it in and make it off of the bad page, and I can say hi everybody in our chat here.
If somebody's listening, can you say something in the chat
No,
to be
because
sure
they
that's
won't they
working?
won't be able to see it properly. So this is YouTube was never designed to do something like this, to have a permanent event that runs all day like this. And so what ends up happening a lot of the time is that if you are streaming something to them and that stream dies for whatever reason, they end your stream and you have to create a new one with a new link. And that's what just happened here. So if people refresh the page, the link will be updated automatically and they can see us here, but if not, then then they're stuck. So not much we can do. At least we're recording this, and if people come back to this sometime in the future after we're all long dead, uh, they'll be able to see this. But anyway, for those of you who are here or are watching this on demand, because as you know, it starts again. This will play over and over again on demand afterwards as well. It'll be up here permanently. So welcome everyone. Let's get started here, I guess. So thanks for attending CEwire 2020 today. Again, we couldn't do it without everyone else. So it's been sort of a remarkable experience this year. CEwire usually is sort of a one and done kind of thing that we do in the spring, but because of everything that's happened this year, we've really done our best to try to extend the conference for as long as we can. And so that's what we're doing. And I don't know, how many times have we done this now? 4 or 5? um,
I think we're going to wind up with a total of 8. Believe it or not, this
yeah.
is our 6th.
So this has been a lot. So thank you for coming. And in fact, as I'll put up the slide on the screen so everyone can see here, so CEwire is the largest conference in optometry, far and away. We've had 6,000 ODs just about take the conference. Compare and contrast to the last time there was a real in-person event anywhere, which I guess SECA was the very last one, but the last really big one, Vision Expo West, had 3,200 ODs. So, and by the way, as much as I love doing these online conferences, I am incredibly sad about not being in Las Vegas. I've missed Expo West this year. I didn't really feel like I was missing too many meetings until I didn't get to go to Vegas in the fall, which has become sort of a routine. So now it really does feel kind of, I don't know, like this is getting a little bit long, and I can't wait for things to get back to normal. I mean, despite the fact that for CEwire, obviously, our attendance has gone up, I really would much rather, have the live conferences come back. So hopefully next year.
Yep, we all
Yep.
would like to be in a place rather than home.
Yeah. So up on the screen, you can also see here that, again, we're returning live, obviously today and tomorrow, but then also in November and December, we're going to do it a couple more times. I anticipate the December show is going to be gigantic because obviously people are going to be scrambling for credits at the very end, and we're here to help. I think we're going to be one of the very last events anywhere in December, right? Because usually by that next week in December, everyone is completely out of it and thinking about the holidays. So,
Right. There was one question speaking about on-demand versus taking it live.
Yep.
You can take it on demand, but you got to remember you have to take an exam if you're going to do it on demand.
Okay, yeah. So we'll
So
go through that in a minute. So let me just quickly go through the slides, and we'll talk about that in a second about how to actually get credit. So first and foremost, you want to download the course schedule if you're here today and you want to take classes. So if you go to CEwire2020.com, you'll scroll, you'll see where it says courses, and then just click download printable course schedule. I've also emailed to everybody who's part of the conference a link to that schedule. And it's even at the top of this live stream page. You can see a link where you can get the schedule. Grab it and look at it. Print it if you like the old-fashioned way of having paper. Actually, I have a piece of paper in front of me today, so I'm going sort of old school. But it's an important thing because we have so many tracks going, 4 tracks at a time. You really want to plan your day because you can't be in 2 places at once. That's an Arbo rule, right? Just like the real world, you can't be in 2 lectures at once. So you got to pick what you want to do and then actually go into a classroom. So to get credit, you have to watch the entire lecture. Do not leave early. The software will watch to make sure that you're there. This is an Arbo requirement, and we take it seriously. I know that Arbo's rules have gotten a little bit loose elsewhere, but we still take this seriously. We want to follow the rules to the letter. So the software watches to make sure you're there for the entire hour. So don't leave the classroom, just go in. And then you need to make sure that you have an Arbo tracker number entered into the system at least once. And Steve is going to run you through in each classroom explaining where to put that in. But I also have a little video that I'd like to show everyone right now. If you haven't entered in your OE tracker number at least once, you have to do it once. And let me just show you how to do that. So let me pull up this little movie so you can see it. So here we go. Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Thanks for coming to CEwire 2020 today. Now, I want to quickly review how to receive live COPE credits at the show today. You know, we've spent a lot of time streamlining our process here at CEwire so that we automatically submit credits to Arbo. But in order for us to do that, a couple of conditions need to be met, so please watch this closely. First of all, in order to receive credit, you have to watch the entire lecture. Do not leave a lecture early if you wish to receive credit. Arbo's rules dictate that you must watch the entire lecture. The second thing is that we need to make sure that we have a valid OE tracker number for you on file. Without this, we cannot send your credits to Arbo. Let's quickly go over how to make sure your OE tracker number is in the system. From the conference lobby, you want to click on the bottom where it says Help Center. You can also use the link on the top that says Help Center. Once you're in the Help Center, click on the link that says Privacy Center. It's the third one down. Once you've clicked on that, then click on the link that says Edit Profile. There you'll see your entire profile. The very last field at the bottom says OE Tracker. Put in your OE Tracker number here. When you've got it right, click Save.
That says Help Center.
That's all there is to it. Once we have your correct OE tracker number, we can reuse it over and over again when we send your credits into Arbo, so you only need to enter it once. If you have any questions about this process, feel free to just use the chat window during the lectures to ask us a question. We'll be here monitoring the sessions today, and we can guide you through the entire process. It's super simple. So again, thanks for coming out to CEwire today, and enjoy the show. Okay, so that's clear as day, right? Very straightforward, easy to do.
Yep.
You shouldn't have any trouble figuring this out. And as long as your OE tracker number is in there, if you complete a class successfully by sitting through the whole thing, you'll automatically be issued credit that we're going to send to Arbo next week. So that's how you do it. And again, if you have any trouble with it, you can just email us and we'll make sure that your credits get sent to Arbo appropriately. So could not be easier. So that's that. And the first classes are actually going to be getting underway very soon, right? What time is it? It's 4 minutes after. So hopefully everyone's in their first sessions today. If not, you might want to get in there for that first round and not listen to me. And actually, let me pull up the schedule for a second, since I haven't done that yet, have I? Okay. So I think one of the big things to note about the schedule, obviously we tried to make it as similar as possible to previous events, but if you look on the screen, you can see that we have a brand new lecture here. It's getting hot in here. Using heat to treat the eyelid. So this is about MGD, and the new devices that are out there to treat MGD. So it should be pretty cool. And Steve, I don't know if you sat through that one yet.
No, I didn't, because it's a new one, I
Yep.
believe, right?
Yeah, it's brand new. Yep.
I'll be sitting through it. So just for the participants, just know that the schedule that you see as the courses come up is the correct one. The software platform didn't update the schedule if you click on the upper left-hand tab. Don't look at that. You can plan your day by just looking at the courses that are coming on next, etc. And I think they'll change that. But just so you know, listening to Craig Thomas is an experience. One of the better lectures, if not the best lecture I've ever heard. It's always clinically relevant. It's always you get what you want. He tells the real story, and I would suggest that would be the one I'm going to listen to today. That goes on at 12 to 2 p.m.
Yep, yeah, and I've listened to it. It's actually quite good. He reviews a lot of the different devices that are now available, right? Because that use heat to treat MGD. And actually, apropos of everything, let me talk about our sponsors, because one of them actually has to do with this topic. So thanks again to our sponsors for supporting the conference. We couldn't have done this without them. You can see them all listed up there. I just want to quickly run through each one and let everyone know what's going on with each one of them. You know, if you go to the exhibit hall, you can see that many of them have special discounts that are exclusive to the conference today. So definitely go on in and give it a shot. So let me pull this aside and show you who our sponsors are. So first of all, thank you to Marco for sponsoring this live stream today. They've been sponsoring the live stream since the beginning for the past 5 years. We couldn't have done this without them. You know, they were there from the beginning. You know, if I pull up some interesting information about Marco, one thing you know that has changed, Marco's become part of Advancing Eye Care, right? They teamed up with EMS and Lombard now, so they're part of that team. But their equipment's the same, the support's the same, same great stuff. They actually gave me a little movie that I just want to show everyone about the TRS and social distancing. This is a little 2-minute clip they gave me, so let me just put this on so everyone can see and learn a little bit more. So here we go.
15 years ago, we started using Marco equipment, and I still have it today. Some of the same equipment, and it still works. My name's David Moore, and I am in Stephenville, Texas, and we are Clear Eye Associates in Optical. We chose the TRS digital refraction system because we needed more time. We needed to be more efficient, we needed to see more patients, and that included just spending more time with our patients on a one-to-one basis instead of spending it refracting. The integration process with the TRS system was fantastic. It took us a few days to get used to it, and it increased our flow within a week. It's almost immeasurable because our quality of care goes up, and so that's something that we can see based on our reviews and how our patients deal with us and the growth of our practice. We've gone from working out of 2 rooms to 7 rooms, and with that we've still maintained the same quality of care, the same speed and efficiency with seeing patients, and we attribute a lot of that to the TRS system. The return on investment for us using the TRS system, not only helping with volume, but it has also allowed our capture rate to go up, and I attribute that to being able to show objectively the change in prescription from their old prescription to their new, and patients can objectively see that, and it's allowed our optical sales to increase. The TRS system has allowed us to distance ourselves from patients in the respect of spacing, along with the ion also on our slit lamps. So we can take images, we can use retinal imaging, anterior segment imaging, and then using the TRS system, we can remain a safe distance away from patients. They feel more comfortable, as do we. When we set the TRS digital refractor in front of them and we're controlling it remotely, for some reason that resonates with them, and they understand that we are state of the art and that we're investing in the best possible equipment for care for their eyes. Honestly, the system's bulletproof. If we had to go back to the old way of refracting, not only would the patients notice it, it would slow us down.
Alrighty, righty, and so that is Marco. And in fact, they gave a little, at the end of that thing, you saw a little bit about the Ion Imager as well, the imaging system. You can see a picture of it up on the screen right now. This is a iPhone-based system for your slit lamp to take pictures in movies. Pretty cool stuff. So definitely check that out as well. So thank you to Marco for sponsoring the conference today. And the live stream. So Optos, makers of the wide field camera that everyone knows and loves. And in fact, if I pull up their website, we can. So for those of you who may or may not have seen them, I'm pretty sure most of you have. So thank you to Optos for sponsoring the conference today. Definitely check out their booth to see what's going on with them and any discounts that they might have going on today. And so Conan Medical, so makers of a wide variety of devices. Let me actually pull them up too so you can see what they're all about, and including the RET eval device, which you can see right here, which is a handheld ERG unit, right? So it's not like the old days when things were bigger. These things are tiny and rechargeable and pretty neat, so you can check that out. They also have new devices like the iKinetics objective pupillometer. This one actually, I saw it just before the whole world collapsed and physical conferences stopped being a thing. And pretty neat device. Definitely go check that out. And when I reached out to them yesterday, they told me that the deals that they're having for us here at CEwire are very similar to what we had last time. 6 months deferred payments, 6 months no interest on approved credit for all devices, and then their rates are down to 3.99% after that. So pretty good. They also were telling me about the iKinetics, how it qualifies for Section 179, but also may qualify for the ADA tax credit, which I had no idea about. So that's pretty neat. So there's certain revenue requirements for that, and business size, like 30 employees or less. So you may or may not qualify, but they wanted to make everybody aware that this is a potential benefit as well. Also, a RET eval, we have a movie that Craig Thomas did, and I have the webinar of it here actually, about how to add ERG to your practice. I might show it later so you can actually see this thing in action. But the folks at Conan wanted to let me know that the reimbursement is about $125 right now for the procedure. So maybe we can all watch the video later. Craig Thomas talking about ERG in general and specifically showing off how the device works and the interface. So pretty cool stuff from Conan. MacuHealth, so makers of supplements. And I know, Steve, you use this in your office.
Yes, it flies out of the office, as you know. It really does help patients understand, number one, what they're doing and how they're trying to intervene in the process of the disease. And we find tremendous results. We actually have drusen that are diminishing, and people who were progressing are not progressing with it. So it's a win-win-win. And we stock it. I think people can get it online, and you can suggest them doing it. But I suggest going through the company, getting a stock of the MacuHealth Plus, and for the various clients, the patients, choosing the right supplement. We use it in tandem with the macular risk testing also, so we can find the people who will most benefit from it. So it's a real nice education for the patients. You explain what the pigments are doing. There is a nice lecture going on, I believe now, by John Nolan, who talks about it in depth, as well as other things, as how this yellow pigment, especially mesozeaxanthin, which is not in the AREDS2 protocols. And because it's in the center of the macula, it tends to add a little bit more yellow pigment absorption and prevents that blue light from damaging the macula and causing, or at least progressing, AMD.
Right.
So highly recommended.
Hey, by the way, what's after AREDS 2? Are they doing anything new?
They must be. I didn't know there was an AREDS 2 going on until, let's say, a year when it was into it. So they have to be, because they know that there's other new things coming out. They have to identify some people with certain allele genes and who's going to be benefiting from the controversy with zinc versus non-zinc. So that was the basic stuff. So I'm sure some institutions are doing it, and hopefully it just takes so long. As you know, these longitudinal studies take 4, 5, 6 years to come out. But I think we're going to get, I would expect another formulation to come out with either an enhanced form of AREDS 2, AREDS 2 Plus, or something like that in the next year or two. But I'm not privy to it now. it's the federal government that does it, so it's FDA, so it's a very long process. But you're familiar with, for example, AREDS2 recommended a certain amount of zinc,
Right.
and for certain patients it helps, and for other patients it's in fact detrimental. Certain high-profile speakers that actually said that you're actually committing malpractice by prescribing zinc to certain genetic profiles. So I'm not in that camp, but it certainly has to be defined more specifically, as well as adding this miozeaxanthine, which seems to help on a clinical basis in my little studies in my office, but apparently it helps nationwide also. So, yeah, I mean, they have to be. If not, the government, the individual companies are doing their own studies to prove it, and there'll be double-blind studies as they need to be to help sell these supplements, which might become very good treatments.
Yep. And so you can look up on the screen right here, and you can see the deal that Mackey Health is offering here at the conference today. That's in their booth as well. You can get this PDF. It's a little order sheet, so if you want to go ahead and place an order, that's waiting there for you in their booth. Luno Technology, so they are a platinum sponsor of the conference, so thank you to them for coming on board. We've been working a lot with them over the past several months too, which has been a lot of fun. Always great to learn about new tech. Whoops. And you can see that we've done a bunch of things. I did a webinar with them, I guess it was a few weeks back, all about standardizing your practice with dry eye screening. So how to actually implement dry eye screening in your office, and some devices that you can actually use to streamline the process. And we have that webinar. You can see a link there on their website where you can see it on demand, but I also happen to have it sitting here today, right here in the live stream. So I might show that webinar to everyone too. If you missed it the first go around, we can play it again. It's about 45 minutes long, and you get a really good sense of how this works. It was with the talk was with Patty Barkey, and she directs the Dry Eye University. So she's been doing dry eye stuff for a very long time, and she goes through how her clinic is set up and how it works for her. So you might get some useful tips for your own as well. So thank you to Luno. Also, we've been talking about iRefract with them. In fact, we're doing a webinar. It's not an ODwire webinar, actually. They just asked me to come and moderate this thing, to show up as a special guest, which I always love. You know why? Because I don't have to prepare anything, which is great. I can waltz in. I don't have to worry about the tech blowing up like it just did a few minutes ago, and just have a nice conversation. So I always love outsourcing and allowing other people to do the work. I find that to be fantastic. But anyway, that's going to be coming up in November, and we'll have dates for that very soon. So if you guys want to tune into that, it should be fun. And again, stop by Luno's booth, so you can see all of this and all the different tech that they have running. So it's pretty neat stuff. I'm always amazed, actually. Before we go ahead, if you take a look, you can see that the iRefract has a tablet interface here. It's just amazing to me how far things have come, even in the last decade, just in terms of the user interface and the ability to do things that you couldn't do before at a distance. And obviously, it's become very important right now with COVID and everyone wanting to social distance. But it's just amazing to me that this technology exists at all. So pretty neat stuff. Hog, makers of the octopus, which you can see up on your screen right now, and check out their booth to see what discounts are going on today. I'll be completely honest with you, I do not know. I haven't actually set foot in there today, but jump on in, and thank you to them for sponsoring the conference. You can see the octopus, as time has gone on, the footprint of these perimeters has gotten much less. I remember the original ones, the first ones were much bigger. Now they're definitely taking up a lot of less space, which is fantastic, especially if you're in an office which is space constrained.
Octopus has always been the industry standard of the best field testers, so certainly it's a valuable buy, especially with the small footprint.
Yeah, so definitely check it out. Neurovisual Medicine Institute. So this is a place where they're concerned with the identification and treatment of patients with binocular vision dysfunction, correcting using Prism. And basically, this is an institute where you go visit. They're in Michigan. They're just outside of Detroit, up in the suburbs, maybe about 45 minutes from the airport. And it's an intensive course that you go take with them, where they teach you not only clinically how to treat all this stuff, but also the practice management tools that you'll need to implement this in your practice. So it's like a crash course over a few days, and you get real live patient interaction as well. The most important thing that they wanted to let everyone know is that they are up and running. It's safe to go. They have protocols in place to keep everyone safe, and they are working. So definitely go check them out. I think we have a couple of lectures at the
Yes,
show
they
today
do.
about Prism. Not yeah. So I think if you want a little intro, definitely check out the lecture. But if you want a real crash course and want to implement this in your practice, definitely check them out. Okay, and thank you to TearCare for being a sponsor of the conference as well. Now, as we mentioned before, Craig Thomas has a brand new um, lecture that's going to be going on in just a little while, I guess maybe 40 minutes or so. Um, and it's a 2 hour long lecture all about using heat to treat meibomian gland dysfunction. And lo and behold, one of the devices that can do it, you're seeing on your screen right now, is TearCare. And as you can see, the device itself is tiny. You see this little hockey puck looking thing. That's actually the base that provides the heat, and then you can see the probes that go on the eyelids. I think one of the big innovations of TearCare, beyond the technology, is the price, right? When these sorts of devices first came out, I think they were over $100,000 to actually get the equipment, and then the consumables were also very expensive. So TearCare has tried to reduce this price by an order of magnitude so that offices everywhere can implement the technology no matter your size. So definitely well worth checking out if you haven't before. And VTI Natural View. So VTI makes the Natural View lens, the multifocal one-day lens. And so Steve, I think you've had experience with these before, right?
Yep. Great device. We use it in the office frequently, and patients love it. It's not as uncomfortable as some other devices, and it works really well.
So for you with Natural View, you use this for myopia management or just for like
Yeah.
as a regular multifocal?
As far as you know, myopia control, one of the bases is that the hyperopic defocusing, and the profile of this lens is such that it seems to do it better than the conventional lenses, and I think even better than the one FDA-approved lens, the MiSight lens from CooperVision. So we were using it day one when they presented to us, they presented the optics, and again, it's longitudinal. We find that the children are responding very well to it. But in addition, it seems to be a really good multifocal lens for that, for the whole profile of people. It has a very nice, large plus add. And so for that, not emerging, but 50-year-old plus presbyope, it seems to work very well also. Very comfortable lens as it is. But at first we were using it just for myopia control because it seemed like that's what they were marketing for. But now we segue into the whole marketplace of multifocal fitting. And they're very supportive. I know some of the people who are the originators of the lens, and they've been very helpful in designing what choices of lenses we should choose for the myopia control. So something to definitely get into. And I think there's one lecturer that is presenting about this today also.
Yep, indeed there is. And it's interesting that you mentioned, so this is a one-day lens, right? So this is, even though you're using it, for myopia management, this can also be used as sort of a mainstream multifocal one-day lens in your office. So
absolutely, yeah. And I think it's competitive at least with all the other products on the market from the big manufacturers.
yep. So
And
definitely,
that's comfortable.
check it out. Check out their booth and give them a shout. Zeiss. So what can I say about Zeiss at this point? Thank you for sponsoring the conference. I've been working with them extensively now, I guess, over the past several months, looking at all their products. The most important thing that I can tell you about Zeiss right now is, I'll pull it up on the screen, this page that they've created. So when the pandemic all broke out, Zeiss decided to create a huge amount of educational material and put it online. And they've created this resource center online that you can go to, which sort of centralizes all of their resources. So check it out right here. If you type in med support now and Zeiss into Google, you'll get to this page. And it basically talks about COVID in your office, what you can do to disinfect your machines. They have breath shields for your slit lamp, drapes, and so forth. So all kinds of stuff that you can look for, as well as a huge number of educational programs. So it just goes on and on and on. So definitely Med Support Now on Zeiss's webpage, definitely check it out. In addition to obviously learning about all their equipment. So pretty cool stuff. So definitely Go check them out. So AB Max. So this is the sort of latest generation device for anterior blepharitis. It looks like a little Dremel Moto tool to get rid
Hmm?
of all the junk. And so, Steve, I know you've actually used this device before as well.
Yes, I've gotten rid of a lot of junk and even some non-junk. I've used this in, side by side with the, let's say, original device, and I find it far superior. The probes that to do the technique are actually cheaper and better. So side by side, it wins, and it really does a great job for anterior blepharitis. Cleans lids. We usually do this in combination with if somebody doesn't want to spend money on these very expensive meibomian gland expression devices, like, well, I won't name them, but Craig Thomas will do a lecture on all of them. This is a good way of getting into it, to do something that's rather inexpensive, and then you do a meibomian gland expression after you clean everything out. And essentially, if you do it well, you probably get the same results as the super expensive pieces of equipment. So it's a great addition to the office. The other aspect is it's not covered by insurance, so you do have to bill the patient, but they're not going to get a humongous bill. And the return on your investment for a couple $1,000s, if you have a vibrant practice, you can make that up in a month's time, and then it's off to the races. So I do recommend this with respect to the other device, which I just won't mention here.
Right. And I think the other thing about this device is that from a patient's perspective, first of all, it's not painful to get it done, but secondly, you can see results immediately while the patient's in the chair. So I think from a
Yep.
patient's perspective, this is probably a very effective tool, right? It's not something that's going to take
If you
months.
Absolutely. If you show them, most people have anterior segment capability in their office. I show them what their lids and their lid junctions look like before. We clean them all off. It looks like a baby's bombing afterwards. They could see that everything looks clean and neat, and then we pull out the extra meibomi by heating up the lids with a Brutamask usually, and just pull it out with a surgical tool. Now that is slightly uncomfortable, but it's not painful. And people accept it very readily without any apprehension. So yes, they can see the results before and after. That's always good communication. Take a picture before, take a picture after, and show the patient what you did. It's really good when you have a piece of metal foreign body to prove that you got it out also just as an adjunct. And this is not an algebra, even though it looks like one.
Okay, and there's a deal going on right here. I'm not sure, and I'll be completely honest with you, I didn't actually talk to the folks at AB Max today before we posted this up. This is what they were doing at the last CEwire conference. My guess is that the deal's going to be the same today. Just knowing
Yeah, I
them.
would. They're real nice guys to deal with, and if they weren't going to do it, I can't speak for them, but I am 99% sure they'll probably follow through with the discount.
Yeah, and they also have this thing going on where they will train your staff via Zoom to use the device, which is good because obviously with social distancing and all this other stuff, in person has been challenging. But they'll actually work with you over Zoom and even give you a little certificate at the end.
Hmm?
So that's pretty neat because eventually, of course, you want your staff doing this, right? You don't necessarily want to do this yourself endlessly. Your staff can certainly do this
Yep.
once they learn how to use it.
OPT, other people's time,
Yep.
because they can do it. They can do it as well as you. I always use the analogy of you want the phlebotomist to take your blood, not the doctor, because after a few days, they're better than the doctor taking it. And the same thing with the staff doing it over and over again.
Yep.
And we were averaging, and people will come back. Again, this is not something that will last permanently, but you can do it 2, 3, 4 times a year. And again, the cost is not so high with meibomian gland expression compared to some of the more elaborate devices.
Yep. Indeed. So NeuroLens, they make a device to measure eye misalignment and then create custom lenses with contoured prism in them. So that contoured is the key word here. This isn't just regular prism. This is contoured. This is something special that they do. And you use the instrument to figure out what the prescription should be. It generates it, and then you send it off to NeuroLens's lab to create these lenses. I have a pair of them sitting here. They do work well. The optics are really good. And I haven't actually contacted the folks at NeuroLens today to see what the deals they have running are. I probably should. So this is negligence on my part. Or you can step into their booth and actually see what's going on there, because I'm not really sure. But definitely check them out. They make a good product, and I know it's becoming more popular. Is there a lecture here today about it? There might be. I know we have at least 2 Prism lectures going on here.
Yeah,
Um,
I think they mention it, but it's not specifically from their company, which would be more of an advertisement anyway. So it is mentioned in a couple of the lectures talking about Prism, and it's a continuous prism that nobody else makes, at least that way. And I actually tested that myself, the device, and we have other people who are usually our guest. Let's say interviewer Gretchen Bailey from Optometry Times, who's another sponsor. She uses it and she loves it.
And in fact, Gretchen might show up later. I sent her the information to log in here if she's bored and wants to just hang out and talk. So I'd love to catch up with her and see what's going on in her world.
Yep. Just put headphones on, air things on in case she gets colorful in the conversation.
7-second delay. All right, so Oculus, makers of equipment including the Pentacam and the Keratograph, you know them and you love them. We've been working with them for years. Interesting company. They're local to us here in the Pacific Northwest, right? Their U.S. headquarters is up here in Seattle. But they're actually part of a larger German company. But when you work with them, you really get a small company feel because of all their U.S. staff here, that they're very in your face when you work with them. They want your feedback about the device. In fact, I know we have a couple of local doctors here who use their devices who have made suggestions to Oculus about changes in the software in their instruments, and they've accepted those changes and rolled them back out to everyone. So they're always listening to the doctors who use their equipment. So definitely check them out. They're really fun to work with. They had one sale that they wanted me to let you know about today. Open box sale going on the Easy Field S. As they like to say, the dark age of perimetry is over. So you don't need to darken the room to actually use this, which is pretty neat. Also, the footprint, it's hard to actually tell from looking at the device in this picture, but it's rather small. So the footprint is really small. But
I have an earlier version of the Easy Field, and it's a great, well, it could be a primary instrument, but we use it as a secondary instrument in the office. Very small footprint, very easy to use, and you can use it for treatment of glaucoma, etc. You get really good data out of it, and you can compare it with your other field tester, but you can use it as a standalone field tester. That's one I'm going to have to take a look at to see what that means, and not in the dark anymore. That's great.
Yep. And so open box sale, $59.95 plus 6 months warranty. You can go to their booth to look at that deal, or just contact sales@oculususa.com. They're always there standing by for you. So really, really great folks to work with. So definitely check them out.
By the way, if you work in a nursing home or you go to people's houses, you can transport this easily. It's no problem at all.
Yeah, I should probably find a better picture of it so people could see just how small it is. It really is tiny.
You could even take it home and do it on Thanksgiving, but you can't have a lot of people at Thanksgiving.
Right. So Science-Based Health, makers of Hydro Eye, supplement for dry eye. SBH is a really fun company because they, as their name implies, they really follow the science and the latest science. In fact, I probably should have had Zach on to talk about what's coming next after the ARIDS 2 study. Like, is there a 3? Who knows? I bet Zach knows. Probably should have had him here today to see what's going on next. But when they create their supplements, they always use the latest science to figure out what ingredients to put in and how much. So definitely check out their booth and check out their product as well. Covalent Careers. So this is a website. It's the largest jobs website in eye care. If you need to post a job, if you're looking for maybe another OD for your office or an optician, they're the place to actually post, because when you post a job listing with them, it gets syndicated to a wide variety of sites, including ODwire. On ODwire, if you go, you'll see there's a little jobs link, and we actually pull in the listings from Covalent Careers, so you want to check it out. They're running a deal of a 10% discounted rate. If you go to ODwire.org/jobs, you'll see a link there where you can get the discount when you want to post a job listing with them. So pretty cool stuff. Definitely go check them out. So iCare Live, they are a telemedicine platform, and of course telemedicine's become all the rage now in the era of social distancing. I can show you their website so you can get a sense of what they're about. The idea is that they can help you in a very structured way provide office visits to folks who are already in your practice, right, that you might not want to see in the office. Now, I know that a lot of people have been doing this just with things like Zoom, and that's worked pretty okay so far because the rules have been relaxed around telehealth, but they will not be relaxed forever. And so what you're going to want is a tool like iCare Live or another one that can document the visit very carefully so you can then bill for it properly. Because God forbid these rules get tightened up again, you're not documenting properly, and all of a sudden you get audited. So this can actually help you prevent any problems going forward with that. So definitely check out their platform. A lot of neat tools to communicate with patients in a HIPAA compliant way. Relatively low cost and quite useful if you're getting into telehealth in a big way, which everyone should be. I mean, Steve and Paul, I don't know if your
Yeah.
experience is like mine, but like I haven't been to a primary care doc in a long time now in person, because when you want to talk to someone, you just do it online. You do a telehealth visit unless there's something that they really need to see you in person for. They don't want you in the office. And I have a feeling that's going to be spreading throughout medicine.
Yep. Certainly, a lot of eye conditions. If somebody's talking about dry eye, yes, you could do all these tests, and you might hone in on the problem a little bit better, or an infection of some sort. But you can make some good guesses and do care without, let's say, causing any harm. And if it doesn't work, then the person has to come to the office. But you certainly can eliminate a good percentage of office visits. And people don't want to come in, especially the elderly, don't want to come into the office now.
Yep. So having a platform like iCare Live, or a competing platform even, to be honest, I mean, you need something structured. Just using Zoom is not going to cut it in the long run. It's not good for the patient. It's not good for your office, right? You want to be able to document these interactions in a really structured way, using a purpose-built tool, and that's what something like iCare Live is for. So definitely check them out. You can book a demo quite easily just by clicking on Book a Demo at their website, or go to their booth to learn more. iCare Pro, so if your practice has a website and social media presence, and basically everyone does, iCare Pro can handle that for you. So you basically outsource it to them, and they will build you a site and build you a social media presence and keep it up to date, and more importantly, help drive good reviews on Google, which is a really important thing these days, because if your reviews are bad, if someone pulls up a map in Google and they see like 2 stars next to your office name, guess what? They're not going any further. So iCare Pro can help you make sure that you're getting reviews, and good reviews at that, right? They'll help you manage your reviews to make sure that the people who are posting aren't just people who are complaining, but also people who like you, to give a much more balanced picture of what's going on in your office, right? Because there's a tendency for human beings to just like to complain, and those tend to be the people who post the most online. But what you need is more of a balanced picture. You need people who like you to actually post too. And iCare Pro will actually show you how to sort of solicit those reviews, and try to put your best foot forward online on the review sites. Because if you just let nature take its course and you don't do anything, I guarantee you that your rating is going to look lower than it actually is in reality, because people who are satisfied tend not to post.
We do it, and my dentist does it to me as well as my internist. So they say, please, and if they know you had a positive experience, it definitely works, because I do. It's a couple of clicks, go online, get 5 stars, say a sentence. But if you don't do anything, they're not, like you said, the happy patient is not going to usually go online and write anything unless you save their life or something like that. So it's got to be the extraordinary 5-star. So this is a great device to get your profile and your social media profile way up.
Yep. Isn't it interesting? I mean, we all think that what we're seeing online reflects reality, but it couldn't be further from the truth.
Well, yes. And in politics.
And yeah, I mean, it's funny, you think you have this window to a world where, you like to think that what you're looking at is objective and real, and so much of the time it's not. And you can't even tell. I mean, even things that, like going to Amazon and reading reviews, you like to think, oh yeah, this makes sense, and then you realize, you go to a site like FakeSpot and you realize just how many of those reviews aren't real. It's just sort of a shocking thing to see. So anyway, iCare Pro can help you, fix up your presence. And again, you need this whether or not you realize it. You do. So definitely check it out. Lac Rivera, so maker of punctal plugs, among other things, and they have some good specials for us here today, and this is the list that they sent to me. 10% off all these different products, so you can check them out here. So they also have other stuff, as you can see here, like strips and so forth, and forceps, and all these sort of ancillary pieces of equipment too that they're having sales on. So it's not just about the plugs themselves.
And plugs are coming back. It used to be that 20 years ago we were plugging everybody and getting some not so good results because we were plugging bad tiers. Now we're getting the tier layer to be more efficient through medications and treatments, and that's the time when we're finding that plugs work the best. So they're coming back as long as you get the patient stable and comfortable.
Yep. Yeah, so definitely check them out. And it's funny you mentioned that because right, I don't know what people are doing out of school now, like younger people, right? Because there was that time when everyone was doing it, then it
Mm-hmm.
kind of just fell out of favor. So I don't know what's happening now with younger folks, if they're learning to do this again or if they're just sort of, yeah, it's an interesting
Yeah,
thing.
I think it depends on the professor, the lecturer, because many of them are in academia and they don't get the experience. I hate to say it in general clinical practice, and the ones that are going back and forth and are adjunct that are doing both, I think are giving the students the better information and hopefully disseminating it to all the staff members. So I think it's where you go and who's lecturing you.
Right. So optometry times, practical chairside advice. So Gretchen's not here, but if she were here, I think she would tell you that with her journal, the idea is that the articles are small, easy to read, fast, and I don't want to say disposable, but disposable. Gretchen has a saying where she wants you to throw her journal away after you're done with it. She doesn't want you to, create a shrine to having old back articles and stuff. Once you read it, you're done. And everything that you read in there should be practical that you can make immediate use of in your practice. So definitely check out Optometry Times. I don't even know what she has running today. I haven't actually been to the site today. Um, but always interesting
She had
stuff
a
going on.
design, a nice design with 5 different subject matters. I wasn't able to read it because I'm doing this, but I did check it out. So they do produce both a hard copy and an electronic copy. And if you do throw your copy away, and it's still archived on their site, and you can always read it, etc.
Yep. So you can check it out right here. Neat stuff. And hopefully Gretchen will make it on here sometime today. Always fun to talk to her. And finally, Vision Equipment Inc. This is Leo Hadley's company with refurbished equipment. And so we've been working with Leo for a long time. He's expert at refurbishing equipment. He started with edgers actually way back when, but has branched out. You can sort of see the different kinds of things that he has in inventory. So if you're looking to maybe outfit another lane, or if you're looking to try to get some high-tech equipment but pay less for it. You don't want to break the bank maybe with an OCT. You can go to Leo and he can provide you with older units that, are functionally going to be perfect. It's funny actually when you go to a trade show, back when there were trade shows, and you see Leo's stuff, it looked brand new even though you knew it was old, right? Because you could see it had like a CRT screen and things like that. But he restores everything to like new condition before he sells it. And you can sort of see the kinds of things he has in inventory. So definitely go check out Leo and his website and his booth if you are interested in getting some equipment. So great thing about Leo is we've never had anyone, never actually had anyone give him a bad review. And in 15 or 20 years that we've been working with him, we've never heard, oh yeah, I bought some equipment from Leo and it blew up 2 months later. Never. Because again, when he takes a piece of equipment in, usually he thoroughly refurbishes it. We have a great actually video from way back when of what they do to edgers when they get them and refurbish them, and it was remarkable how they just sort of strip them down to nothing and rebuild them. So kind of a cool video. I should probably dig that up again so people can see it. And I think that's it for our sponsor list today. Wow.
And one thing about sponsors, you got to go visit the booths.
Yep.
I'm sure they're anxious to deal, and so don't be afraid to ask them, what sort of deal can I get today if I'm ready to buy today? I'm certain there's going to be some big surprises. So visit the booths during your break times.
Yep, absolutely. You really should, because the deals are there and they really are willing to deal, as Paul said, because it's been a difficult year for everyone, I think. And so, there's inventory of equipment. And on Leo's side of things, I'm certain, he will tell you that some practices, unfortunately, have had to close. So that's where he gets a lot of his equipment from. So I'm certain he has an inventory now, for better or worse. So, if you're taking this sort of a lull to put in new equipment, this might be a good time to do it.
Closing, and also people are updating their equipment now. They feel the need to, and so they have an old version of whatever, and Leo will have it, and probably is in good shape.
Yep, absolutely.
And also, and probably better tax write-offs this year than the coming years.
Right.
So you may want to take advantage of tax write-offs before the end of the year.
Yep, good point. All right, so yeah, so it's coming up to quarter 2, and again, in about 15 minutes, we'll have that new lecture with Craig Thomas. It's not often that we get new content into the conference. We try to do everything in the beginning of the year, create all the content. But this time we actually do have a new one. It's getting hot in here, using heat to treat the eyelid. So that's coming up soon. Definitely check it out. By the way, that one's only going to be available live for a while because it is so new. We haven't actually gotten approval to use it on demand. So, because for on-demand stuff, you still need a test, and we have to run that through a university. So that's not been done yet. So if you want to watch this is the only way you're going to be able to see it right now is live. Now and in November and December, we're trying to get the on-demand version approved, but it just hasn't happened yet. So hopefully soon.
Okay.
So anything terrible happening out there, Steve, or is everyone calm?
There's a lot of people, which is great. I've counted 500 or 600, and I have going back between the rooms. That's pretty good for a Saturday morning when people are still at work. The schedule, just go by what's going on, because the schedule has not been updated in the conference room. On the live stream, you will see the schedule is correct. It says course schedule right in the upper right-hand corner. Mm-hmm. So click on that. The other aspect is when you go to your certificate, you're getting, I'm sure you know, Adam, that generic bump page that you get from this platform, mm-hmm. where it's just not working.
Yep.
So I've contacted them to fix that. So people want to view their certificates right now. It's down, but I'm sure it'll be up by shortly.
Okay, great. And let's see what else we have going on here today. It's been quite a long year. I mean, for us, it started with CEwire2020 started actually way back when in February, I guess, right before the pandemic really hit, and we didn't realize, what we would be in for at this point. And so we obviously didn't think we'd be coming back live over and over again. We were only going to do the show once and then leave. And of course, since February, we've all been, we went through that process where we're all locked in the house. Then, here at CEwire headquarters, I'd shown people, I can put it up on the screen again. We had our great flood. You can look underneath our place and what a disaster it was. So we had the flood. Then after the flood followed the wildfires, which I'm showing you up on the screen right now, where we had to abandon ship here. And, things kind of got a little bit dicey here in Oregon. You can look and see all the fire that was everywhere.
Well, you had your personal problems before that. You had problems in the house with flooding and stuff that was
yep.
before the fire. So you had fire, water, and I don't know if locusts and boils came afterwards, but maybe.
Right, and then so, out here in Portland, we're taking the pandemic very seriously, so everyone is still kind of locked in, right? Everyone wears masks here. It's a very serious thing. It's not, other parts of the country, people are running around like nothing's happening, but here, people are all still wearing masks. The city is basically shut down. One of the interesting things about it as well that made our life much more difficult, you can see up on the screen, businesses here have adapted to this new reality of no one going anywhere. So Salt and Straw is our local ice cream purveyor. I think many of you have heard of this company that started here. Well, they're now delivering in under an hour. You can get as much Salt and Straw as you want. And in addition to that, the local liquor laws have also been suspended. So our distilleries are delivering as well. So we've had this double whammy. So in addition to being trapped here, not being able to exercise, we are getting inundated with ice cream and booze. So we are all getting morbidly obese as well. So this has been quite a year.
By the way, I was speaking to somebody about Pinot Noirs,
Hmm.
and the things that are coming out this year are stuff they stored last year and the year before. But they expect the year 2020 should be super expensive in years to come because of the all the fires that destroyed all the wines.
So I spent a lot of, I actually live about 5 miles south of Portland, on the edge of the wine country, and I spend a lot of time down in the wine country because, drinking is a hobby, right? So, depending on the, where you are in the valley, some people were able to get their grapes in quickly without too much smoke damage. I was actually in a Zoom meeting the other day with one of the major winemakers here in the valley. And he said his clones weren't actually affected too badly by smoke. Some of them were, though, and the problem is, of course, white wines don't use the skins, so those will be okay no matter what. But the reds, right, you use the skins, and some of those, you're right, are going to have a really smoky character. He was actually saying that a lot of the better wineries might even go so far as just to dump their inventory and just not even make wines out of certain grapes this year, just because they can't. And if you see some places, cheap wines, they might still try to do it, but they might not be good. But there are some wineries here who were able to save their grapes. The wildfires were hit and miss, which was the really other interesting thing. You could go just a couple of miles in one direction or the other, and there was fire versus no fire. So it was, yeah. I don't know if some people feel cursed or not because their place got hit, whereas the one next door didn't. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting year to see what kind of vintage comes out.
It's interesting though,
And
because
this,
it goes back. They actually save the wines, when they have to make their wines better or whatever they're doing. So it's a few years later that you get the effect of a bad year.
Yeah, so
yep,
this 2020
but
vintage you're not going to see in stores ready to drink for another 3 years. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
there's always Trader Joe's. So you don't always need the $60 bottle of Pinot. There's this $3 Chuck for those
Yep.
of you that like to drink wine.
Yeah,
So
and I think what we've discovered out here too is that in the old days there was a prejudice about using grapes from other facilities, right? Where the most expensive wine was always the one that was grown on the estate. But the reality is, the grapes here are grapes, and if you get them from a couple miles over, a talented winemaker can do really great things with those grapes. So I think what you're going to see this year is if somebody's crop was destroyed, they're just going to buy fruit from somewhere else a few miles down the road and make wine with that different fruit, and it's going to be okay. But Steve, you're right, it's going to be expensive as hell because the supply of this stuff is going to be constrained for the 2020 year because so much fruit was destroyed. So,
Well, they'll just have to get it from Australia or New Zealand or something. Whoever
right?
makes those the Pinots.
Yeah, it's nothing's like an Oregon Pinot. It has a very distinctive taste, so I'm kind of sad about all this, but
Yep.
um, I guess it's in the grand scheme of things, it's like a first world problem. So it
Did
could
you
be.
ever? There's a one I just had the other night called Cherry Cake. It's I believe it's from Portland. It's actually three Pinots they combined together. It's like a blend, and it was just delicious and reasonably priced. Cherry Cake.
Yep. Yeah, so that's that when they start blending them like that, that's when you get typically a cheaper bottle, but they can be really good. So,
Hmm.
yep. So anyway,
Okay. And
that's our story here between the wildfires, the floods, the unending supply of ice cream that we're getting here. It's been quite a year. So I don't know if people want to watch. I have a few different, things if we just want to take a break here for a minute, because Craig Thomas's lecture is going to be starting momentarily. And I have a
hmm
feeling a lot of people are going to want to watch that. But what we can do, we can show you for a few minutes here at least. We do have a couple of fun little things. Maybe I could show people. So one thing that we saw with Zeiss this past year, I mentioned that we've been working a lot with them. They had this idea about pretest areas and moving them outdoors this summer, which sounds crazy, I know, but to try to minimize the amount of time that people are actually in the office, certain practices have actually moved their pretest equipment outside. I mentioned before that the footprint of a lot of equipment is becoming a lot smaller. And I couldn't believe it when I saw this, but maybe people just want to check this out for a minute. So here's an example of an office who has moved their pretest area outside. So if you haven't seen this before, check this out.
Hi, it's Christine with Bold Vision. We are so excited to begin offering curbside drive-through exams for our patients. I'm just going to walk you through the process really quick. As you can see, I am wearing a mask. Due to current CDC recommendations, we ask that if possible you wear a paper or cloth mask when you arrive for the drive-through, just to ensure yours and our staff's protection. So let's pull through the process. Hello.
Hi, I'm Barbara. I'm a receptionist with Bold Vision. This is the station where I would check to see if you've called ahead and given us your information and insurance, and just move ahead to the next station.
Okay, thanks, Barbara.
You're welcome.
All right, so we're going to pull through our drive-through area. Hello.
Hi, Christine. Okay, well, I'm Deanne. I'm one of the other technicians here at Bold Vision. At this first station, what I'm going to be doing is just collecting some medical history from you, any visual complaints, problems that are bringing you in to see us today. Once we've got your chart complete, I'll have you pull forward where you're going to be meeting with some of our other technicians curbside to get a vision and some other tests.
Wonderful, thank you.
you.
So we pull forward and we're just going to step out of the vehicle. It's only to the curb. There are no other patients present. And if we have a patient who needs assistance, the team will be happy to assist them exiting the vehicle and crossing over to the curbside. All of our technicians have masks and gloves on and sanitize each and every surface in between all of our patients.
Hi, Christine. You're going to come over here. You're going to come up in here and you're going to look at the letters. You're going to tell me what you can read, and I'll check your vision that way.
Okay, great.
Okay, fantastic. And then you'll step on over here. I will take this instrument right here, and then we'll check your eye pressure with this instrument right here.
Okay, perfect.
Everything is sanitary. We will be wiping everything down. And we also have, of course, hand sanitizer. Everything is sterile.
Perfect.
All right, our last step is we're going to take a fundus photo. It's very simple, chin and forehead in there. This just lets our doctor review the health of the back of the eye, rules out any diseases. It's equivalent to being dilated, so they get a good view. And that's
Wonderful. Perfect. At this point, I would get back in my vehicle and one of our doctors will call, text, or telemedicine my results. And that's it. It's as easy and simple and safe as that. Thanks so much. We'll hope to see you soon.
Alrighty. So you can get a sense of what this looks like in practice. Of course, now that I'm thinking about this, when they shot all this, it was during the summer, right? So I don't know what this is going to be like in many parts of the country now that it's getting cold. I suppose they're not going to be able to do this much longer. But I thought it was an ingenious idea. So pretty neat stuff. And it looks like we're coming up to 2 minutes before the hour, so we're going to have Craig Thomas's lecture coming up really soon. Um, Brand new, all about it's getting hot in here, using heat to treat the eyelids in track one. So hopefully, you guys enjoy this. It's always nice to have something brand new. Again, you can only watch this one live. You're not going to be able to watch this one on demand for a while because we haven't gotten it approved yet because it is so new. Literally, he just got this into me yesterday. So, brand new content all about heat to treat MGD and the different devices that can do it. So, pretty cool stuff if you haven't implemented this yet in your practice. So, there we go. And so, Steve, how's it going there with the certificates? Steve, are you there?
I'm going to have a break soon.
Possibly not. Okay. So,
Hello, hello?
oh, Steve, are you still there?
Yeah, I left for 5 minutes for a little boys break.
Oh, there we go. So I was just mentioning, that Craig Thomas's lecture is about to start momentarily, and I saw that we worked on. There was one little issue that people had with certificates that the developer is working on right now, and the schedule has been updated in the system as well. So when you click on schedule, you'll see the correct one
Yes,
as you're in the lecture.
you could
So,
say I can multitask. I could talk and chew gum at the same time.
yep,
Yeah, people want to see the certificates right away. Now it's just going to that bump page, which they'll correct. So
yeah.
everything should be fine. In fact, the course schedule looks a little bit better, so no problem.
And one thing I want to reassure people about is that your credits are all there, right? The system's tracking all of it. Even if you throw an error right now, it'll be there, and we'll transmit it. It's not the kind of thing where, oh my God, it's not here, and I'm not going to get credit, and this is a disaster. No, no, no. We're always here. That's probably one of the good things about being in this for the long haul. I know that we've had a lot of sort of, I don't want to say Johnny come lately, but with the relaxation of Arbo's rules, a lot of people have tried to jump in and provide CE with varying degrees of success. But the fact is, we've been doing this for 5 years. We're in it for the long haul. So if there are ever any problems with your certificates or problems with Arbo, we're here to actually help out and interface directly with them to make sure your credits go in. It's not like you're going to be dealing with nameless, faceless organization and, oh my gosh, my credits are gone. Now what do I do? So we're always here. And Arbo's rules are actually kind of interesting. They suspended, obviously, testing for live stuff online. And I don't know how much longer this is going to last. I contacted the folks at Arbo last week asking, hey, what's your plan for 2021? And the plan is there is no plan as of yet. They're going to meet soon to decide what's going to happen going forward with online CE.
But I think what's happened is most of the organizations, the Academy is doing it right now, AOA's soliciting, that they're segueing into the online platforms at this point. So if they feel comfortable with it, and if people feel comfortable with it, Arbo probably will be also. So I have a feeling, at least for the foreseeable future, maybe the first half of next year at least, we'll be talking like this, not in any convention center. But that's just my guess.
Yeah, the big question will be, will they demand tests? The one wonderful part for ODs right now is you just take the course, and that's it. No quiz. I'm not certain Arbo will tolerate that for another year. So
yeah,
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, Arbo ultimately has to answer to the state boards, right? It's up to each state to decide what it is they're going to allow and what they won't. And my gut feeling is they're not going to allow this to keep going on. And at some level, I don't want to get on a soapbox, but I'm not sure they should have allowed this to begin with, dropping the testing requirement for live stuff online. Because
there would have been chaos. I don't think that the other providers, we were set up for it. But I'm not certain other providers could have managed to do it.
Yeah, but they're putting off but Paul, they're putting off the inevitable, because if Arbo changes back to a testing mechanism, most of the sites that are trying to do CE right now are going to fail, right? Because they're just using things like Zoom. They're not setting up a rigid platform with testing built into it. It's a much different thing than just turning on Zoom and saying, all right, everybody show up, and if I see that you're here, I'm going to give you credit. This is a much more structured thing, and I'm just wondering if Arbo does revert those rules and require testing even for the live stuff, a lot of these people are going to be caught flat-footed. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
True. Okay. Well. But we'll see. Steve, what's happening with Craig's course? Everything going well?
Everything's going well. A little tiny glitch. I'm not sure whether it's because of one thing. there's no ability to put your OE tracker number in for Craig's course alone. But I don't think it's a problem. If you've attended the other courses, like we've said, and you put your OE tracker number in either this course or others, it'll be counted for you. You don't have to worry about getting credits. We
Right.
just have the two tabs, the schedule and the room chat, not the OE tracker
Well, again,
update.
the OE tracker number, again, if it's in your profile once, it's there for good. So
Yep.
most people, if they watch my little intro movie about where to put it and where to look in their profile, if they just put it in there once, they're done. They don't need to put it in again. So hopefully people will have entered it. And what I might even do is send a follow-up email when this weekend is over and just tell everyone, make sure your OE tracker number is in our system. And because you can do it later, right? We're not submitting these credits to Arbo immediately. That's not how it works. Most people don't get that. They think, oh, there must be some system in place where once we complete, it automatically shoots off immediately. No, 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 it doesn't work like that. Arbo requests that you send things over in batches. So.
And by the way, Craig's course has a tremendous population. I haven't counted, but it's 300, 400, 500 people in his course. I knew that would be popular, which is great for a Saturday morning.
And Craig is actually trying to call me naturally because we're not doing anything right now. Craig, my friend.
He's got to answer questions.
Is he in the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, he's there. So he can't be at two places at one time. So I'll tell him, stay there. Come later. How's that?
People are saying his class is not on.
Let me just see here. No, the slides are advancing. I don't have the sound on for obvious reasons. Let me put the sound on. You might get a little bit of feedback because I want to just see. You might hear in the background.
Yep. Yeah, it sounds like it's working fine.
Oh, stop it, Craig. That's the only way I could shut Craig up with my computer. But
I was having. There was no sound for me on that outdoor demonstration. Was it just me, or was there a problem?
Yeah, no, it's not a problem. It's just for you because we're here talking to each other.
Everybody,
yes, everybody can hear it. Yes.
Yes, because you shut off your computer, Paul. Yeah. So when you shut off your computer sound, you can't get what everybody else in the world is getting.
Okay, that's the reason. Okay.
So Craig just wants to make sure that his lecture is running okay. And Steve, can you reassure him that it is? Because I heard him.
Yep. I'm on it now. The people are asking about the certificates, of course, and they were on that. So
there's one fellow who's really helping us. He went on ODwire. Something happens here. Sorry, we seem to have hit a slight bump in the road.
Yeah, so we're dealing with that already. This is what Steve was talking about before with the certificates, so no big deal.
Okay, so I wish he would stop going on ODwire and scaring everyone.
I don't know. Yeah, people. Wait, so I'm going to get up on my soapbox here because no one's listening, right? No one's here. I recommend to everyone, if they have any problems with what's going on, you just send an email to support@CEwire2020.com. I've posted it in so many places, and yet to this day, people still just try to call me. As I'm sitting here, people are actually calling my phone, and I'm like, I'm busy. I don't know if I can look at this. I don't know what to do. But yeah, email is always the fastest way, because when you send an email to support@CEwire2020.com, it goes to multiple people. It goes to me, it goes to Kat, it goes all over the place. So, we can take care of things quickly. If you try to use the phone, it is like the worst way to get somebody's attention.
And your suggestion was correct for Craig's lecture. If you just pop out and go back in, then you hear it. So that often happens. You're just kind of rebooting the lecture.
Yep.
So everything's fine there. The certificates I'm putting in each room that they're working on the problem, and hopefully it'll be fixed soon. But it's not a worry, like you said. most people don't have to get certificates in real time and wait till the end of the day, and I'm sure that everything will show up as it should.
Yeah, again, because we don't submit them in real time, so it's not, as long as the system is keeping track of that, the fact that you're there, that's all that really counts. And if you enter in your tracker number by the end of the day, or even frankly, on Monday or Tuesday, we're not going to send these things straight away. Usually we wait until the live stuff is all done and we've decompressed from everything, and then usually by Tuesday, that's when we'll send out another gigantic batch to Arbo. Because remember, it's not just individuals taking this conference. Think about how many people, right? You have thousands of people taking tens of thousands of credits, so we create a gigantic batch to send over, and we like to do it very carefully. So that'll happen on Tuesday or Wednesday. So just make sure that your tracker number is in.
And we've been doing this for a number of years and a number of times this year, and almost always when we try to make things better and change things, as we do the first hour, the first day usually is a little bit more challenging, and then we smooth over all the bumps, and the rest of the conference goes well.
Yep.
Okay. And Craig is working, and it's interesting because he has to go through a lot of devices, and he's got a lot of time. He's got 2 hours, but each one, he's probably used each one ad nauseum, and he's discussing some of the science behind it. It's a really good lecture in this day and age where everybody's trying to get into specialty type practices with dry eye, myopia control, etc.
Yeah, I think I'll give a shout out to one of our sponsors here, Sight Sciences, with their TearCare product. What's interesting to me is how much cheaper the technology has become over time. You're talking about a several $100,000 investment initially, a decade and a half ago. Now just slowly going down to TearCare, I think is under $10,000 to implement everything in your office. So order of magnitude less. So the time, I think, really has come. In addition to the science being there, it's become much more accessible to practices everywhere.
Yep. And I think most offices, I'm finding that, and I'm sure you're getting the same feedback on ODwire, that offices are not slow anymore. People are coming back in for routine care as well as for medical treatments, etc. That was delayed. So if anything, I know my office is busier than it ever has been, and I get the feedback from a lot of my local and regional and even national friends that optometry is certainly not in a downcline, and if anything, people are doing better now than they did last year because of the pent-up demand.
Yeah, it's interesting. What we're seeing on ODwire is that there's pent-up demand in a lot of places, but then in cities, right, that's where it's still slow, and you can understand why. I've been to downtown Portland several times during the pandemic, and it's like a ghost town because everyone's working from home. So the city areas that are usually so vibrant and there's so much to do there's literally nothing to do. So offices that are located in these urban areas are just not doing well, but the suburbs, they're booming.
And the aspect is also that people who, I have a very good friend who has a large dental practice in the middle of Manhattan, right in downtown, and people are working from home, so they're going to a local dentist, doctor, whatever, because they would go to him after or before work, and now they're not. So that exactly what you said. The overall amount of patients being seen in every profession is greater, but it's being skewed towards the suburbs and away from the big cities because people simply aren't going to work.
Yep.
And if it's thing with dentistry, if you don't have to do it, you don't do it. I was a neurotic, clean my teeth every 6 months person, always, and now I'm 6 months behind, and I'm not going to go back again until there's an all clear. I'm concerned about having any dental work done.
Well, it's very hard to do dental work through a mask for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and in your situation, I'd be concerned too. Right? You're in a high risk group. What are the odds? Your teeth are going to kill you versus actually getting COVID, which is a real concern.
And the other bad news, I'm not O. I'm an AB blood type, so.
Oh boy.
I'm a double risk.
Are you negative because you have to worry about when you have children? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm type O. I'm type O, and what else is good? That's the only O and B, I believe, are the best. O being better, but it's a statistic. But I think it's like 20-30% better, something like that, than the person with the bad blood type. So there is some protective mechanism, but it's not a cure. It's really interesting. I mean, remdesivir has been shown not to be effective now at all. Hydrochloroquine was shown to be not effective. So the only thing that's working that I can see is the dexamethasone, which was obvious to begin with. If your body's producing an inflammatory response that gogs up your lungs, and the dexamethasone stops that from occurring, it seems to be the best treatment for people who are really ill.
Best treatment and the most widely available, right? It's cheap and easy to get. So
Yeah.
certainly from a public health perspective and a population perspective, it's definitely the treatment of choice.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
yeah. But,
I just hope.
hopefully the vaccine will actually make it. I'm going to knock on wood and keep my fingers crossed that maybe by winter we'll have something.
Yeah, well, winter will probably have something, but it'll be to scale it up first to healthcare workers and first responders and perhaps teachers, and then elderly, and then the young people. So yeah, that herd immunity certainly doesn't work. Sweden, which tried it, actually is in the worse shape than most countries. So
Yeah.
I don't think that's a viable alternative. The interesting thing to see what happens after the election. Whoever wins, I'm not going to get political here, because at that point, Trump's not going to give a shit, and Biden. We know what Biden's pretty much going to say. So maybe let's say the education or the information to the American citizen will be a little bit more what the scientists want to say rather than what the politicians want to say.
Yeah.
Without getting too political on either end.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously masks work, and it's something that people should do. It's funny. It shouldn't be regionally so different, right? The response shouldn't be so different. I mean, here in Oregon, where we've had relatively low rates, it's because people are paranoid about stuff, right? And they're all wearing masks, and if you don't wear a mask, people look at you like you're crazy, right? Like, even if sometimes you'll see people like sort of fake wearing masks, like they'll pull it down, beneath their nose, and even that, people here will give you like the real dirty looks because socially it's just not acceptable. And it would be great if it was like that across the country. We could have gotten this under control much faster. But it's always amazing to me when I see footage of other places and people congregating outdoors. Like I saw the NFL games last week. I just wanted to die when I saw it. That people were putting together 15, 20,000 people in a stadium. It just gave me the creeps watching it.
Yep. It's more the political rallies, and I flew on a plane yesterday, as you guys know, and we tried the best we can. The plane was relatively empty, but it's going through the process of TSA, etc., and all the various other things you do to get on the plane and get off the plane, getting your luggage, etc.
Yep.
There's no social distancing. We did, but a lot of people just hanging out, and they typically have those masks below their nose, and they just don't listen.
Yeah.
The good news is the certificates are working now, so that problem's been solved. So again, we're just past the first hour, and the two minor glitches have been resolved.
Excellent. And
for anybody who's listening.
And I hope people are going to watch my movie in between each class. And Steve, maybe if you could stick around in the classrooms, we should have commercials running in between each class with my little public service announcement about how to get your credits. If you could just make sure that those are running in between each class. Because that's what.
Sure, I will, and I also put up a blurb about what to do at the very beginning of each class.
Kat should have programmed those to run in between each lecture. So if they aren't, please let me know immediately, and I'll make sure that they are. Because I have it, for every single class in between. My message should be hammering people over and over again. Check your profile, make sure it's there, and if it is, you're golden. You don't have to do anything else.
Yep, so, I'll be there.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm glad that the conference is still going well. I'm glad that with so many people attending. I'm surprised, to be honest with you. I thought today would be a very quiet day. I didn't think we would have hundreds upon hundreds of people showing up today. I thought that, December we'd get a huge crush because people are desperate at the end. But it's kind of gratifying to see so many people showing up today.
By the way, just got a nice message from a wonderful lady, Gretchen, and she wants to know, you guys want me to call in what time?
She can call whenever she wants.
So can I tell her now or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah. Now is fine. Whenever she wants. If she wants to talk, that would be great.
Now is fine. You sent her the numbers, correct?
Yep. Yeah, she has it.
Okay, now she has my message. Let's see if she calls in. I'll wait for the 7-second delay. Great slides that, by the way, Craig has. I'm watching them. They're very, very easy to understand, and
This was it was a great lecture. I mean, you can tell Craig is one of those guys who he implements what he talks about in practice. So even though he'll present some theory, most of what he discusses he actually does, which is why his lectures are so much fun. And he even, I think, gets into the coding of it.
He's in Dallas. He
Yes.
practices in Dallas, right?
Yep.
And it's a top-heavy medical practice.
Yep.
So he practices what he preaches.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Let's just see. Good.
Yeah, the funny thing about Craig, too, of course, is that his lectures, even though they'll go into the science, I know the lecture's, only halfway over, it's a 2-hour lecture, he'll start talking about billing and coding aspects of what he's doing as well. He's not shy about it, because he realizes...
So when you get his lecture, you get the clinical and you get the practical at the same time, and he's a very successful practitioner, so it's invaluable. And it's amazing how many different areas he's in. Look, he's talking about the whole field of, let's say, techniques to treat the lid. That might be Gretchen, by the way, that just popped in. But he did something on glaucoma and the pupillometer machine. He's a jack of all trades, a Renaissance man, and a master of all.
Yeah. So he's an interesting guy just because he's never stopped studying once he got out of school. So he's a good example of, someone who stayed engaged, because he's not a young man, to put it kindly, right? I mean,
he's a couple years younger than me.
Yeah, so but it's amazing how he keeps so engaged and keeps up on the latest science. So it's a good lesson for everybody, I think. Just to keep your head in the game and to keep studying and never stop. So, cool stuff. So Gretchen, are you there? Is that you, or is that a bomber? It is you. Good.
Good.
I was worried, it was some weirdo who was going to just start ranting and raving, but, it's you.
I could do that if you'd like.
Well, we expect it, yes, but it's not a weirdo.
So everyone, Gretchen Bailey from Optometry Times. How are you doing today, Gretchen?
Actually, you're going to be stunned to hear that I'm doing fabulous. And I don't say that very often.
Wow. So you must have had a good day off yesterday.
Well, yes, I did take some time off, which is rare for me. I had intended to do some work in the afternoon because, no rest for the wicked and there's plenty to be done. But I sat on my butt and read a book all afternoon. And I just got back from some errands. I went to the farmer's market. And I picked up a Christmas gift for my daughter, which, Adam, I need to tell you about that in a moment. But it's beautiful here in Pennsylvania. It's mid-50s. The sun's out. It's a beautiful fall day. This is my favorite season. And it's not pouring like yesterday. So I'm loving it.
Awesome. Excellent. So your seasonal affective disorder is being kept at bay because the sun is still out. So congratulations.
For now. But it will come. But so, Adam, I just picked up for Alex a Mario Kart Live, which you need to get for Reed. I'm just letting you know for the Switch.
He's already demanded it. Are you kidding me? He's been lobbying.
Well, it went on sale yesterday, and I checked all different places. Sold out on Amazon, sold out on Walmart. I was just checking everywhere, and I managed to pre-order on Best Buy, and I just went and did contactless pickup. So I'm going to hide it for Christmas because I think there's going to be a whole lot of nothing going on holiday-wise here with seeing family and everything. So maybe driving a little Mario Kart around our house to terrorize the cats might be fun. So excellent. I suggest if you plan to get it for him, go start looking now because these things are selling out.
So the question is, do you have to buy 2 of them, right? If you want to actually do a race, do you need 2 cars?
Okay, it's going to suck for that. And I hate it. Not only do you need 2 cars, but you need 2 switches because the controller, you don't just need a Joy-Con to control it, you need the screen. So that makes it ridiculous and cost prohibitive. So all you can do is drive it yourself. And I think that really takes away from the experience. So I was prepared to buy two for Alex and Troy to play together, but I'm not buying two Switches. That's just insane.
Wow. So for those who don't know what we're talking about, there's this version of Mario Kart now where they actually have a little RC car, and you set
Yep.
up like the old days, right? Where you have an RC car and you drive RC cars around, but you actually it has a camera mounted to the car, so you actually watch the car through your screen on your Switch. And so it's this augmented reality thing where you're physically driving a car, but what you're seeing on your screen is sort of Mario Kart overlaid on your physical car. So you can create your own tracks and play in real life at the same time you're using a screen, which is crazy.
Well, I'm looking at the box right now, and it also comes with stuff to create your own track. It comes with
The gates.
a little start finish line and gates and things that you can set up around your house. And I think that if you have pets, then cats or dogs, then that will make it just that much more fun that they can chase the car. So you need to get a dog, Adam, is what I'm saying.
Yes, we do need some animals to use as targets. I don't know. So
No, not targets, just for entertainment. Kind of like having your cat sit on your Roomba.
there you go. So Gretchen,
So go start it now.
So Gretchen, Steve was saying, and I'm surprised, we actually have a huge crowd here today. I really, I thought
Or
no one would.
watching the
Yeah, who are watching the actual lectures. I didn't think anyone would show up today. I thought this was kind of a sort of an in-between conference that no one, everyone has already taken all their credits, and maybe they'd come back in December when they're desperate. But Steve was saying we had 500 people or something in one of the rooms.
Well, I have a couple theories. First, I agree with you that I thought it was going to be dead because we're still ongoing with Academy 2020 at home, which, I love me some Academy, but 2 weeks, man. Good for doctors, not so good for those of us who have other stuff to do with it. And I'm feeling the Academy staff and Academy board who need to be there as well. It's a lot of time. So first, we still have that going on. Second, you can't swing a dead cat without seeing some sort of online CE somewhere that because of COPE's relaxation of the rules, everybody can do it. So if you are behind on your CE, well, either you've been busy with other stuff or you haven't been paying attention because, I thought everybody would have it by now. But the other thing I was thinking, Adam, is perhaps you have a lot of return people because you guys offer such a great deal per credit hour that you can come back, and why would they not want to come here to get more CE as opposed to go somewhere else and pay a lot more?
Correct. What is the Academy attendance for the CE? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I haven't seen any numbers, and I don't know that they've released them. And I also think that I don't know. I think this year is just weird. I think things are either totally, totally awesome or totally suck. But in some of the classes I've been in, like, for example, I was in one, I don't even know what day it is anymore. I was in one talking about, Carla Zadnik was leading it, talking about how schools can welcome more diversity students. It was a fabulous lecture. And I think there were 2,500 plus people, maybe 2,600 people that had said were in that, which is a huge number, but also says a lot that this profession is really seeing that we need to not be a bunch of old white guys anymore.
Oh, but it hasn't been that for a while. If you look at the demographics of the schools, it's totally changed since I went to school in the Middle Ages.
Well, I'm not talking really male anymore because we had that switch a while ago, and we are seeing a lot more Asian students, but doctors of color, Black or Native American, Latinx, anything like that, forget it. Not a whole lot of that. So there was one cool guy on who was a friend of Carla Zadnik's at OSU, and I thought it was neat because he was dean of the vet school. And of course, my interest in that because my daughter works for a vet. they did incredible stuff. And he talked about what they did as a school to encourage students. So we can't get more doctors of color until we get more students of color.
Yep.
Well, but the problem is optometry is extremely expensive with a very poor return on investment. So the question is, how do you set up scholarships for people that are of very modest means? Because given a choice, they're going to go into medicine where they can get scholarships.
Well, the other thing is that the reason why a lot of women have been interested in the profession is due to its flexibility. Just like, I think, orthodontia. I mean, when my daughter was seeing her orthodontist, half the time she wouldn't see the doctor, she would see a tech. And the doctor would stack her appointments on certain days that she would come in and bang, 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 just see the kids all lined up there. So it's a very flexible profession. Now, I think the education is expensive. I think going into private practice is tough to do. But if you want to be an employed doc and still be in medicine, it's a great profession.
Yep. I wonder, as to Paul's point, it's become so expensive. When you went through this way back in the dark ages, I mean, how you could basically do it working part-time, right? And make enough money to
Well, I mentioned before, I saw, for the second time, I saw Dirty Dancing, which spoke about the Catskill Mountains in the 60s. And I worked in the Catskills, and I was able to be a waiter in the Catskills every summer and pay for tuition to Columbia for my school. Now, I don't think most optometry students could do that today. They couldn't work for summer.
Most college students can't do it either, because at that time you could work and pay for your college tuition. So I think it's easy, not that I'm defending high tuition, but I think it's very easy to throw optometry schools under the bus for high tuition, but just regular undergrad has gone up exponentially over the last 25 years. And most of those costs are administrative or tricking out dorms. I mean, it's not really going to give you a higher quality education. It's not going to the prof.
And interestingly enough, Greg, I know some people in the local big colleges here, Rutgers, Monmouth, and because a lot of them are taking virtual classes, not staying in resident halls, etc., the amount of rebate they're getting is silly. I mean, it's ridiculous. Maybe it's 5%. So they're not utilizing anything on campus, and yet they're paying the full freight. Not fair.
Well, that's because they can't really, I mean, poor professors. Professors are working even harder now. I mean, even if they go all online, professors have even more work to do than they did previously. So it's a challenge, don't get me wrong. And I did some reading on it, and I read that Harvard is not discounting its tuition because for a lot of universities, as goes Harvard, so goes everybody else. So they were actually looking to protect some of the smaller schools, because we all know Harvard has a giant endowment and they can afford to take a bit of a loss, but a lot of other schools can't. And I have the feeling that given this climate right now, we're going to see a bunch of universities, big and small, who are going to close in the next 5 years just because they can't support what's going on.
Yep. The interesting thing I saw yesterday that I think it's 68% of all schools are not requiring the SATs or ACTs at this point in time. First of all, just imagine these people losing their jobs. And secondly, how do you judge a student with respect to another student when they're just using their GPA from high schools, which could be so subjective and depending on the area and depending on the school. So, but I guess standardized testing is going by the boards.
Yep.
And that's not a bad thing, because those types of tests are very prejudicial, and underprivileged kids are a lot of them are getting poorer scores because they don't have access to tutoring, or they don't have access to higher level classes. And that's a challenge with having our school system supported by property tax. So if you live in an area that doesn't have a very wealthy house market, real estate market, well, then you're going to have crappy schools.
I understand, but taking the other side, any child could get a 4.0 in a bad neighborhood that might not be a great student just because of they study harder, etc. And the comparison is just hard. And you find out probably freshman year of college, they'll get a little bit more statistics when they do that, when they eliminate all the standardized testing. So we'll see how it happens going. I feel, like you said, I feel bad for all the tutors that have lost their job, all the infrastructures that are going to be laying off people at ACT, SATs. Those people are not going to get their jobs back. But this is the new world we live in. Did you happen to read Arnett Steen's e-Zine today?
I didn't, and I'll have to, because I've been out running around. But I wanted to go back and make a comment on one of your points, Steve, about how a student in even a low-performing school district can get a 4.0. Actually, it's a lot harder, because it's a lot more to it than that. Because if you are in an underprivileged area, chances are you have a lot of other challenges. You might be hungry, you might not have parents at home, you might be shuffling from house to house, and studying hard to get a 4.0 might not be top on your list if you're just trying to survive. So I don't really think that that's a good argument for what you're trying to say. I get your point, but I'm not picking up what you're putting down. Let's put it at that.
Well, I mean, I as a graduate of a state school as well, have seen this in practice, right? Where I went to high school, it was an affluent area, and then I went to state school for college. So I got to interact with people who, who were from school districts that maybe were not so hot, but they, had the big GPA. And I think, Gretchen, you're right. I think that people who are self-motivated, even in a terrible situation, those are the ones that are going to get the 4.0. And it might, be, quote, easier in some ways, right, academically, but to actually do it, it takes the stick-to-itiveness and these people all survived and did really well in college, just because they had that drive and the motivation.
Now, the motivation also comes from maybe a family of structure being present, etc., in a bad area, so that might be a factor, which is... Yep. It's always been cultural education, and I think it'll continue to be. If you have your family around with support, and you have both parents pushing you, and or if you're self-motivated.
Yep. I mean, I can tell you, living in a school district here where I do in Oregon, that's, we're a very, in a fortunate situation here. I am certain that there are people here who are going to go to college and they're not going to do well because they're lazy, and they had a lot of privilege here, so they got decent grades and were able to make it through. But once they hit that next level, they're going to be in for a shock, because they just don't have that drive. And I'm seeing it all around me here, and I know that's what's going to happen. Hopefully, we're, knock on wood, that we're giving Reed at least some, life skills to have some motivation to go out there and do well. But sometimes the less privileged backgrounds, when you see kids pull off a 4.0, you just have to, applaud them and wow, they really are motivated to get it done. So they usually do well.
Right. Yeah, they didn't just go to an easy school, and it may or may not have been an easy school. Yeah. But I'm also glad that in some ways that there is less reliance on these standardized tests, because a test is a snapshot in time. It's like an EKG. It's what you're doing right now. And if you had no breakfast that day, if you had a poor night's sleep, I mean, that's one Saturday morning in your junior or senior year. And it's not a predictor of success. Yeah. So I think looking at GPA is a predictor of success. Do you have good study skills? Are you able to complete the work? So, and also too, some kids aren't good test takers. My kid wasn't a great test taker. She just psyched herself out and got anxious about it. But that doesn't mean that she would be a poor student. I mean, maybe she was, but I think there are just too many factors that go into these standardized tests. So, and even though a lot of admissions committees or school counselors say it is one factor in decisions, I mean, let's be real. Admissions committees, those people are human too. And sometimes it's just easier to look at a test score and, so anyway, off my soapbox.
And, I think it would be interesting and informative to have Craig Thomas come on and talk. Maybe tomorrow we can drag him in here, because he freely admits over and over again he was a terrible student. Um, and he talks about it all the time, even in optometry school. He just didn't have the motivation back when he was younger. But in the end, it didn't matter because he found the motivation within himself and the drive to actually keep learning after he graduated from school. So I find this to be a fascinating thing where he was good enough to
Well, he
make it through,
also
but once he
he
got
got the
out, he became very motivated.
he got the word on getting being accepted to University of Houston College of Optometry, I think just days before the semester started.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he essentially had to drop everything and recalibrate his life because he didn't think that he was going to school that year. And lo and behold, he did. So, yeah, kudos to him. It's very interesting to hear people's stories and what mattered to them and how you define yourself
So
later in life and what
yeah,
happened.
yeah. I mean, it's an interesting story. And by the way, one other thing that I think is going to happen, whether or not fogies like us, all of us, want it to, and I personally think it's a good thing. I have a feeling that there's going to be some sort of a very large stimulus coming in the next year or two where state colleges are going to be free to attend. I honestly see this happening because it's going to be a disaster if it doesn't. So there's either going to be some sort of tuition forgiveness for people, and going forward, I see a lot of state schools being very cheap, just like the old days, or
Yep.
free.
I think that the election depends on that, and we know who would probably promote that. The other aspects is where does that money come from, and it would have to come from some sort of taxes.
Sure, but I just think what you're going to see now is this demographic lump of young people who are not going to take it anymore, right? As the older people are sunsetting at this point, and the younger generation's been given a pretty raw deal. I think what you're going to see them is start to claw back stuff. So the big question is going to be, where is that going to leave graduate schools, right? Where is that going to leave the private universities? Where is that going to leave a lot of optometry schools, right? Because there are still some public ones, right? SUNY's still there, Berkeley, and so forth. But what about these private ones where someone can come out with $300,000 in debt? What's going to happen there?
I don't know. It's interesting for sure. And I think it's high time to do something about the cost of higher education. And I also think that there's a bit of a swing now in response to high tuition costs to the need for other professions, other trades, such as electricians and plumbers and folks like that are skilled trades that you don't need to go to college for. So you can go take a 12 or 24 month course in insert whatever trade here, carpentry, and then a few years out of high school be pulling down some good money and not have this huge crippling debt following you for the rest of your life.
Yep.
It goes even further than that, Gretchen. Even subjects like IT, what Adam learned, look at Bill Gates, look at Steve Jobs. I mean, not everybody's Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, but they didn't have a college education, at least not a full one. Brilliant people, but other people can learn these skills outside the purview of university and go right into the field out of high school. If you're motivated, and you could take certain courses. So those are the jobs of the future, and I don't know if a college education is necessary for those.
But I think Steve. But Steve, there's going to be a great reset here. Like, I'm not that old. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not that old. But when I went to college, it was $1,000 a semester at SUNY State School, right? We have to get back to that, right? There needs to be that sort of path. The fact that that's gone away is it's scandalous. Right? I mean, because I look back on my college days, yeah, the school wasn't pretty, per se. It actually looked like a prison. But, the books were the same. The faculty was good. I learned everything I had to. And I just hope that we start, moving back to that sort of a model where, make it affordable and make it useful.
Yep. But what happens again to the private schools, and they'd have to either sink or swim. They have to do something to their tuitions and fees, or else you can only get the very rich people going there. It'll be like a prep school because of the Harvards and the Yales, but even the small private schools that we don't know the names of.
Yeah.
We'll see. And the same thing at optometry school. There were a couple of schools that were going to open. One, I believe, Andy Bazzelli was going to open a school in, I believe, Tennessee. and it was going to be an only online school except for certain things you'd go for in modules. Now he stopped the whole process because of COVID, but that school probably will come to being in the next couple of years. So that's how he was going to do it, save money by having remote education before COVID. It had nothing to do with it, and have modules and people come in for certain clinical aspects or go to a local hospital, etc. So that was his paradigm.
And it seems that these private schools, in optometry at least, are for-profit schools that are run by either osteopathic medical people in some schools, and this newest one that they were considering opening in Utah, I believe, it's physical therapists. 2 physical therapists have started a medical school, in quotes, a health science school. And so it's going to be for optometry as well. And that's the shame, that the American Optometric Association will approve these schools when these schools are not controlled by optometry. They're controlled by outside people.
Paul, AOA doesn't approve these schools. And
AOA has to approve them. The association, I have the exact name here, I keep forgetting it. The AOA has a committee that has to approve a school, and they make it just very, very easy to get in, and it would be really up to the AOA to make the standards higher. For example, optometry students don't get nearly enough clinical experience. They want to become the primary care people. Many optometrists don't get to see the bodies that you need to see for pathology. Many of them come out undereducated, and you have to have enough clinical hours, and these schools just don't have the patient load to take care of that. So I think that's necessary.
Yeah.
And then that's up to the AOA and their committee on education should make this.
Well,
it's called the Accreditation Council on Optometric Education.
But this is going to be a self-limiting problem, I think, because if you do start getting lower cost alternatives at state schools, you're going to have to be out of your mind to rack up $300,000 in debt to go to a private school, right? Or independently wealthy, one or the other. I just feel like that.
But you have to be able to get in. That's the point. You have to have the grades to get into these schools. When I went during my years, education was free in New York City. You could go to a city university, City College, Hunter College. All these schools were not only free, but the books were free. It was like being in high school.
Yep.
However, to get into the schools, you had to have an average grade of over 85%.
That's correct.
So
Queens College was 88, which is a good student.
Yep.
Yeah, so you had to be a good student to get in there, and then open enrollment happened. That was the big thing that happened. That everybody could get into schools. You didn't need the 88, and some of these kids couldn't read, so you had to tutor the kids in advance of getting into these schools, and then these standards started dropping. So that would have to change as well. So yeah, Steve, you remember the city schools. Did you go to a city school? Did you? I
went to SUNY Stony Brook, which was the same thing. I actually didn't pay anything also because the school was relatively inexpensive, and they had something called the Regent Scholarship. You took a test at the end of the year.
Yeah, the scholarships. Yep, exactly.
And I got that. That paid for the whole school. I paid for nothing, including room and board. Nothing. For now, that SUNY education probably costs $30,000.
Yeah, it's close. I was looking at Binghamton's because I was curious, and yeah, I mean, but again, I'm younger than you guys, right? I went to school in the 80s and 90s, and still, I paid $1,000 a semester or something ridiculous, and the Regent scholarship was $500, so it was not free, but it was close to it. And I think over these last 30 years, higher ed has really lost its way, and I think I'm gonna assume that as the older folks die out and the younger people who are tired of having a raw deal, they're going to change this, right? There will be this low-cost state education again. I'm almost certain of it.
even SUNY optometry, which I graduated from in 80, 81, that was $6,000 a year. I mean, we didn't have to take out a loan. We paid for it with our wedding, myself and my wife, at least.
Right.
She paid for it. So, I mean, that was not that long ago. $6,000 a year, $24,000 for the whole education. And then you could take work study. I worked for Jerry Sherman. That paid for probably, a third of it.
Yep. And it's
So it
funny
was,
too. I think preferences are changing now as well for parents. Like we tell Reed this all the time. If he's a bad student, we're not going to pay for him to go to a private college that's super expensive. We're just not. If he's a bad student and wants to go to college, go to a community college, right? Go the lower cost route, and then if you actually show that you're motivated, transfer over somewhere else. So I think the idea of people paying insane amounts for tuition at private colleges is coming to an end, because people are seeing just what a terrible investment it is.
Adam, I want to point out that going the community college route to lower college costs is a good idea, even for good students.
Sure.
Not just for students. That community colleges are designed to have their credits transfer, and many of them have arrangements with local four-year universities to make that transition almost seamless. And it's not a bad idea. And in some ways, Alex says she wishes she had done that. She came out with some undergrad debt, and I wanted her to have skin in the game, and she chose where she wanted to go to school. And it was a private university, and we were fortunate enough to be able to send her. But she also went to very small schools her entire life, and being thrown into, say, a Penn State situation with 50,000 students was just not going to cut it for her. And it's an easy way for students to get lost. But everybody has individual needs, and that's why it's good that there's choice. But anyway, I just wanted to take issue with your comment that community colleges aren't just for students. They're good options for anybody who wants to.
My wife is a faculty member at our community college here, so yes. And in fact, someone here at Portland Community College actually transferred to Yale, I guess last year or 2 years ago. So, there are those pathways for people. But I guess my point was, there was this expectation, I think, Gretchen, of our generation, right? Because I think we're about the same age, where you will go to college, and you will go to the best college that you can. And what you saw was a lot of private universities were incredibly expensive, but people just sort of turned a blind eye to it, right? It was
a prestige thing. You wanted a school with a name.
Yep.
There's another aspect also, Gretchen, and that's the reason you go to college. You go to college for an education, number one, but number 1A, you might want to go to college for the college experience, which you don't get at a community college, obviously. You don't get that living there. You don't get the rah-rah football every Saturday afternoon. You don't grow up away from your parents, when some people consider community colleges as a continuation almost of high school, there is some, a little bit more freedom there. And some kids actually need that separation from their parents to finally, sink or swim on their own. I know my two daughters both really had the experience, and again, I could afford it. And it wasn't that expensive because it was a little while ago. But there's a whole other thing of being a freshman and a sophomore and bonding and et cetera, that you make friends for life that you have trouble doing when you go in your junior year to a regular college. You have to go into community college. Everybody's set in their ways, so it's there's that whole other aspect. I don't know if it's worth $70,000 a year, by the way, but it's just something to add to the conversation.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But for a lot of kids who might be first-generation college students, they can't afford to do that.
You want to hear a sexist thing?
Oh, God.
In my era, people here, you ready for this?
Oh, God.
People went to, the women went to college, and the degree they were looking for was an MRS degree. So you sent your daughter to a college where there was a good chance they were going to meet someone of means to marry. And that was the main goal, not necessarily the career. So there you are.
Well, thank you, Grover. And instead of marrying a doctor or a lawyer, a young woman can be a doctor or a lawyer.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
And my daughter did both.
There you go.
She married when she began with, and they're both pain in the necks. Imagine talking to two lawyers at a Thanksgiving table. To get it even worse, Paul, in terms of the sexism, what they had in New York City, when you went into high school in New York City, you had a choice of taking a general course, a commercial course, or an academic course. Academic was to go to college. General was because you were stupid, something like that. And commercial, which my two sisters took, even though they became successful in other ways, was a course where you learned stenography, typing, etc. And is that sexist or not? Because it was probably 99% girls in that. But that's how the course was arrayed in those days, to ferret girls into the administrative secretarial end rather than being in the academic end. Now it doesn't exist. Do you recall that, Paul?
Yeah, well, I'll go one step further. When I went to high school, there were trade schools. You could go to a school where you could be college bound, but then you could go to schools where you, in quotes, were good with your hands. And that's where you learn to be a plumber or an electrician. And these were trade schools that when you graduated from this school, then you went into one of the unions and became one of the trades. So it was...
in my high school, so the trades, as you're calling it, that was VOTech for us, or vocational technical school. So you could do that. And Steve, my high school had the college prep course, which was more academic. We had business, which is what you called, I forget what you're,
commercial, yeah.
Commercial.
And then then there was general, which was, like you said, we called them the burnouts. The ones who are not very smart and who didn't do a whole lot. And you had a mix in some classes. You had a mix of kids from all the different tracks. But way to really slot a kid at that time. I had completely forgotten about that. So if you signed up for business or general because you had no clue when you were in ninth grade, in my high school, we started ninth grade in high school. I mean, forget it. You're already behind because you needed X number of credits of this, that, or the other.
Sure.
And if you decided in your junior year you wanted to go to college, well, forget it. You were already labeled back when you were 14, which is wrong.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, that's changed at least. So at least there's more flexibility now. But there could be some considerations, or maybe the whole college system has to change, where the colleges are just junior and senior year, and everything else is on the lower level, free community college level, where you get the I forget the degree, AA degree.
Yeah, it's an associate degree. Yeah, and I mean the education. What's funny is the education that you get for those gen ed classes is about the same everywhere, right? Because at least, especially at the larger universities, you're not getting a professor actually teaching a lot of this stuff, right? You're getting, undergraduate TAs and things like that. So, so I agree with you. Things do need to change. So, anyway, we've gone forward. Yep.
Let's also point out that a lot of community colleges work very closely with local high schools for what's called now dual enrollment.
Right.
For kids who need a bit of differentiation, that there are high school kids who can take classes at their local community college because they've tested out of classes, or they need a bigger challenge, or they've gotten so many credits and insert whatever. And so with AP classes and full enrollment, there are kids who graduate high school and are considered credit-wise sophomores or juniors in college because they've racked up so many credits already to take with them wherever they need to go.
Yep, and then of course you get into the complicated part of optometric education, and the whole issue of an associate's degree that opticians get, and the opticians that go to a community college have a very similar number of years that optometrists used to have before 1950. So the question comes up, can you have a refracting optician getting out of school after 2 years, having the same responsibilities that the optometrist had before all the medical parts came into the picture in the 60s and 70s?
It's even more diverse
change
than
the
that.
whole focus. I'm sorry?
So it's more diverse than that, because some states, many states, in fact most, don't require opticians to do anything to be an optician except take a state examination, or not nothing. And by virtue of just walking in a room, you're an optician. Is Pennsylvania one of those states, Gretchen?
No, I don't think so, but I can't remember. And that's just illustrative of how things are different from state to state for opticianry. And I mean, we don't even want to open the can of worms of optometry. And I long think that needs to change. I mean, I get how states need to make their own rules, but just by virtue of how this pandemic has shaken out, sometimes that doesn't work so well.
Yep. But you're right, Paul. It's I mean, there's some patients just want a refraction, and some patients want an eye examination, and they're not educated into what you could find in an eye examination. I don't think the AOA has done a tremendous job over the years. It's been the constant struggle for way before I went to school, even. And still, when you ask the general public what an optometrist does, many more than 50% don't have the right definition or know that they can treat eye disease.
Yep.
And this is so far after it should be analyzed. Meanwhile, taking it on the other end, the president's doctor is, guess what? The one who was out in front of
I started a topic on ODwire just on that very topic, hoping I could stir the pot to ask about DOs. And DOs and RDOs equal to MDs.
Oh, boy.
Well, the point is they rose themselves up to that level. Obviously, they were able to do it.
Yeah, but the reality is many optometrists could get into medical school if they wanted to, but they chose optometry because of lifestyle. But they had the grades to get into medical school. Dentists maybe half wanted to be MDs, but they couldn't get in. But DOs, for the vast majority of the patient cases, wanted to be MDs to start with, but they couldn't get into a decent medical school. And they chose the DO route to be a physician without getting an MD degree.
Correct. And they suffer because they can't get the good residencies. So they're general practitioners. Most DOs are in general medicine, which is fine, and they do a great job, and they're very well trained. But the reality is, a DO isn't an MD.
I cannot. I have to keep my mouth shut about this. I don't want to make any enemies anywhere.
What do you think, Gretchen?
I don't know what Adam's thoughts are, but Adam and I think alike on so many things. I would bet we would agree. Paul, I think you're making a hell of a lot of sweeping generalizations there, and just like you would say on your thread, you have numbers to back that up. You don't have to dig them up. You don't have to tell me. I am just I'm throwing down the penalty flag and saying we need to review, because I think we're making a lot of generalizations. And actually, I like DOs because they're more holistic. They think about things a little differently. That's how they're trained. A lot of MDs are not everyone. And also, too, I don't know. I don't know that I would say that most DOs wanted to go to medical school. Some, sure. So anyway, I think
how many MDs want to go to DO school, though? But we will agree that if somebody graduated from Guadalajara Medical School, they're less likely to be academically superior than if they graduated from Harvard Medical School.
So I have actually worked with some MDs who went to the schools in the islands, you know, the ones that you always hear about. And
Grenada?
Grenada, which is the biggest one.
Grenada, sure.
And I worked with some of them, and you know, you'd be surprised. Clinically, many of them were very good. And, you know, you wouldn't know where they got their degree from unless you asked. So I think it really just is a matter of motivation and training as well. Now, obviously, some people, you know, are completely incompetent, but you could find that anywhere.
Exactly. Competent Yale graduate.
Yeah. So I mean, there's, you know, you could look at averages, and on average, is this person going to be better if they came out of Harvard? Yeah, probably. But looking at the individual, I think, is what you need to do on a case-by-case basis, because I've worked with a lot of people from schools that many would consider lesser, especially when I was in the Detroit area, right? I mean, Detroit is a world unto itself, and with the medical system there, we had a lot of foreign graduates, and many of them were incredibly well trained. So I wouldn't
Yep.
I would say making generalizations is probably a bad idea.
Well,
Okay, now we solved
Okay.
half the world's crises.
It's always interesting when the four of us talk about a topic that we have. Sometimes I want to smack Steve and Paul and say, dudes, would you get out of 1950? But you also
Good.
historical information, and I like how that works. And I have a delivery here. Hang on, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Hey,
Gretchen has to go get her Amazon package before a porch pirate gets it.
yeah. Do you have the app called Shop? It's great. When anything comes from Amazon or another site, they tell you it's coming. You get your phone ringing, and you know it's at your door, and you see your picture before you even get to the door.
Yep.
Okay, I got a present, and I'm betting it's from my husband because our anniversary is tomorrow.
Oh,
oh,
congratulations.
happy anniversary.
Thank
Any
you.
big
How
one?
It
many
is
years? How many years?
28.
Wow.
28.
Wow.
Oh, that's a big one. Okay.
20. You got married when you were 12? Wow.
I was quite the youngster. I got a lovely edible arrangement, one of those things that has flowers or fruit that looks like flowers.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. They're wonderful.
Pineapples that
And-
look like flowers.
I think there's something else in here. Let's see. I got, a box of caramels.
Mm.
Yeah, it's chocolate always mixed in. Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, the best thing is that he actually remembered that it was your anniversary, right? That's the critical
You know
step.
what? My husband is a very, very good gift giver. He remembers those dates. He's not, I don't want to say stereotypical man because people always make jokes about it. But, our daughter's birthday is on Wednesday, but I do want to point out that there were 4 years between the wedding and the child. We weren't married 3 days or the kid didn't come 3 days after the wedding. But yeah, he always remembers, and he gets me even better gifts than things that I ask for. So last night we flew in Joe's stone crab from Miami. So that was going to be tomorrow's dinner, but they didn't deliver on a Sunday. So we're going to do something else nice. We decided just to do food for anniversary this year. So anyway, I don't want to make it about me, but sorry to interrupt.
No. Happy anniversary. That's very nice.
You know what's
I didn't
happening,
know
Gretchen?
You can still get
Aside-
Joe's stone crab. You can still get it by mail if you order?
Yeah,
Oh, that's good
I
information.
yes, I'll tell you it ain't cheap, Paul, because they fly it over,
Yeah,
they send it
well.
overnight. But it was
If you're
good.
worth it. October is the most common time to get married now. It's surpassed June. I don't know why, but
That pisses me
Sure.
off because fall is my favorite season, and I picked it for that reason. And now it seems like everybody else did, and I don't like to be like everybody else. So yeah, when I got married, I thought it was still June, July, but apparently not. Anyway, I wanted to circle back to what I was trying to say before I got the knock on the door, which is even though I want to smack you and Paul, Steve now and again for being in the 1950s, I will say you bring great historical perspective, and it's always wonderful to have a rousing conversation. Even if all four of us don't always agree, we bring good points to the table, and it's always a great discussion, and I want to say thank you, and I appreciate that because look at what we just talked about with the Thomasry School.
Well,
higher edu-
for us old guys, to quote Mel Brooks, a 2,000-year-old man, when they asked him, "Did you know Joan of Arc?" He said, "No, I went with her." So,
and you get like 2.5 generations here because we're interspersed pretty easily.
so anyway,
So I think maybe it is time for a break. I had all this footage that I wanted to use. I had these webinars that we did. Do you think it might be time to show off Luno's webinar?
sure.
All right, so we did a webinar for them a few weeks back about setting up dry ice screening in your practice and using technology to do it efficiently. And maybe this would be a useful thing as people are, slowly starting to buy instruments again. I hope, knock wood. So this was a kind of a cool one, now that dry eye has become such a big thing, the tech that you can actually use in your office. So why don't we give this one a shot? It was with Patty Barkey, who actually runs a large dry eye practice. So this is about 45 minutes long. Maybe we could just check it out and then come back after a little break. Be back here around 11 o'clock Pacific time.
Okay,
2
so
o'clock Eastern
45
time.
minutes.
Yep, it's about 45 minutes, and
Okay,
reconvene
we've
there.
got to
And
tell Alexa that.
yeah, and we'll come back then, and we'll see how everything's doing with the conference. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
See you then.
See you then.
Hey everyone, welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for making it out tonight. And tonight's going to be a fun one. I think we've all had a lot of spare time over the last several months, with COVID and being at home and shutting the practice down and maybe getting restarted again. A lot of time to think about what it is that you've been doing, and maybe thinking about starting to change some processes in your office. And so tonight we're going to start to talk about dry eye screening and implementing some technology in your office that might make screening easier. We've been doing this for a long time now, I guess almost 20 years. And in the old days, dry eye was a problem that we dealt with mostly empirically, sometimes with drops. You couldn't do too much about it, but the diagnostic technology has made absolute leaps and bounds in the past couple of decades. And that's why I'm really excited about tonight's talk, because we're going to learn about some of this tech and how you can actually implement it in your practice to do dry eye screening. So with that said, why don't I introduce you to our speaker today. So today we have Patty Barkey, who's the director of the Dry Eye University. Now, Patty knows more about dry eye than just about anyone. And in their clinics, they have a protocol set up. And she's going to talk to you all about what they do and how it works and how you can sort of implement the same protocol and use the same technology to build your dry eye practice out. So Patty, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here this evening as a part of the presentation for Lanou Technology and the Visionix VX120 Plus Dry Eye. So when you're looking at standardizing your practice with dry eye screening, let's think about, some of us have already put dry eye into our practice. Some people are just thinking about adding dry eye care to their practice. And the biggest thing I think along the way that I've learned is that you got to have a standard of care. And in that standard of care is the diagnostic component to help identify, and also you want things that you can identify and also use as education for your patients. Dry eye is one of those areas where the more education you provide to your patient, because there hasn't been any out there in the past for them, the more images you can show them, the more tools you can use, and not just pictures, pictures of them, but not pictures just in a book, because when they look at pictures of someone else, it's harder for them to relate that to themselves. When they actually see images of their eyes, it helps them buy in, and it comes a long way in the closure of certain therapies and treatments that you might want to add to your particular practice. So let's get going a little bit on this. The agenda this evening, we want to, I'm going to introduce a little bit in tonight's program, this technology that Adam was mentioning to you. Dry eye can be, it can be expensive. When we look at Dry Eye University, and we've had people from all over the world attend our Dry Eye University programs, and on average, we have anywhere from 28 to 30 vendors at each program. And in the program is all the diagnostics and the tools and the things you need, and we talk about them. This particular technology for the right physician place and space can bring in about 4 to 5 different pieces of equipment into one. So that makes it great when you're trying to bring in a new, a new technology into your practice for a new disease treatment, that you need a great return on investment, but you need to create efficiency, and you also need to create protocols and keep them compact so that you can teach your staff and educate your patients. So we're going to talk about that tonight. I'm going to share with you some of what I've learned about dry eye patients, a little bit about how they function mentally and how you capture them, and how the flow and efficiency works within the practice when you add them to your daily schedule. We can discuss the new modernized approach to practice management using this technology. an in-depth approach to dry eye screening, looking at what the machine offers for you, and then how you can start addressing ocular surface disease. So, we'll talk a little bit of how you can address ocular surface disease. And this is, a point of which I want to say, you'll hear me say dry eye disease a lot. At Dry Eye University, that's one of the things I kind of put an emphasis on with practices and staff, and from a patient perspective. I think a lot of the physicians like to use the words ocular surface disease, but for patients that sounds so foreign to them. So if you use dry eye disease, I think they can relate to that. And specifically using the word disease, patients start to understand that a disease process, this is something that you can't cure. You're going to be in it together with the patient. It takes a team to help control their comfort and get it under control and control the disease process. And they can relate to that, like they relate to diabetes or they relate to ocular hypertension. So that's why you'll hear me say dry eye disease a lot, because that's really one of my favorites to term and practice with the patients. A little bit about me. CEO at Bowden Eye and Associates. Dr. Bowden and I have worked together about 22 years now. I say if I'd met him earlier, I could teach him how to run on time. He likes to run behind. I am the implementer and the bringer of new things to the practice, and I love to create efficiencies. And that's why this equipment is so exciting to me, because anywhere we can create efficiencies, especially with today's constant cuts and reimbursements that we're experiencing. I know next year we're looking at anywhere from a 9 to 11%. I saw a thing today where some exam codes were cut about 13% for next year. There were some that were increased, but the majority of the cuts are across the board. So that's kind of my role at Bowden Eye, and I have a staff right now around 80 something. I've been as high as 90 something. We're lower right now. Director of Dry Eye University and Dry Eye Access. I was the creator of Dry Eye University. I had so many practices visiting us early on, trying to figure out how to implement some of the new technologies that, I decided, let's start a program where people can learn and more people could learn at one time. So that's where Dry Eye University came about. We've had 17 different programs. The last was in Colorado earlier this year. We usually have 3 a year, but this year we've only had 1 because of COVID. And we'll probably have our next one in February of next year. So that's been fun along the way, because as it was created, so many things have changed. Processes, standards of care, there's been new technologies like crazy. You all look at journals, and every journal you touch has an article about dry eye or ocular surface disease or diagnostics or new procedures that are out there. We're seeing a lot of heavy competition right now in some of the diagnostic areas, as well as MGD treatments. You're seeing, really jockeying for space out there. So that's been a fun part. Dry Eye Access is a web-based educational tool to help practices grow dry eye and educate their staff in the practice. I'm the VP right now of the American Society of Ophthalmic Administrators and the Administrative Program Chair for Hawaiian Eye. I've been in ophthalmology now for 41 years, and I have literally worked, I think, every job in the practice, from scrub tech to technician to insurance and billing to optician. I think I've done everything but be the physician. And so I tend to have a wealth of knowledge in all these different areas. And that's what helps me really work on efficiency and integration for our staff, because I've done those jobs and I understand where their frustrations come from. Right now with EMR and MIPS and all the things we have together, it just takes so much time, and we need to put patients through efficiently, but also create such a great experience for these patients, so that they want to come back and they want to send the rest of their family to us. Dry eye can make up about 70% of the patients that walk through your door. And, that's an important thing to keep in mind as we're thinking through the process of this equipment tonight. Because if 70% of your patients are walking through the door and you have things to offer to them that no one else has ever been able to offer before, and you can capture those technologies or those treatments or, whatever it is you decide to put into place, think of the revenue and the return on investment you can get. Plus, that patient experience will drive more patients to your office. The things we know about dry eye is that You know, not every practice is offering dry eye care. And if you're the one in your area that decides to really embrace it, patients appreciate it so much. When we first added it to our practice, I called it the beast. And the beast would just, it grew and grew and grew. Those patients multiplied every day. And I encourage people to start out, you know, really taking care of the patients in their office before they advertise and put it out on the street. Get your processes organized, get your processes efficient. And then once you get those things in place using your technologies and you're tried and true with it, then you can start advertising and bringing in more patients to the process. So ocular surface disease is, you know, the symptoms, there's ocular surface disease symptoms, and, you know, patients talk about signs and symptoms. You hear the drug companies talk about signs and symptoms. And the thing about this is being able to use a tool to screen as well. Patients, many of them are asymptomatic when you start dealing with dry eye. And this is an important thing because if you can screen and you can have findings from the signs that the equipment will pick up, and you can educate using those signs and show them to patients on their eyes, you're going to be a hero along the way because you have the opportunity to stop the progression of the disease, and maybe even stop the patient from getting to the point where they're very symptomatic. I always wonder why when I hear providers say, well, the patient's not symptomatic at all, so I'm not going to start anything right now. We'll see them back next year. So in theory, what we're saying is we're going to see the patient back, and when they're really struggling, then we're going to take care of them. But why wouldn't we try to prevent that from happening for them? To develop the Dry Eye University program, we looked at those things. We looked at, you know, we had to research ways to provide enhanced patient care. How could we fit dry eye into our already busy schedules? And I hear this a lot from other providers. I'm so busy, I don't have time to add anything new to my practice. I don't have time to hold hands of these patients. And, you know, we categorize these patients as mild, moderate, and severe. The mild patients, you know, many of them are asymptomatic. Those actually require more hand holding than your moderate or severe patients, because the moderate or severe patients have something to measure as far as if they're getting better or not. So we were looking for ways to enhance that patient care. We looked at, you know, how could dry eye screening lead to capturing, and how could it improve and increase revenue? So think about it. If you're able to care for these patients, get that ocular surface under control, and you're working on a referral network where you're referring patients to surgeons, one of the big things here is that, you know, we're constantly, because we're a practice that has MDs and ODs in our practice, and our ODs may do exams and send the patient over to the surgeon for cataract surgery. And even though everybody in my practice treats dry eye, the surgeons want to receive that patient with the ocular surface under control so that they can proceed to A-scan measurements and whatever they need to be able to, especially if they're doing refractive cataract surgery, to be able to proceed with the surgery. The last thing they want to do is say, you know, I know you came today getting ready for cataract surgery, but we need to put you off while we get this ocular surface under control. So you can be somewhat of a hero when your surgeons really start to receive these patients and they're already taken care of. So we looked at those things. We looked at embracing the new technologies that came along the way, and it led to us to create, you know, kind of a national recognition for our program. And my big emphasis when developing the program was standard of care. And I think you have to have a standard of care. You just can't willy-nilly, you know, try this, try that. Really understand what's tried and true. Really understand what diagnostics you can use to help identify these patients. And then once you identify the patients, base your treatments and your offerings to the patient on what you have identified, and be tried and true to that for every patient that you see, without picking or choosing or judging the patient based on whether you think they can afford the new technologies or not. And then the development of Dry Eye University came along to share this knowledge that we had put together and help other practices grow and be able to take care of patients. And that's where technology like this came into play. One of the things we talked about along the way was, if all you, this is a Bowdenism, I call him, my big guy, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And we talk about this often, but, you know, between us and the tools we have and what we're putting into place, If all you have is a slit lamp, then all you have is a slit lamp to use to try to identify everything that comes through the door. If you have a slit lamp and you have something that can measure meniscus height, now you have two different tools and you can start talking about two different things, and everything's just not a nail that you're looking at. So this is an important concept. When you think about what you have to have, you need certain things to be able, and you need to be able to identify certain things to be able to properly take care of these patients. We'll talk a little bit more about what would work with this technology, what else you might add to be able to be almost complete, to be able to really identify and set up your diagnostics for these types of patients. So that's where we started going out, and after we developed Dry University, we really started looking at helping the other MD practices and OD practices. And Dry University is a mixture of ODs and MDs. And it's really fun to watch them all come together, and they're all learning something new for the first time, or they're trying to grow their practices. And with the exception of scope of license, most things in dry eye can be done by either MD or OD until you get to more of a surgical area where your state license may not allow you to do that. So when we look at this Visionics, the VX120, when I first heard about this, I thought, what is this? And I've got to see this. And, when it was first introduced to me, I said, well, can we get this to try in our practice? And at first they were like, well, what? And I really wanted to be able to try it and put it in place and see what could happen. Because remember, I have everything. I had the first tier science system, well, the fourth tier science system in the state of Florida, 9th in the nation. So we've had ours so long that we had every tool there. We've added every tool along the way. And suddenly I'm being shown something that was encompassing a lot of tools into one specific box that had such a small footprint and was so efficient that it was kind of hard to fathom that this could even take place. When we showed this to our providers at a provider meeting, I think Melissa was who, she actually did we piped in like a webinar and showed it to them. When we hung up the phone, they were like, well, we could go out and do eye exams like in shopping centers in place with this. It just felt like there was so much capability within one box. So let's look at it a little bit. Here you can see the image of it on the screen. The footprint, it's a small footprint. Notice the image display that can be used to educate the patient, so the images show up on the screen. And that education is such a critical key to capturing these patients. How does it apply to me? Show me what my eyes look like. My refractive coordinator in our practice, because we do refractive surgery, she was so in love with this, because while I had all these other technologies around, what would happen with her is she would have to go room to room to room to use the different tools within our practice. So, her exact quote she gave to me is, she said, the VX120 is great for quick data gathering. It's very user-friendly. I could get an auto-refraction, a corneal topography, pack imagery, and an IOP check all within minutes per eye. It is literally like a robot tech of the future. I love using it for my refractive screenings to get a quick snapshot summary of patients and to guide them into the best refractive options for them based upon refractive error, CT appearance, and the packs. I love being able to get all of these data points with one machine instead of bouncing the patient from room to room. I can pull up the data on the desktop and click through each piece of data for the patient to see as we chat. And then, not to mention, I can get the dry eye pieces, because she's a refractive coordinator. She kind of has to throw her dry eye counseling on to the end of the refractive screening process. So she could now get all of this within one room without bothering the clinic or going into their areas of diagnostics. So, it has all of this plus non-invasive tear breakup time, anterior ocular photography, tear meniscus height measurements. There's just so much. So she was super excited about this to have it in our practice. This is an image. It can take up to the place of 4 different devices in the pretest room, provides all data within 90 seconds. One instrument with the anterior segment analysis uses wavefront technology. What was really interesting about this, and what our staff loved as well, is we did as young as a 4-year-old on this piece of equipment. Now, I know not all 4-year-olds would let you do that, but we were able to because of its quickness. If you could explain, I mean, you know, yes, it might take a little bit longer to explain it, but if you can gather all of this fast in one chair with a child, it certainly is foolproof at that point, because we can think of how long those exams can take us for children. The learning curve for technicians is so simple. They're learning one device instead of 4 devices. The patient sits at one device instead of moving. One of my diagnostic rooms, I have one of those tables where a patient sits and the table wheels around. You know, they get all these different pieces of equipment, or they're moving chair to chair. So in this particular case, they sit in one chair. And it's really helpful too if you position it the right way for patients for wheelchairs, because it's a slit lamp like, you know, device, so it can do all of this. It really saves from moving that patient all around. So this is a preview of the anterior segment summary screen on the VX120 Plus Dry Eye. This is what that summary screen looks like for you on your screen right here. The patient experience is so enhanced. This right here, if we look at this, this shows you the anterior corneal topography screen. So this is what that portion looks like. Then we also have higher order aberration screen to look at. And there you see that. It's amazing, amazing technology that this equipment can get all of these different things with one sitting for the patient. Here's the VX120 Plus Dry Eye Care Provider Review, showing you a lot of different things on one screen here. So here's an example of, you know, you got your provider, or I guess this could be a technician as well, you know, looking at screens and educating the patient. Look at all of these images, the red eye images. It measures the red eyes. It just looks at so many different things for the patients that help the patient understand, oh my, that is my eye on that screen. The doctor instantly receives the data, because once you do this, they do an EMR integration into your EMR, so it can immediately come up on your desktop wherever you need it to see it. The patient can view the color images and be engaged in their own care, easily integrate disease state management into patient workflow, which is what we're after right here. Create more touch points to engage the patient, quick return appointments. So if you wanted to bring the patient back for a quick follow-up and you wanted to look at something specific where you could have the technician gain that image and get all of that. And, you know, almost in our office, we have like what we call a dry eye follow-up screen, or dry eye follow-up schedule. And on that particular schedule, we have things where the technician's just gathering an osmolarity or an inflammatory or a LipiView or a meniscus height or something like this, so that they can gather the information interim for the doctor to see back in the next visit. Because sometimes those interim visits, along with a speed form, we use a lot of speed, which is the standard patient evaluation of eye dryness. These things together to create your diagnostics work really well. We also add for ours, you know, we're doing the Visionics, we're also doing osmolarity, inflammatory, and then we really want images of the meibomian glands. So with those specific things in place, you really could put all of this into one little counseling office, gather all this knowledge together, and then see the patient to review everything in the exam room and be ready to roll and make some treatment options, you know, for the patient. So let's look a little bit at the dry eye module and what it looks like. This particular image right here, you know, shows you that meniscus height, and you can see the way it measures, and it charts it off for you. Here are the VisiX, you know, the VisiX120 dry eye. So we've got tear breakup time, which is important. We have the tear meniscus volume, full color imaging, and the clinical grading scales, which you can see here, which are important. And that, you know, one of the things we did too is we developed a dry eye flow sheet in our office so we could keep these scores and images, the speed scores and certain things so we can look at the changes in them when we're seeing the patients in follow-up. So one of the things we know when you start treating dry eye patients and they start doing home care, when you see them back in follow-up, one of the first things they want to know is, you know, how am I better? Speed score can definitely tell you if you're better. Measurements can tell you if they're better. The redness can tell them. You know, there's just all of these different things when you show them the changes that can help them see that actually you are getting better. And of course, comfort is a big thing for them. So if you use a combination of tests to get to the root cause of the patient issues is what we're trying to do here. So if we put this into place, and again, as I said, we add speed, we add osmolarity and inflammatory, and then we add gland imaging. You've pretty much got your diagnostics right here to help you figure out what's going on with this particular patient. And, you know, aqueous deficiency, is it really severe blepharitis going on? Is it meibomian gland dysfunction going on? All of these things you can start to see where the patient sits and start creating that treatment plan of offering one of the treatment options available for them. Here's the dry eye summary screen that you would be able to see. Pretty interesting. It's got, you know, the limbal redness, conjunctival redness, blepharitis. All of these measurement scales are here for the patient, for you. Meibomian gland dysfunction. You can see the patient's eyes. You're storing all of this data, which is extra cool to be able to look at and go back later. Here's the meniscus height, the tear meniscus height and the measurements. So as previously discussed, you know, what are the practical benefits of adding this type of equipment to take care of dry eye patients within your office? So, you know, as previously discussed, you've got the obviously small footprint. Many of us, if we've been in practices for a while, we don't, you know, how do we add on space? We can't expand square footage wise, so we have to learn how to make the most out of every piece of square foot we have. And, you know, there's some measurements out there where people actually calculate the reimbursement per square footage in their practice. So when you look at something like this, being able to add it, you know, what would be the enhanced revenue stream that would come in? Well, we all know that when we do screenings and we then use education from those screenings for patient, that's where the capture comes into place. If you're just using a speed when the patient comes in, or you're just doing osmolarity and you tell them a score, that's great, and that score helps you. But if they can't see for themselves what's going on to be able to capture and close, maybe for a LipiFlow or for an iLux or say a tear care, any of those specific treatments, you know, you've just got to have data to show them. So the small footprint's more bang for your buck with all of these tools in that one specific box. To my knowledge, and I mean, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, and I've been around now for 40 some years, I don't know of any other single device that has this much to offer for the value that they have on it. The quickness, the efficiency with ease of training, and we've all got the staff issues, and I don't know about you, but right now with COVID, my staffing issues are harder than normal, between people being out with possible exposure and having to train somebody new, or people deciding they don't want to work, or they want to get something where they can work from home, because that's big to do right now. You want something that you can train your staff on quickly and easily and help them understand so that they can help you. And that's the one thing with dry eye. You as a provider cannot do all of the dry eye diagnostics, all of the dry eye gathering of information yourself. If so, it'll take you longer to do these exams. So with a piece of equipment like this, a quick speed score from the technician, a quick osmolarity, a quick inflammatory to see if we have any inflammation, you walk into the room and you've got all the data you need to go ahead and, you know, offer treatment options, offer prescriptions, offer products. You know, you might be offering products. You might be offering a BlephX to the patient because you can see the blepharitis going on. All of these things, and even your staff could offer at that point. You can create these trigger points where if they see the blepharitis and the grading of the blepharitis, that they turn around and say, hey, you know, this right here, Dr. Smith may want to offer this for you. Would that be something you'd be interested in? And you can easily add a couple of hundred with that particular patient in one day doing a blepharitis treatment before the patient leaves the office, and it takes minutes to do that if you have your staff ready to roll and you're quick and you're efficient. If you aren't handling dry eye care right now, I don't know of an easier way for you to actually get started in it than to use something like this and add it to your arsenal. So, it's ideal for eye care providers to get started. And that was one of my things. When I looked at this, I looked at all the practices we've helped over the years and all the things we have, and we have satellite offices as well. And one of the things I see that is the most fascinating about this is that it's ideal for eye care providers to get started with dry eye disease. It is, you don't have to go out and buy 5 different boxes. You don't have to have a huge square footage to do it. You can put all of this in one, small footprint and be able to jumpstart this and get moving right away. The practice benefits, obviously, you could be able to market this a little, advertise it a little bit. We were talking earlier, you always want to educate your referral network. If you have somebody referring to you, maybe primary care providers, and now they know you're taking care of dry eye, what would be great is to send them, a letter, show them some of the images and the things that are provided and the things you can provide for them for their medical record for patients, and really wow them so that they'll want to send patients over specifically for dry eye. Lots of patients go into primary care offices with dry eye complaints too. They have allergies, they have dry eyes, maybe they have Sjogren's, maybe they have, other disorders going on where those eyes are really affected, and the patients need somewhere to go. They're looking for somewhere to go. So lots of practice benefits, lots of patient benefits. Patients are more satisfied if they feel like they're listened to and they feel like they're offered a solution for what they came for. So many times the patients come into our offices and we're offering them contact lenses or glasses, or in the MD case, they're offering cataract surgery. And you can go and you can look at the chief complaint in that chart, and the patient's like, my eyes are irritated, my eyes are dry. And the number one chief complaint that I always emphasize is fluctuating vision. And when a patient has fluctuating vision, it is always the ocular surface doing that. It's not their cataract, it's the ocular surface. And if we can get the ocular surface under control where it's not fluctuating, many times you can hold off on cataract surgery for a while. Because what's going to happen after they have cataract surgery, the patient's still going to have fluctuating vision because the surface is still going to be messed up. And not for anything, but the medications that the doctors give the patients when they're having surgery, are somewhat toxic to that surface and can affect the surface as well. So treating the ocular surface prior to cataract surgery or anterior segment surgery can make any eye care provider look like a genius. I've seen this particular quote show up in a lot of different places. Dr. Bowden originated this quote, but I know several other doctors that are using it and saying they did. But this is the way we looked at it. We looked at, how much hand-holding were we doing after cataract surgery or after refractive surgery for patients? How many times were we explaining to a patient, no, you had a great result from cataract surgery, you had a great result from your LASIK. What's really bothering you right now is your dry eye. And the patient would look at us like, well, I didn't have dry eye before I had the surgery, but indeed they did. We just didn't fully detect it. We didn't fully tell them that they had it. Now we've enhanced it and made it where it's obvious to them and they're frustrated. So if we treat them beforehand, we tell them beforehand, we give them options. Not all of them will go for the treatment. We give them options and we tell them, this is what's going on and you're going to notice this more afterwards. Then you can kind of, be a genius because you have told them about the problems they have. How is it possible for practices to really jump into this and get going? I can tell you that I've helped so many practices get started with dry eye, and there's nothing more fulfilling for that doctor or their manager or whoever to come back later and say, I don't even know what we were doing before. All of these patients have been coming, we're suddenly paying attention, back to that thing, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, we also use, if you don't take temperatures, you don't find fevers. But when you start treating dry eye and you start looking for it in a case like this, using a screening device to really find it, the treatment options are just going to go through the roof for you, and you're just going to increase that revenue stream. And what we're going to lose right now, or in 2021 with cuts again, this will easily replace that with more once you get this into place and get it going. So with that, Obviously you can schedule a virtual demonstration of this particular equipment, and they can make that happen for you. But also, are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask that maybe I can help you with? I may not, but I will certainly try.
All right. Well, thank you, Patty. Yeah, I'm certain we have questions out there. And in fact, if you have any questions, feel free to use the little Q&A box on the right side of your screen. You can pop that out again with a little orange arrow, and you can come and ask questions. The first question, of course, someone asked, is there any chance the recording will be available later? And the answer is absolutely. We'll be here. This video will be available on demand on ODwire if you don't see it later. So I guess just diving into some of the questions here, I guess I can try to go chronologically and ask some questions. So the first question is in terms of dry eye screening. Now, is this something that you do for every patient that walks through the door routinely as part of your pretest, or is this device something that only you give to people who maybe have already expressed that they're having dry eye symptoms?
It's an interesting thing. With this piece of equipment, you could do it with everyone because you're obtaining this data so quickly. Screenings are an interesting thing for me. I've done things where we only provide things for people who meet certain guidelines. The problem is because so many dry eye patients can be asymptomatic as well. And I think in a lot of optometry practices where you have contact lens patients coming and going, especially, so many of them, the number one reason for failure we know is the ocular surface. So if we can screen those patients ahead of time, and you can teach your technician to do this because they would be getting pressure at the same time. They would be getting all of the refraction, the auto refraction, and everything done at one time. So why not go ahead and shoot this into there, and that way you can use it to address it, and then close to get some of the treatment options or the things that add a lot of revenue to your bottom line. Now, I know I've worked with ODs as well that do screenings on certain things, and they have like a screening fee where we're going to screen this, this, and this, and they charge a technology fee or whatever to do those screenings. So I think there's a lot of different options you can do there.
Right. Question here. So the question is, does this replace a pachymeter? And actually, what you mentioned, it replaces 4 different instruments. What are the instruments that it can replace in your pretest area?
So you've got the autorefractor, you've got pachymetry, you've got corneal topography, you've got the meniscus height, you've got, let's see, what else we got? Retroillumination. There's, all of those different things. Let me look here. You got, it's got an eye tracking and measurement, remote viewing access, wavefront refraction, corneal topography, non-contact tonometry, pachymetry, posterior corneal elevation maps, and then of course what the dry eye module is offering you as well.
Wow. Okay, so it's a real Swiss Army knife.
Yes.
can
That's
do
why
a
my
lot.
docs were like, we could put this in the trunk and go to the mall.
Yeah, and speaking of that, actually, because that's another question in terms of ease of use, you put up a few pictures of the user interface for folks to look at. If you have techs in your office, are they pretty easy to train on the device, or does this require doctor intervention at any time?
No, we actually, I had a couple of my docs would use it, but my technicians used it most to get the data, gather the data, so that the docs could pull it up on the screen in the exam room and, help diagnose and help offer treatments for the patients. It's easy to train, and the company will come out and train. I'm assuming they do that for everyone. You'd have to check with them, but they also have videos, they have tutorials, but my staff embraced it super quickly. And like I said, I know of a 4-year-old that we put in front of this machine to test, and it was so easy to get all the data on him.
That's a good question, actually, because somebody asked that too. Are there any age limitations when you use the machine? So I guess, pretty young kids can use it.
I'm not sure what Lanu technology actually recommends, but like I said, we went as low as 4. We didn't try anybody younger, and we probably went as high as about 99 on our usage, because that's what our life looks like in our office. We have all different ages coming in, and we didn't find a limitation on it at all.
Sure. Oh, question here. This is actually a question that I had, so I'm glad somebody asked it because I went to the website and I couldn't figure it out. Do you know the difference between the 120 and the 120 plus models?
Well, yes, 120 plus and the 120. That might be a question for the company. I think the 120 might not have the posterior corneal elevation. I know the 120 plus dry eye has the dry eye module on it, but that would be a question I think to ask the representative. I'm not a salesman, so I wouldn't want to mislead you.
Question a person has here, how does this integrate with your EMR in your office? And I guess more to the point then, how does it integrate with the workflow that you have?
When they come in and they set it up, they helped integrate it into ours for us so we could pull it up. And it didn't seem to be a hard thing to do, and my staff didn't complain about it. So it was easily to get it to the workrooms. So the exam room, they could pull it up right there for the doctor to have it up on the screens.
Right. So as part of the actual setup, they handled that for you. They helped you
Yes, they
actually get
do.
the thing up and integrated. So that's
It's designed to be able to do that because you know, for flow and efficiency, what else could we possibly expect? We would have to have that to be efficient.
okay. Oh, I have an answer to the question about the 120 versus the 120 plus. So the official answer here is the VX120 plus dry eye has dry eye screening. The VX120 does not. So I guess
Right.
that's what plus means. So,
There we
yep.
go.
So thank you folks at Luno for helping us with that. Question here. Do you know offhand the range of the cost of each unit?
I am sorry, I do not have that information. I always encourage my physicians and staff that come to Dry Eye University to negotiate, negotiate, negotiate.
Always good advice. And
Yes.
a question here. Do you know anything about health insurance codes for the different exams that you may use with the VX120? Is this something that you ever deal with, or is that sort of
Yeah.
a back office thing?
Oh,
So,
no. Yeah, you know, there's multiple things within what you're doing with this technology that are billable to insurance. But you can also set up things that, you know, um, aren't and have a self-pay code for that or a self-pay fee for that as well. But when you look at pachymetry, if you're doing pachymetry, you can bill for pachymetry. I mean, that's covered. If you're billing for anterior segment photography of any sort, you know, like images, there are things you can bill for in that. I'm one that I tend to look at, you know, the lip scans and the lip views and the meibomian gland images as a non-covered service, but that's a great area out there, and I know a lot of people bill those to insurance. But it's not hard to set up a screening fee or technology screening fee and be able to give them a bundle of services. All of that just depends on the time it takes your technician to provide it for you, right? But the more you screen, the more you capture.
yep. Question here. You mentioned that you show patients the screen to sort of show them what their eyes look like. Is that something that you do routinely, just, you know, as you're treating them to show them their progress, or is it something that you only do occasionally?
It depends on the patient and, you know, your average, say if you have a vision exam coming through and everything's normal, we probably wouldn't take the time to show them, you know, that. We're not going to show them normal things. We tend to use the images to show abnormalities, or if a patient had a complaint but there was nothing wrong and we could show them, look, you look perfectly normal here, we could use it in that manner. But to be able to show them, for instance, the blepharitis or the red eye grading screen where they could see that, I think that's invaluable when you're educating a patient because, you know, the picture is worth 1,000 words, they say.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me see some other questions that we have here. Oh my gosh, so many. I got to pick from a few here. So let's see. Oh, question about your business model for dry eye in general. So this is actually going a little bit away from the device itself.
Mhm.
How do you actually bill for this when you see a patient and you say prescribe courses of treatment, whatever it is? Do you just do it on a visit by visit basis, or do you set up sort of plans for treating their dry eye? So it's an interesting question.
Most of ours are done visit by visit. Some things are bundled. For instance, if a patient has a MGD treatment, we may do imaging ahead of time, like the meniscus layer, you know, height, the meniscus height. We may measure that. We may do The blepharitis, showing the lids and how bad that is, do a blepharitis treatment, and then maybe do a MGD treatment such as an iLux or LipiFlow or whatever. And then when we see them back, we may repeat those images at no charge for them to show them the comparisons. In my particular practice, I'm one, or I'm not a freebie type person. I tend to charge for everything we do because I think, my opinion is people value things they pay for. And we're super, super busy. If you're trying to grow a portion and you want to offer screenings, or you want to do, for instance, a dry eye seminar where you had somebody come in and you offer complimentary screenings to excite them and show them the abnormalities and then draw them in for treatments. Lots of different things you can do. Diagnostics as a whole, when you look at osmolarity or you look at inflammatory, the MMP9, those are billable to insurance, but utilization are big concerns. You have to be careful how you utilize that. So for us, we bill the insurance when we can, and we charge the patient when we can't. But if we need the test, we need the test. So yes, in our standard of care, we design that into the standard, and we advise the patients ahead of time. Our technicians, or we use a dry eye counselor to really educate the patient on what the expense will be ahead of time. If they're coming in for specific dry eye evaluation or dry eye treatment, they always know ahead of time what their fees are going to be and what we expect to collect at the front desk before they even get to the back office.
Right. And I guess final question here is along the similar lines. How frequently do you see patients back? Let's say your MGD patients. How frequently do you have them back in to assess how the treatments are going?
Well, what we found in our particular practice and in our teachings is that, first off, of 100 dry eye patients, probably 75 to 80 of them are going to have some sort of MGD, level of MGD that needs to be treated. But most of those patients, it's multifactorial. So they may have aqueous deficiency. They may have, lots of different things going on, exposure, allergies. Depending on the treatment we implement for the patient, we're probably seeing these patients in the beginning 6 to 8 weeks to see, if we've added CEwire, Restasis, Xiidra, or something like that to see how they're doing. And then, we'll start spacing them out a little bit. Those speed scores are important every visit, but we try to keep them engaged and see them at least 4 times a year. Because if you don't, you'll see them back and they'll be just like if they came in with a munked up cornea and it's in really bad shape, and you get them under control and then you don't see them again for a year, they're going to come back looking the way they did the first time. So keeping them engaged, it's like a diabetic or somebody with hypertension where you have to monitor it. And when you monitor it, you help keep them under control.
Right. And then perhaps being able to show them the pictures over time, if they
Oh,
kind of
yes.
regress, you can show them like, by the way, this is how good it looked 6 months ago. You don't want to fall back to the way it was before you started treatment.
Great point, because if you get a patient who feels like they have a little bit of a buyer's remorse, and maybe they spent money on a MGD treatment, and now they're back and they say, I'm not any better, but you can do these images and show them how much better, or you did a blepharitis debridement or something, and you can show them how much better that lid lash line looks. I mean, you've got it. You've got the information right there to share with them.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Patty, it looks like we're running out of time here, but thank you so much for catching us up to speed on all this. And I know that all this information is on Luno's site, and this will be available online as well. And I know in ODwire people like to ask questions, so once we put the archive up, maybe you could come on and
Yeah,
answer the questions as people come.
sure. Be happy to.
Again, Patty, thank you for coming, and thanks everyone for turning out tonight. And I guess I'll see everyone online.
Thank you.
And we're back, and that was an interesting talk. So I hope you all enjoyed it and learned a little bit something about dry eye and setting up a screening system in your office. Before everyone gets back again, let me just quickly run through our sponsors one more time and give you an update on what's happening in the conference. I saw that there were some minor technical problems that some people had with one of the lectures. And remember, all you need to do, if you're having a problem like with the screen freezing or something like that, is just refresh the page, and sometimes that'll kick the video back into action again. For the most part, though, it's been smooth. I also saw that some people only got 1 credit for Craig Thomas's talk, which just concluded. You actually will be receiving 2 credits for that. In your transcript, you'll see that. when it comes back later today, you'll see 2 hours will be there, not one, because it obviously was a 2 hour long lecture. So you will see 2 hours in your transcript, not one. Check back later today, and you will see that.
Yeah, you saw that, Adam, right? They're getting
Yeah,
only 1 credit.
I saw that, Stephen. Did you actually talk to anyone in the chat rooms, letting them know that they'll get their 2 credits?
Yep, I put it at the top at the end. Yep.
Yeah, and it's a couple of people had problems with the video freezing again. If you, refresh the page, that usually helps. So,
Yeah. If not, just go out of the lecture and go back in.
Yeah.
That helps also. And if worse, just shut off the whole conference and go back in. Go out, go in. So one of the things or the other help.
yeah.
Uh,
Yep, sometimes
Okay.
browsers can be finicky, but overall, though, it seemed to work. And yeah, so again, if you only had 1 credit listed, um, just wait till later in the day. You'll see on your transcript 2 will come up, so don't worry about that. It's an unusual class because it's not going to be given on demand, at least for a while. So this is the only time, the one and only opportunity to watch it is what people took today, until November. Hopefully we can get it approved for on-demand usage in the next couple of weeks in between, but I won't keep my fingers crossed.
Right.
We're sometimes
There's
limited.
really no rush or immediacy there because they'll still have half of November, all of December
Yeah.
to take a 2 credit course on demand at their leisure.
Yeah, and in fact, sometimes it's hard for us to get these lectures approved because there's a testing requirement for on demand still, and so it has to go through university first, and we have to wait for them to bless the exam that we give them, and sometimes that can take a while. So, on the other hand, like with Arbo, it can be very fast, right? They can get something COPE approved quickly, but without that test, we can't do it. So, there's just a couple steps, and Craig literally gave us this lecture like yesterday. He got it to our door, so
Did they submit the quizzes yet?
he has not. He has not done that yet.
I'll send him a reminder of the format because sometimes his format is not exactly what Argo requires. But I'll send him a little note after today to let him know that.
Okay, yeah, the sooner we can get that in, the better off we'll be. And yeah, so otherwise things are going okay. So taking a little
Most
drink
of the
here.
lectures are pretty veterans here now, and a few have asked me back. One is really funny because Crystal Brimmer, Dr. Brimmer, always a regular, always great, but she speaks with a very low voice, and everybody thinks it's the voice of the platform, but it's not. She promises at the next event to yell into the microphone.
That's funny.
So
Yeah.
that'll be fine.
I mean, we could always try boosting the audio as well. So maybe next time, if I know, people just need to let me know, and I can adjust the lecture and make sure it's louder. Anyway, so thanks everyone for coming. You can see up on the screen, 6,000 ODs, give or take, have come through. Always surprising to me that people, at this late date, still haven't gotten all their CE that they wanted. So we've had hundreds of people here today, so it's been pretty cool. So thank you for that. We're going to be back again on November 14th and 15th and December 12th and 13th. I don't think we're going to have any new lectures that aren't already on the schedule. I mean, something could come up. We may get another one like Craig Thomas, dropped this one on us. We thought it was so cool we wanted to add it. But I don't think we have anything planned right now in terms of new talks. It would be fun if we can get something, though. So again, download the course schedule from the CEwire2020 website and plan your day. And remember that you have to have your OE tracker number. People should have seen my movie that's been running in between each class now over and over and over again, showing you where to check in your profile to make sure your OE tracker number is there. If it's there and it's accurate, you don't need to do anything else. Just show up to class and sit there for an hour and you'll get credit. And again, this is only due to Arbo's temporary rule change that waives the testing requirement. That's my gut feeling is that's going to go away eventually, but for now, take advantage of it. And I'd like to thank our sponsors. You can see the whole list of them up there on the screen right now, but I'd just like to run through again one more time, real quick, let everyone know about them and what's going on with them. So, and by the way, if you go to the exhibit hall, you can download all the information about them and the discounts that they have on offer there as well. And you can even contact the companies right through the exhibit hall. So Marco, sponsor of the live stream since the beginning. Thank you for that. You've obviously known their equipment for I guess, generations now, right? Marco's been around for at least 50 years, probably longer. Um, and so, their equipment is designed to last a long time. Even their high-tech stuff, things like the OPD, people keep these things forever.
And I could attest my Marco 1200, which I got in 1995, is still working fantastic. Never had to have a repair.
Which is
So, yep.
hilarious. That's just hilarious, right? Because you think about like Windows 95 and what a computer looks like from from that era. So to think that you still have this sort of high-tech thing running now is kind
Mhm.
of amazing.
We have three of them, and it's still, I think, literally the best interface. The other ones have a little bit more bells and whistles, but it still works perfectly. And it's when somebody uses that room, they're not upset, and never has needed service. I was warned that it'll last forever, and the warning came true.
That's hilarious. So we have a little movie here from Marco about their digital refraction system. I'll play it right now, just so everyone can get a look at and try to see what we're talking about here. So here is Marco.
15 years ago, we started using Marco equipment, and I still have it today. Some of the same equipment, and it still works. My name's David Moore, and I am in Stephenville, Texas, and we are Clear Eye Associates in Optical. We chose the TRS digital refraction system because we needed more time. We needed to be more efficient, we needed to see more patients, and that included just spending more time with our patients on a one-to-one basis instead of spending it refracting. The integration process with the TRS system was fantastic. It took us a few days to get used to it, and it increased our flow within a week. It's almost immeasurable because our quality of care goes up, and so that's something that we can see based on our reviews and how our patients deal with us and the growth of our practice. We've gone from working out of 2 rooms to 7 rooms, and with that we've still maintained the same quality of care, the same speed and efficiency with seeing patients, and we attribute a lot of that to the TRS system. The return on investment for us using the TRS system, not only helping with volume, but it has also allowed our capture rate to go up, and I attribute that to being able to show objectively the change in prescription from their old prescription to their new, and patients can objectively see that, and it's allowed our optical sales to increase. The TRS system has allowed us to distance ourselves from patients in the respect of spacing, along with the ion also on our slit lamps. So we can take images, we can use retinal imaging, anterior segment imaging, and then using the TRS system, we can remain a safe distance away from patients. They feel more comfortable, as do
Adam,
we.
how long is this
When we set the TRS
video?
digital refractor in front of them and we're controlling it remotely, for some reason that resonates with them, and they understand that we are state of the art and that we're investing in the best possible equipment for care for their eyes. Honestly, the system's bulletproof. If we had to go back to the old way of refracting, not only would the patients notice it, it would slow us down.
Okay, and so that was Marco. And definitely go check them out. And let me push this forward again. So Optos, you know them for their wide field cameras, and they are a sponsor of the conference. So go check them out as well. Go into the booth to see what deals they have on offer right now. I'll be honest with you, I haven't actually gone in to see what they're doing today. But definitely go check them out. There are several lectures actually at the conference about wide field imaging, and I'm certain that in a few of those lectures at least you get to see some of Optus's images, so definitely go check them out. Conan Medical, makers of a wide variety of devices, including RetEval and the iKinetics pupillometer. Important things to know about Conan at the conference. So they have a deal going on, 6 months deferred payments, 6 months no interest on approved credit for all devices, and then after that 6 months the rates are low, 3.99%. They also wanted me to let you know that iKinetics not only qualifies for Section 179, but may also qualify for the ADA tax credit, which in this case could be $5,000. And you have to check with your CPA to see if you guys qualify based on the size of your practice and the number of employees you have, but you may. So that's something I didn't know until they told me today. RetEval, again, this is the ERG device, the handheld. we have a movie here from Craig Thomas, and I think I want to show it later, all about ERG and VEP testing in practice. If you've never seen it or done it before, this might be something you want to add. And they just wanted to let you guys know that reimbursement is still about $125 for this procedure. So,
Just interject. I had another company's device, and we've been using it for literally 7 or 8 years. It's a great help for glaucoma, macular degeneration, all the retinal problems, and the staff does all the testing and goes right into your electronic health records. Just whoever doesn't have this device is really selling themselves short professionally and economically, frankly.
yep. Yeah, and I put it up on the screen so people can see. What's interesting to me about it is how small it is too. You can see the tech keeps shrinking and shrinking, and so this thing is rechargeable, handheld. You can even take it into the field with you if that's your mode of practice. So
Wow.
pretty neat stuff.
Wow. It's come a long way.
Yep. Okay, so MacuHealth, makers of supplements, and we were talking about AREDS 2 before, and is there an AREDS 3? Who knows? But MacuHealth makes a full line of supplements, and Steve, you use them in your office as well, uh,
Yes.
and you've
You
used
can
them.
use them as a supplement to the AREDS 2 formula because there's certain uh, vitamins and things they have in them that supplement and have been proven to, on a scientific basis, help delay or forestall macular degeneration or sometimes helps treat it. So certainly you're giving your patients the best care by using AREDS 2 along with the MacuHealth products. Most of them already contain the whole formulary for it, and some will actually add to the outcome of the patient. It flies out of the office. It's tremendous help to the patients and a tremendous economic help to the office. So it just flies out of the office. It's presented by the doctor correctly. Patients will just keep on getting mail order deliveries or stopping and getting the vitamins, and they feel good about it, especially when you show them changes in the macula that are not occurring for the worse, or in some cases occurring better, drusen and reducing, things like that.
Right, and these are soft gels, right? They're not like giant horse pills that are impossible to swallow.
Um, Very easy. I take it myself, and just nothing. I mean, it goes down smoothly, and I have GERD.
So excellent, good to know. That these are easy to take. So everybody should go check them out. You can see on the screen right now. I put up the current deals they have running. Go into their booth to get at the order form and start today. Luno Technology, platinum sponsor of the conference, of course. Now, we've been working a lot with them over the past several weeks. You just saw the talk with Patty Barkey we just finished up. Hope that was really useful and interesting for you about setting up dry eye screening in your office. Again, that's also available at Luno's website if you want to watch it again. I'm going to be doing a webinar with them all about iRefract, which should be interesting as well. So this is sort of next generation digital remote refraction. You can actually socially distance from people. You can see the tablet interface up on the screen right now. So it's funny how they use some skeuomorphism so you can see sort of a familiar interface on a very high-tech device. And using a device like this opens up all kinds of use cases, new use cases for your office that old instruments just couldn't do. So we're going to have a webinar coming up. It's going to be in November. They're finalizing the date and time right now. We'll let you know about it on ODwire as soon as I know when it's going to take off. So again, stop by their booth to check out all the deals that they have going on. Their booth is actually quite comprehensive. Luno makes a full line of equipment, so interesting just to stop on in and say hi. Hog, makers of the octopus, as we all know, it's the perimeter. Notice one thing about the octopus, how much smaller it is these days. The footprint of these things is all really shrinking. You can see it's an integrated device. It's got the LCD panel built into it as well. Check out their booth to see what sort of deals they have going on at the show today.
I think they're going to have to change the name from the octopus to the amoeba. It's getting too small.
Right? Why do they call it the octopus?
I have no idea. I think at the very beginning it was doing 8 tests, something like that. I'm talking about in the 70s, so that might have been the reason why.
Oh, that's
8
hilarious.
different visual tests.
I should probably know that. I mean, some instruments it's easy to understand, like the Pentacam, right? But like octopus, like what? All right. NVM Institute, so they're concerned with the identification and treatment of patients with binocular vision dysfunction using fractional units of realigning prisms. So this is a place that you can go visit. It's in suburban Detroit, just about 45 minutes north of the airport, where they will take you through a crash course over a period of a couple of days, where you can learn all about how to diagnose and treat this issue. But they also leave you with a bunch of practice management material as well, so you learn how to integrate this into your practice and become a real specialist with it. And in fact, if you go to their website too, they actually list places around the country which docs specialize in this, so you can actually be listed on their site as well, so it can be used to refer patients to you. So go to their website and check it out, or actually go to the booth first so you can see what's going on. Um, and
The lecture is 4 p.m., by the way, on Sunday. That's a good one to attend also.
4 p.m. Sunday. Good to know. Thank you. So
Eastern time.
so you can get a good sense of what they're about just from the lecture. Obviously, it's a crash course. It's only an hour long, but you can get a really good sense of what they're about. And I mean, their strategy is really to immerse you in this over a period of a few days, away from everything else in your office, which is a great idea. So definitely go check it out. And who else is here? Did Paul just come back?
Somebody beeped in. Paul, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay. Just we saw you come in. We just wanted to say hi.
Okay.
So TearCare, makers of this device that warms the lids for meibomian gland dysfunction. It's a new generation device. You can look at it and see how tiny it is. That little thing that looks like a hockey puck actually is the size of a hockey puck. And that's the base device that actually heats everything up. You plug it into the thing sitting next to it is a charging base. And these little things go on the lids, as you can see. And so the patient sits down. It's actually a very comfortable procedure. They sit there, the lids get heated, and then you can express the lens. So the key thing about TearCare, I think, that makes it a little different is that it's much less expensive than the original devices that did this. The original devices were over $100,000, and this one's less than 10. So you're talking about an order of magnitude difference.
And the big thing is I've seen studies that show equal outcomes with this with respect to the bigger devices.
Yep. So the outcomes are similar, and it's just an order of magnitude cheaper. So the question always is, when you see something like that, what does that mean for eye care in general? Right now, it's reached a level where it becomes accessible to just about every practice, whereas before it was something that was much more specialized. So I guess it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the weeks and months to come. I know from speaking to them on the phone yesterday, one project that they're working on, it's when you have a new technology like this, you're always trying to get new codes. And this is sort of a long-term project that they're working on, getting the codes, getting standardized, and getting the reimbursement standardized as well. So
And this is the type of thing that your techs can do, so it doesn't take the doctor's time.
Yep.
Absolutely. It'd be interesting if they get one code for something called meibomian gland heating, and you have these instruments that cost almost six figures, and you have this which costs far less, and it won't be practical to get the bigger instruments because the reimbursements will not be tremendous. So it'll be right now people are being charged privately for it, but if there's a code, you have to submit it if you're doing it. So it'll be an interesting playing field for what happens in the future. I think everything's going to come down. There'll be more devices like this, but this is certainly the one that the beginning practitioner should choose if they're going to dry eye treatments.
Right. I mean, we were talking, when I was talking to the TearCare folks, we were using OCT as an example. I mean, this could be a catastrophe for the more expensive devices, right? If the reimbursements start dropping, then it makes very little sense to use devices that are an order of magnitude more expensive than this, right? Whereas you can be profitable with the more inexpensive device. These expensive ones, I don't know what's going to happen. So,
the fact is that there is no reimbursement, so you have to charge the patient privately because there is no code.
right.
But once there is a code, if the reimbursement is so limited, which will be good, you can charge the insurance company. The patient doesn't have to pay out of pocket. The bigger, more elaborate instruments just aren't going to be able to sell themselves.
Yep. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the market shifts and changes over time. But anyway, check out TearCare. At the very least, what you can say about it is, besides being less expensive, it takes up almost no space, as you can see. So space is at a premium. Obviously this will fit in any office and is highly portable. And so VTI Natural View. So the Natural View multifocal one-day lens. And so Steve, you've had experience with this before. People have used it a lot for myopia management, but now it's also sort of a good use for just an everyday presbyope, right?
Yep. They also make a full line of products. They make a regular daily wear spherical lens, a toric lens, so that shouldn't be overlooked. But for myopia control, its profile and what it's supposed to do compared to the signs seems to be optimal compared to some other lenses, decentered lenses that people are using, and even the FDA-approved MiSight lens for myopia control. So side by side, I think it's going to do a good job for your patients.
Yep. Yeah, so definitely check out their booth and check out their product. Zeiss, so makers obviously of a variety of instruments, including the Cirrus, OCT, and the Claris wide field camera. So let me actually pop it up so people can see it again. We've been doing a lot of work with Zeiss, and one of the most important things about what they've been doing during the pandemic is they had this idea of a Med Support Now site where they've centralized all of their resources to help you get your practice back to normal. So you can look at disinfection and hygiene measures. They have breath shields on offer. They make breath shields that actually fit on just about any slit lamp. So you want to go check that out. You can see there's a breath shield here on their Claris unit. And they also have a ton of education here. When the pandemic started, they started investing heavily in online education and put out lecture after lecture after lecture, and they've centralized it all right here on this Med Support Now site. So if you can only take one thing away from this, type into Google Zeiss Med Support Now, and you'll end up at this page with all of these resources. So it's really cool stuff. And you can see that they actually do it for other specialties as well. They've centralized everything for help.
Kudos should be sent to them, because right at the very beginning, I couldn't believe how quickly, I think it was March or April, they had those slit lamp shields out right away for free for all the practitioners that wanted to get them. Literally within a month, people got them way before the offices actually opened up for even semi-routine care. So really, thank you, Zeiss.
Yeah,
the first ones to do that.
Yeah, they did a great job, and they were easy to install too, which was another thing. Not only did they rush them out the door, but they made it so that an average idiot could install them, which is fantastic, right? Because most people aren't used to tinkering on their equipment, and you're nervous about it. But they made it so that the average person could do it, even if you're a klutz like me. So that's a really great thing that they did. The other thing about Zeiss too, by the way, that I guess we didn't really go into it here. When you look at a lot of their hardware, a lot of it, they use a lot of industry standard computing technology. So for instance, if you want to put in long cables for social distancing, so you can say have your interface for your Cirrus, you sit far away from a patient, a lot of what they use are industry standard cables, so you can actually order them yourself on like Amazon and install it yourself. So you don't need to wait for their techs, and they have PDFs online. They have instructions on how you can do this. So when you're trying to reconfigure your office for social distancing, or as we showed you that drive-through parking lot situation where they set up a Claris, you can actually handle a lot of these tasks yourself. You don't need to buy a proprietary cable. You don't need their tech people to come out and do it. And that's something that's also, it's been a really thoughtful approach to the way they've designed their hardware to make it very friendly and user upgradable. So kudos to them for that. And so AB Max, the device for anterior blepharitis, the new generation device. I think many people have had experience with the older one, the little Dremel tool here. But the AB Max is the latest generation, and the guy who invented the AB Max actually invented the older one too. That's the secret of all this. He spun out a new company for the second generation one.
And I can attest it's both inexpensive, less expensive than the original device, and better. And the consumables are less expensive also. So works real well in the offices wants to just dip their feet into blepharitis and dry eye treatments.
Yep. And Steve, as you were saying before, it's a good thing to do just to really prepare the surface, right? Just to get that initial, that layer of crap off when you're going to start to do other procedures.
Oh, and absolutely, people feel better just with that. I mean, in and of itself, it's a great treatment, but in combination with other things to do in the office, whether it be meibomian gland expression or some of the more elaborate heat devices, it certainly is a good adjunct treatment as well as a standalone treatment. And really easy to do. Techs do it, by the way, and after a while they get better than you. And as I said before, you can show the patient the before and after pictures of their lids, and it looks like a baby's bottom afterwards. No pain at all. No pain at all.
Yep, I remember I had it done to myself once, and I remember it's like a tickling sensation. It's not really painful,
Yep.
just tickles a little.
Yep.
So yeah, and so you're mentioning techs. So the folks who actually make the AB Max will train your techs via Zoom. Obviously, with all the social distancing going on, you don't want people traipsing around your office. They'll do it via Zoom, and then they'll give them a cutesy poo certificate when it's all done. You can see it up on the screen. Um, so pretty cool stuff. And again, they're really easy to work with, really friendly. I don't know precisely what deals they have running right now. They've had several over the course of CEwire, but definitely check out their booth and see what's there and contact them. One thing we know about them is that they tend to honor all of these deals, even if they say they've expired for a while. If you come in through the CEwire portal, I have a feeling they're going to honor them. They're really great people and easy to work with. So.
Yep.
NeuroLens. So again, NeuroLens is a device to measure misalignment between the eyes, and you can see the device right there. It's a really easy test to do. It's pretty automated, and prescriptions generated from this that you then send off to their lab, and they develop these custom lenses with this continuous contoured prism, which is a little bit different from anything else that's out there. In fact, I think it's unique. Not like regular Prism, and so definitely go check them out. I know Gretchen, who was here before, has a pair and she wears them all the time and she loves them. It helps her with her eye strain. I have a pair here as well, and I use them when I read, so again, helps me as well. So go check it out and see what they have going on. I think one of the other things too is the device itself. Again, you can't really tell by looking at the picture. Its footprint is not huge. So it fits in most offices. So Oculus, they've been with us from the beginning, so thank you to them for sponsoring the conference as usual, makers of a wide variety of instruments, including the Pentacam and Keratograph. But most importantly today, they sent this to me. They have an open box sale on the EasyField S. The dark age of perimetry is over. So this is a perimeter that you don't need to be in a dark room to use. And they're having an open box sale for $59.95 plus a 6-month warranty. And so, you can't tell from the picture. Again, this is small, something that's easily portable, so it doesn't take up a huge amount of room. So, again, perimetry, I guess, has changed a bit over the years. Things are getting more and more compact. So definitely go check.
We have an older dark age one, but nobody's caught the black plague yet from it, so we're lucky.
So check them out. And again, Oculus, another one of these companies that you think they're this gigantic impersonal company. They're German. They have this big facility over in Germany, but the reality is their U.S. based operation is in Seattle. They have a really cute facility actually in the suburbs of Seattle. And they're a really easy company to work with. If you need to actually talk to the CEO of the U.S. Side of the business, he's very easy to reach, and he always loves taking your feedback. And in fact, they do take doctor feedback all the time when they're modifying their instruments and their software. So they really are responsive to people who use their instruments. So check them out. Science-Based Health, makers of Hydro Eye. This is again a supplement for dry eye. As the name implies, they take the latest science and they use that to modify the formula of their supplements. So you're not going to get anything in their supplements that's just sort of pulled out of thin air. They will always back what they put into their supplements with literature. And Zach Denning, who's one of their guys who has input into these formulas. We had him on as a guest here, and he can go on and on and on about supplementation. So he actually understands the literature and reads it all, and so that's how they make such a good product, because they don't just sort of follow fads or trends. They actually read the science and try to follow it as best they can. So check them out. Covalent Career is the largest job site in eye care. So if you need to hire someone or if you're looking for a new position, these are the guys to go to. So right now they have a 10% discounted rate if you need to post a job listing. So let's say you're looking for an OD or an optician, you'll get 10% off if you go to ODwire.org/jobs. And then if you need to make a listing, 10% off. So go check them out. iCare Live, so they do telehealth, and so if you need telehealth in your office, and you probably do, certainly in the age of COVID, their platform is a structured way to capture the interactions between you and your patients. So again, like most things in life, rules have been relaxed over these past several months. People are letting a lot of stuff slide just because we have to in this pandemic. But what's going to happen over the next several months is that these rules that have been cast aside are going to come back, and you're going to need to start documenting your interactions with patients much more carefully when you work with them online, and you're going to need to make sure it's secure as well. So iCare Live has a platform that allows you to do that, and they document everything. So when you're submitting to insurance companies, you're doing things properly, and if you ever get that dreaded audit, you'll have all the documentation you need to back up your exams. So check out their booth today and check out their website and see what they're all about. So you may have gotten away with Zoom for a while, but just don't think you're going to be able to get away with it forever. You are going to need to make a leap to some platform eventually to capture this information in a more structured way. So you may as well start exploring with iCare Live. So iCare Pro, if you have a website or social presence, and everyone does, and you don't feel like actually trying to handle this yourself because it's an incredible time sink and a pain, not only to make sure that your website is up to date, to make sure that your social presence is up to date, and now critically most important, to make sure that the reviews you're getting online are completely up to date and legit, right? So this is become a huge problem where when people are searching for a practice, they will look at your Google reviews. They see you on a map, and if the reviews are bad, they're going to pass you over immediately. So you need to make sure that those reviews are good, and not in like a fake way where you're getting fake reviews that are good, but in a natural way where people who really do like you are inspired to review you. And iCare Pro gives you tools to help motivate patients to write those reviews. And Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs and other things. So you can see up on the screen right now their entire menu of discounts, 10% off for folks here at the show. So check out what they have. And Steve, as you mentioned before, there was like this wave, maybe a decade and a half ago where everyone was using punctal plugs a lot on everybody. Then it kind of waned, and now they're making a return again.
Yep, it's like a bimodal approach, or a history of it, because of us doing it at the very beginning, thinking it was the best thing since ice cream, and it was in a small amount of cases, then proving that we were actually doing the wrong things, and now we're back to knowing when to do it on patients once they had their lid or their tear structure been improved by medications and various other treatments. So yes, it's reemergence, and we're using them a lot more now than we did 2 years ago, and probably more than we did 15 years ago.
So it's interesting that the science has come back around where if you can be more selective in who your patients are, then it will work better.
You first want to get an aqueous deficiency, that's of course, but again, if you were keeping, for lack of a better word, crummy tears in the eye by plugging things up, you were actually making things worse, and the inflammatory process was worse. Now that we're getting inflammatory processes under control with medications and treatments, you get the tears better, now you keep the tears in the eye, and it's a win-win.
There you go. So Lac Rivera, check them out. Optometry Times, I wish Gretchen were back here. She could tell us all about it. I think she had to actually go slip out to, she had to go to a lecture at the Academy meeting, which, as she mentioned, is dragging on for 2 weeks. So she had to go and cover that. So interesting approach, I guess, from the Academy, right? They didn't want to do like we do and cram everything in. They wanted to just stretch it out. Anyway, so Optometry Times, practical chairside advice. So they write articles that are bite-sized and, like she said, practical. So you can actually use the information in your office. There's not a lot of theoretical stuff, not a lot of sort of highfalutin science. This is going to really be clinically important stuff that you can use on a daily basis. So so definitely go check out Optometry Times. And as Gretchen says, don't save the journal. Throw it out when you're done reading it.
Except for the articles I've written, of course.
Of course,
those I would frame.
You got to frame those, right? So.
Yep. And throw a dot.
And I think one more, we have Vision Equipment. So this is Leo Hadley's company. He refurbishes equipment and then resells them. And for better or worse, right now, Leo, I'm sure, has a pretty good inventory of stuff. You've had practices that went under during the pandemic and are probably not coming back. And so there's a bit of a glut of this older equipment on the market. So if you're looking to outfit a new lane or maybe open up a new location, this could be an inexpensive way to do it. So Leo always refurbishes everything to like new before he resells it, and you can sort of see the different kind of equipment he has on his site right now. Of course, this is constantly changing, right? Because it's not like new equipment where you have a fixed inventory. He's constantly receiving new goods, so you might just want to go in and check out his website every now and then to see what he's got, or just call him up because he's got a pipeline of stuff.
And some of this previous generation products really work well, and they're just almost as good as the newest generation. So you're not shafting yourself, and you're giving yourself some good technology at a much more reasonable price.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this thing, this Avanti, which was, state of the art plus. I mean, this was an incredibly expensive OCT unit. I don't know what the price will be now, but you're getting the functionality for a fraction of the cost of what it was new.
As well as the Keratograph, there was the Zeiss OCT, the Cirrus. All those were top of the line 2 years ago.
Yep.
I went to buy a TV set and big screen TV, and the guy said, "We want this year's model rather than last year's model." And I said, "Why? Next year there'll be last year's model."
Right.
And it was $400 less, so I took last year's model and it plays fine.
Yep.
Still smart.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, unless you need that absolute, that last ounce of performance, it almost always makes sense to buy something that's just a little bit off peak. So yeah, definitely give it a shot. In fact, it's funny, the technology that's surrounding me right now, none of it is new. Most of the stuff that I get, even for the high tech stuff that we have to do with CEwire, is used or something I'll just rebuild myself.
Oh, great.
Because it just doesn't make sense a lot of the time to go new with a lot of it. And I think that's it for our sponsors.
Yes, there was quite a few, though.
Yep.
They themselves are challenged in this Nova COVID environment because of there's no shows to go to. There's no local, regional, national shows, so they have to show their wares someplace.
Yep.
So whether it be in print articles, advertisements in print, or platforms like us is the only way of getting the word out about new technologies and new equipment, as well as resale things like the one you just showed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of funny, you wonder, is this going to be the way of the future now? Is this how people are going to roll out brand new products? Apple had their little iPhone 12 thing the other day, and I think I was reading that something like 60 million people watched the live stream of them rolling out the iPhone 12. And you think about how different this is from the old days, right? Where you'd physically go to a space and everyone would get together and, learn about the press would be there and so forth. But now the companies are just bypassing it and going straight to the consumer.
I have to go buy one. I have a 6 Plus that the battery lasts about 30 minutes now. So I'm waiting for November. I just have to decide between which 12 I'm going to get.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. It's really a conundrum, right? But it's just funny how companies, especially like Apple, they've become such a fabric of our lives. It's not like if you're going to buy a new one, it's which I'm going to buy.
Right. There's no, and you're not going to haggle about price. That's for sure, because there is no haggling.
Right.
or shopping around for different stores. So it is what it is. I hate to say that word, that sentence. But I think the only thing about the 12 Pro and Plus Max is that it has the 3 cameras, which is a telephoto. Who knows if I need that? But the 5G should be interesting now, but more as time goes on.
Yep. Future proof.
We're going to be doing 5G lectures, by the way, next year, so everybody be prepared, whatever that means.
Well, you make a good point. Going forward, we're trying to explore what CEwire should be, right? We've had the platform the way it's been for the past several years, and we always want to do new things and interesting things. So once 2020 winds down, I think we're all going to need a vacation. I know I am. Because this has lasted way longer than I thought it would. We're just going to go
8
back.
shows, yeah.
we're going to go back and just retool a little bit and try to figure out what it is that we want to do to try to really push the state of the art, to try to make things even better. So that's going to be an interesting few weeks or months. And I have a feeling that we're not going to really get CEwire 2021 going until spring, because of everything that's happened so far. We're going to take our time to really plan for 2021 and try to come up with the best show possible with the best tech as well. One nice thing about 2020, despite the fact that it's gone on endlessly, is that we have a huge amount of feedback now, right? Because there's a survey attached to each one of the classes that all of you are taking. So at the end, we have a real idea of which lectures are good, which are not so good, and what you might want to see for next year. So we have a body of feedback of almost 6,000 doctors, which is crazy. So
I wouldn't get too worried. We're not going to require the attendees to buy a virtual reality headset and be able to walk around our virtual exhibit hall and lectures, but it'll be something, hopefully, that'll be a little bit more high-tech than we have now.
Yeah.
But that would be the future. Imagine going to a virtual conference where you're walking around talking to people who you know, et cetera, and not even experiencing body odor and bad breath.
Yeah. And well, the other interesting challenge that we are going to have, just so people can understand the sort of pressures that we're under, we don't know what COPE and ARBO will do, right? We have no idea yet what it's going to look like next year. So they could say, all right, well, for live lectures, you still don't need tests, but for on-demand ones, you do. And so then we have to, submit the lectures different ways for those. Or they could say live is going to need tests also. The worst situation for us would be to just jump into something and then have the rules change on us, like happened this year, right? Where, tests had always been a requirement, and now all of a sudden it changed. So, we had to adapt the software on the fly as best we could. But we want to make sure we understand the rules very clearly next year, so whatever we do is very easy, not just for us, but for the people in the conference as well.
By the way, that one little glitch, Craig Thomas's lecture that was only giving 1 credit is now giving 2. So that's been solved within minutes. No problem at all.
Yep.
Everybody's getting their full credits.
Everyone's going to get credit. Yeah, again, nothing can't be repaired. So if you ever see a glitch like that, don't worry that you're just going to lose your credits. That's not the case. We can always fix it. So.
Well, Craig did yeoman work. He got that lecture in within a few days' time, and it was the 2 hours was fantastic. I'm going to go back and listen to it when I have time. But it was just a clerical error on the part of the software platform labeling it as 1, but then now it's up to 2, and everybody's happy.
I mean, in fairness to everyone, we really did this at the last second. Usually when we load up classes like this, we have time to review everything, and everything's set, and this is ready, fire, aim. We're just like, Craig got it to us, and we're like, all right, let's just do it. So in fact,
and we have to thank our speakers also, because normally we have one big live event. They have to be there for their lecture once. We're going to have 8 events, and that's challenging for them to give up 8 weekend days. And we had a few drop out that we wanted to add to keep the credits up to what we promised. And so Craig helped out in that regard. So and then we have a little bit more diversity there. So thank you all you speakers for pretty much everybody else is back and they're here today. And it is challenging for them to be here for all these weekend days, and they've done it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you to our speakers for sure. I mean, we couldn't do this without them, and they've done a great job. Way above and beyond what they've ever had to do, and we can't thank them enough. I'm so appreciative of it all. Next year, hopefully, we're not going to do this 8 times because, it'll be the death of all of us. But, I think what we should probably do is maybe plan it for maybe 3 times. I think that would be reasonable, especially if the pandemic is still going on. Give people a chance to come back a few times, but not to this extreme.
And we are now getting, I'm kind of responsible for getting the speakers, and I've been getting a lot of requests from very high profile, very, how can I say it, people that asking to lecture for us rather than us asking them to lecture. So it's a compliment to our platform and our show that people want to be part of it. So you're going to see some new faces. We always try to get new faces, new topics, as well as some of the topics that you have. For example, we have to keep on doing narcotics because your states require that, and we're going to have courses in trafficking because some states require that, as well as some other specificities that your states require. It's hard to do a national show and Also have all the state individual rules be accessed, but we try the best we can.
Yeah, it is a challenge, and I know like there's certain states like Texas where they do have several of those classes. We're gonna do better next time. I mean, I only recently found out about the trafficking one for Texas, and people have been emailing me left and right. Do you have a trafficking class? I'm like, I don't even know who I would ask to do it. So,
Yes.
um, so next year we'll find the right person. I'm sure there are folks in Texas who give this lecture all the time, and we'll make sure that we have it because I know that we have a large contingent of doctors actually from Texas who take this conference year in and year out. So we'll make sure that they
But
can
please
actually get their credit.
ask us, let us know, and we'll get the lectures that you want and need.
Yep, exactly. So again, we're very user driven. I can't wait to look at all of the reviews. I've held off from doing it because the conference keeps going over and over again, but we have literally thousands of data points now about each lecture. So we know, or I think we're going to know what's good and what's bad. Actually, I really love the qualitative stuff. I love when people leave verbal feedback about a lecture because it tells me even more than if they leave like a numerical score. So the more feedback you can give about each lecture, the better.
I think when we all fill out surveys and there's a checklist, we either go to the right-hand column or the left-hand column, just go straight down. But when you have to write something, you really think about it.
Yeah. But to me, it's the most useful data because, when we have to try to figure out who to ask back, that's what's important. So.
Right. And you should all know there are doctors we haven't had back because the quality wasn't up to our standards. And now every year I think it gets better and better and better. And so the cream rises to the top. And they really try hard to produce great quality content.
Yeah, and it's not only the quality of the content too, there's a responsiveness that we take into account as well. We want people who will work well in an online format and respond to folks who are asking questions appropriately, which is not always easy, right? It's face to face is easier in that regard. So people who can do it well online, it's really a great thing to have. So that's what we try to get.
And one other thing is because this conference has been so well attended with almost 6,000 people, we get a lot more interaction between the speakers and the audience, which the speakers like. They're there to disseminate information. What's great about it is you're not interrupting the lecture, which is playing as you can ask questions that you'd like to. The point is, though, they want to have those questions asked so they can answer and have their subject matter be disseminated. Excuse me. So the larger the conference, the more interaction, the better for the audience, the better for the lecturer also. It's been great.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so I think it's coming up on 3 o'clock Eastern time, I think, right? If I can remember how to tell time. I'm losing my mind here. I've been up for so long. But let me take a look at the schedule and see what we have going on here. Let's pull it on up. Okay. Okay, so Tammy Petrosian is back again for her lecture on nerve palsies, which is an interesting one if you remember anything about your basic anatomy, which this is a good review. And then Clark is back with Biran talking about emergency room stuff, which is always fun. So, and then in the track 4, we're going to have an OCT lecture with Carolyn Major. So, lots of interesting stuff. If you've only sat in on one track, hit up the others. That's why we put them against each other the same way every time, so people can, take what they missed last time.
But with 2 more weekends to go, you can take all the same courses or all the courses of the 3 of them in the track again and again and get all the credits. So you don't have to worry about which one you're taking today.
I mean, maybe it's depending on ARBO's rules next year. Maybe we should do four live things over the course of the year so people legit could come back and hit each course if they really wanted to live. I think that might be.
Or we can go from 5 in the morning till 12 at night and then put straight jackets on afterwards. No, I like your first book better.
Yeah. Great. So you can see all these other lectures coming up here today. Running till 7 p.m. tonight. Excellent. Well, I think it might be time to put up another video. I want to show an interesting one here that is, it's only about 46 minutes long. It's actually one of our CEwire talks, the one about ptosis with Sue Resnick. Where was that? What day was that on? Is it tomorrow or today? Was it? Oh, it was, right. So yeah, this was, yeah, now I remember this one. Okay. See, I gotta actually find it on the schedule.
It's on tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, there we go. Yep. So, but I think there's no harm in showing people this lecture right now. You can't get credit for it if you watch it here, but if you're, as like a teaser, if you want to watch it, I can put it up right now, and you can just take a look. And if you want to get credit for it, show up tomorrow at 4. So why don't I play this for about 45 minutes, and then we'll come on back. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
And Gretchen should be rejoining us by then, so we will. I will talk to you guys then.
Okay, have a nice
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our talk on acquired blepharoptosis. We thank CEwire for the opportunity to present on this uncommonly discussed topic.
Timer, 45 minutes.
I'm here today with my co-presenter, Dr. Whitney Hauser. I'll be starting off the discussion by reviewing normal lid anatomy, the changes in structure and function which lead to blepharoptosis, and an overview of the etiology and classification. Dr. Hauser is then going to take us through the clinical workup and conclude with an overview of current treatment and management options. These are our disclosures. Let's start by just reviewing eyelid structure and function. If you'll recall, the closure of the eyelids is facilitated by the circumferential orbicularis oculi muscle, which is innervated by the facial or seventh cranial nerve. The elevators of the upper eyelid are the levator palpebrae superioris and Mueller's muscle. The levator is the main upper eyelid elevator and is innervated by the ocular motor or third cranial nerve. It originates from the lesser wing of the sphenoid bone and becomes fan-shaped, and it extends through the aponeurosis as it enters the eyelid. It penetrates the orbital septum and extends into the upper lid, fanning out across the entire length and inserts on the anterior aspect of the tarsal plate. Mueller's muscle is a smooth muscle. It arises from the undersurface of the levator, just posterior to the fornix, and inserts into the superior tarsus. Mueller's muscle is innervated by the sympathetic nervous system. The muscle is responsible for the over-elevation of the eyelid, such as when a patient becomes excited or feel fearful, and if the patient is fatigued or inattentive, it can lead to mild ptosis. So how do we define ptosis? Ptosis is an abnormal, low-lying or drooping upper eyelid margin with the eye in primary gaze. It's a common disorder. There are millions of individuals affected in the U.S. and worldwide. Severity is typically assessed based on the amount of measurable eyelid droop, and Dr. Hauser is going to go into this in more detail a little bit later on. But just as an overview, if there is a droop of 1 to 2 millimeters, it generally leads to limited visual impairment, 2 to 4 millimeters with mild to medium visual impairment, and more than 4 millimeters with significant visual impairment. Blepharoptosis can be unilateral or bilateral, and based on the age of onset, we categorize it as either congenital or acquired. Acquired is typically associated with aging. So mechanically, ptosis is linked to the dysfunction of the muscles responsible for eyelid elevation. Loss of tonus in either of them will result in ptosis. Because the superior palpebral levator is the main retractor of the upper eyelid, deficiency in its function produces a more significant ptosis. The levator receives its innervation from the superior division of the third cranial nerve. Denervation of Mueller's muscle, on the other hand, will only cause a mild ptosis of about 1 to 2 millimeters. So what about epidemiology? How prevalent is this, and in what populations? According to the American Society for Aesthetic Plastic Surgery, eyelid surgery was 5th among the top plastic surgical procedures in the U.S. in 2018 at over 110,000 procedures. It is the most common surgical procedure in the 65-plus age group. This slide looks at the result of a retrospective chart review study on all patients referred for ptosis to the Oculoplastics Division at the University of Illinois Eye and Ear Infirmary between 2007 and 2010. The final etiology for each patient's ptosis was determined based on history, standard eyelid measurements, and ancillary testing. And then they categorized it as aponeurotic, neurogenic, myogenic, traumatic, or congenital. And the demographics, including median age and sex, were analyzed for patients in each category as well. The ptosis clinical findings that they used were measurements of marginal reflex distance, levator function, palpebral fissure, and they used ancillary testing. For instance, single fiber electromyography and acetylcholine receptor antibody testing was used to help in diagnosing myasthenia gravis. Neuroimaging was used in cranial nerve 3 palsy, and Horner syndrome was tested for pharmacologically and then further investigated with imaging. And they concluded that a significant portion or proportion of patients referred with ptosis had more serious conditions such as neurogenic or myogenic ptosis. Thus, we as clinicians have to maintain a high degree of suspicion and thoroughly evaluate all patients with ptosis. We want to properly assess for underlying systemic conditions, and we're going to talk more about that shortly. But just keep in mind that the congenital group had the youngest median age at 10.5 years, and the aponeurotic group had the oldest median age at 62 years. So how does ptosis impact patients' lives? I think we're all familiar with patients who come in and express dissatisfaction with cosmesis, but there are other things that patients will experience as well. And while cosmesis may be the primary concern for some individuals with ptosis, more advanced cases are associated with visual field disruption, eyelid strain, altered head position in an effort to compensate, and headaches due to forehead and scalp muscle strain. And all this can decrease a patient's quality of life. I know in my practice, a lot of times patients will come in just complaining that their eyelids feel really heavy, and they are actually aware of decreased visual function. So let's talk now about the causes of blepharoptosis, and we're going to start by looking at congenital versus acquired. Congenital blepharoptosis is typically caused by developmental myopathy of the levator muscle. Acquired, on the other hand, is most often caused by stretching of the levator or disinsertion of the muscle complex from its insertion on the anterior to superior tarsal plate. But it can also be caused by reduced nervous input to the muscles that elevate the eyelid, and we call that neurogenic, injury, which is traumatic, excess skin or heaviness of the eyelid, which is mechanical, and then there are certain cases, they're not as common, they're quite rare, where there's actually primary muscle dysfunction, such as in certain forms of muscular dystrophy, which we called myotonic dystrophy or myogenic blepharoptosis. So an overview of aponeurotic ptosis clinically. How do these patients present? You'll see a reduced MRD1, which we call margin to reflex distance. You will see a high upper eyelid crease. There will be near normal levator function, and there will be decreased palpebral fissure in down gaze. So as the patient looks down, the palpebral fissure actually reduces at a higher rate than somebody who does not have levator dysfunction. In myogenic and congenital ptosis, you'll see a weak or absent eyelid crease. You'll see poor levator function, and again, eyelid lag on down gaze. So this is just a schematic on how to break down congenital versus acquired. You'll see that congenital will define as occurring or diagnosed at birth to about a year, and then acquired from a year on. And in both categories, we can further subdivide them into isolated and non-isolated. So let's first talk about congenital ptosis. It's ptosis that's present at birth, as we said, or within the first year of life, and it's most commonly isolated, which means it's not associated with other ocular findings. In about 75% of the cases, it's unilateral. The majority of congenital ptosis is due to myogenic dysgenesis of the levator muscle. It most often does not affect vision, but in severe cases, the drooping eyelid may occlude all or part of the pupil and may interfere with vision, resulting in amblyopia. Congenital ptosis may occur through autosomal dominant inheritance. So when we see a child with ptosis, we want to be sure we are finding any underlying cause. It may be a good idea to question the parents about other relatives having been born with a lid problem, and certainly we want to address it to prevent any potential amblyopic changes. To briefly review other possible causes of isolated congenital ptosis, there's something called synkinetic ptosis, which many of us will remember as Marcus-Gunn jaw winking syndrome. And if you'll recall, that's a rare congenital ptosis, and it's due to an aberrant innervation of the levator muscle by the mandibular branch of the trigeminal nerve. So what happens is there's a brisk upper eyelid retraction when the person is chewing, smiling, or sucking, and often the parent will notice this right after birth when they're feeding the child. In aponeurotic ptosis, that's a congenital defect results from a failure of the aponeurosis to insert on the anterior surface of the tarsus from birth, and it can follow a forceps delivery, and the skin crease may remain normal or high, depending on where the aponeurosis is affected. The levator function is generally good, and there is no lid lag on down gaze. And to review just a few of the causes of non-isolated congenital ptosis, that may be due to close embryological development of the levator and the superior rectus muscles. Congenital ptosis may be associated with superior rectus weakness. And then there is a congenital form of Horner's syndrome which can occur in infancy, which also presents, just like in adulthood, with ptosis, meiosis, anhidrosis, and progressive heterochromia. Again, the lighter colored iris will be ipsilateral to the affected side, and the lesion may occur anywhere along the oculosympathetic pathway. So in these patients, it's important to evaluate for possible etiologies such as congenital varicella, tumors of the neck and mediastinum, and vascular lesions of the internal carotids or subclavian artery. And then there's congenital third cranial nerve palsy, which may be partial or complete, and it may present with ptosis together with other signs such as the inability to depress, elevate, or adduct the eye, and the pupil may be dilated. So let's focus now on acquired blepharoptosis, which is the main subject of our talk from this point on. Acquired blepharoptosis is typically associated with aging. A study of 400 patients in the UK found that blepharoptosis was present in over 11% of adults aged 50 and older. And if we extrapolate this to the United States population, this prevalence corresponds to an estimated 13 million patients aged 50 plus in 2020. Other known risk factors, either temporary or permanent, include ocular surgery, and this can include glaucoma surgery, cataract surgery, corneal strabismus, which can lead to temporary or permanent blepharoptosis. Contact lens wear, wearing hard or soft contact lenses, has been found to increase the incidence versus no contact lens wear, and one potential mechanism would be levato-aponeurosis dehiscence due to the method of hard contact lens removal. And then, of course, we always have to be suspicious for underlying disease, such as myasthenia gravis or diabetes. As previously discussed, similar to congenital ptosis, acquired ptosis may be categorized as isolated or non-isolated. The most common cause of isolated acquired ptosis is aponeurotic. It's most common in adults. The abnormality is in the levator. There is a dehiscence, disinsertion, or stretching. It can occur in younger patients as well. In younger patients, as mentioned, repeated manipulation of the upper eyelid during contact lens wear, and this can occur in both hard and soft lens wearers, may cause disinsertion of the levator. It occurs frequently after ocular surgery and following trauma. There are some other causes, though, and that can include eyelid trauma from infection or allergy, blepharochalasis, pregnancy, chronic use of topical steroids, and frequent lid rubbing. Mechanical ptosis is caused by excess weight of the upper lid. There are a multitude of causes that can easily be distinguished on physical exam. A few common causes are edema, inflammation, tumors, chalasia, dermoid cysts, neurofibromas, and amyloid deposits. And scarring from inflammation, surgery, Stevens-Johnson syndrome, or ocular pemphigoid can also lead to mechanical ptosis. Always perform orbital imaging in patients with an underlying mass or infiltrative lesion. Acquired traumatic ptosis can develop as the result of any trauma to the orbit. Traumatic ptosis can be neurogenic, aponeurotic, myogenic, or mechanical in nature. Iatrogenic causes account for roughly 50% of traumatic blepharitis. And traumatic ptosis has been reported to account for 11.2% of blepharoptosis in a tertiary care oculoplastic setting. And there was a study that showed 4% to 12% after cataract surgery procedures, and there's about 10 to 12% after trabeculectomy alone and combined trabeculectomy phacoemulsification. The causes can include disinsertion of the levator muscle or damage to the levator tendon with scar formation. Alternatively, cranial nerve 3 damage can also sustain damage leading to the ptosis. In severe cases that result in significant damage to the levator, patients may require multiple surgeries with a poor probability of restoring natural eyelid anatomy. Patients who are at increased risk for cranial nerve 3 involvement include those with head trauma injuries, post-traumatic cavernous sinus thrombosis, orbital apex fractures, and nerve compression by foreign bodies. Patients with CN3 damage will typically resolve on their own with time and should be observed for spontaneous recovery over a period of 3 to 6 months before considering surgical intervention. As we mentioned, rigid lens-induced eyelid ptosis is a well-established condition. It's thought to be caused by years of mechanical traction from pulling the lids while removing the lens. Patients can typically resume wear of their lenses 2 to 6 weeks after surgery and are instructed to use a plunger. Some patients, however, may best be suited for a soft lens refit. An update in the contact lens parameters may be necessary after surgery due to the change in eyelid and lens dynamics, so you want to warn patients that their lenses may sit differently. They may have more problems wearing their lens even if the lens is in exactly the same positions, and patients may feel drier and have more trouble wearing their lenses after surgery. Investigators compared the rate of hard lens users in ptosis cases with that in a control group and then estimated the odds ratio. So the study you see here included all patients aged between 30 to 60 years who were seen with aponeurotic ptosis. And ptosis was defined as a margin reflex distance of both eyes that was less than or equal to 1.5 millimeters. And the controls were subjects with an MRD of both eyes that was more than or equal to 3 millimeters. And the control subjects were selected from an age-matched group of female hospital employees. And they concluded that the pathogenesis induced ptosis is aponeurogenic and is similar to the involutional changes that are associated with attenuation or disinsertion of the aponeurosis from its distal insertion in the eyelid. As we discussed earlier, before treating blepharoptosis, it's important to conduct a differential diagnosis to identify any potentially serious underlying cause. Because in some cases, ptosis can be a sign of more serious cause, a focused neurological exam should be carried out on patients. And serious conditions masquerading as blepharoptosis can include Horner's and myasthenia gravis. If Horner syndrome is suspected, pharmacological testing with eye drops such as hydroxyamphetamine and iopidine and imaging may be an important part of detecting the underlying cause. Myasthenia gravis is a unilateral or bilateral ptosis with upper eyelid position variability that is often accompanied by diplopia and/or strabismus. And those with myasthenia gravis could also have respiratory compromise or a concurrent thymoma. A history of intermittent diplopia and worsening symptoms throughout the day suggesting fatigability should increase our suspicion for myasthenia gravis. And in 85% of patients with myasthenia, the initial symptoms were either ptosis or diplopia. The gold standard for diagnosis is serologic confirmation of autoantibodies to the acetylcholine receptors, as well as electrophysiologic studies. So there are bedside tests such as edrophonium and prostigmine that result in temporary elevation of the ptotic eyelid. Also, cooling the affected eyelid with an ice pack for 2 minutes may also result in temporary reversal of the ptosis. The sensitivity of edrophonium testing and ice pack testing is roughly 80% for each test. Treatment with cholinesterase inhibitor medication often improves the ptosis, and surgery may be considered when medical therapy fails. Other non-isolated neurogenic conditions include chronic external ophthalmoplegia and ocular motor or third nerve palsy. Chronic progressive external ophthalmoplegia is characterized by symmetric bilateral ptosis and ophthalmoparesis, and the patients are usually in their 30s. A family history showing a maternal inheritance pattern, imaging studies to rule out other possible causes, and a muscle biopsy can aid in diagnosing this. It's a mitochondrial disease. Because CPEO may be associated with Kearns-Sayre syndrome, these patients often warrant additional workup for cardiac conduction defects and pigmentary retinopathy. Another cause of myogenic ptosis can be medication-induced, typically steroid or tenofovir. These have been described in the literature and stresses the importance of reviewing a patient's medication. Ocular motor nerve palsy is characterized by ptosis accompanied by ophthalmoplegia, diplopia, and poorly reactive dilated pupil, and can be a result of ischemic injury or aneurysm. CN3 palsy may necessitate imaging to rule out a compressive etiology. So let's just take a look at a couple of cases here. The upper image shows CN3 palsy. So just recall that the ocular motor nerve innervates the medial rectus, inferior rectus, superior rectus, and inferior oblique. It also innervates the levator palpebrae and carries sympathetic innervation from the Edinger-Westphal nucleus. So dysfunction can result from ischemia, infection, compression, trauma, and demyelinating disease such as multiple sclerosis. Some patients may present with any combination of ptosis, ophthalmoplegia, diplopia, and a poorly reactive dilated pupil. The ptosis may actually be profound. So when seeing a patient with CN3 palsies, you have to differentiate between complete and incomplete. In other words, pupil sparing and pupil involved. Pupil sparing CN3 palsy is commonly due to ischemic injury in patients with vascular risk factors such as hypertension or diabetes. In older patients, typically older than age 55, giant cell arteritis needs to be considered. Pupil involving third nerve palsy often indicates a compressive etiology because the parasympathetic fibers supplying the pupil travel on the outer, more easily compressed portion of the nerve. And these should be attributed to compression from a posterior communicating artery aneurysm until proven otherwise. So therefore, they warrant urgent investigation. You want to send these patients out right away for computed tomography angiography or magnetic resonance angiography. The lower image shows Horner's syndrome with a classic triad including unilateral ptosis, ipsilateral meiosis, and anhidrosis. And since Mueller's muscle only contributes to 1 to 2 millimeters of lid retraction, the associated ptosis is mild. The syndrome results from damage anywhere along the sympathetic pathway, which can be divided by first-order neurons. That would be hypothalamus to spinal cord. Second-order neurons, which is the spinal cord to the superior cervical ganglion. And the third-order neuron, which is the superior cervical ganglion to the orbit. So it's important to determine which order neuron is involved because Horner's syndrome secondary to involvement of the first or second-order neurons may be caused by underlying malignancy. The diagnosis of Horner's syndrome is confirmed if aproclonidine drop testing results in reversal of anisocoria. And then you use hydroxyamphetamine drop testing to localize the level of dysfunction. The drop will result in pupillary dilation if the dysfunction is at the level of the first or second order neurons, while no dilation will occur if the third order neuron is affected. So now Dr. Hauser will conclude this section on differential diagnosis by talking about pseudoptosis, and then she'll take us through the clinical evaluation of ptosis patients and talk about current therapies. Dr. Hauser.
Now, what is our differential diagnosis for pseudotosis? Pseudotosis, again, having that upper lid droop in the absence of pathology of the upper eyelids. So what are our options here? Our causes can be dermatochalasis, browtosis, superior sulcus deformity, microophthalmos, and hemifacial spasm. What we're going to do next is take each of those piece by piece and kind of unravel them a little bit and figure out which one of these may be impacting our patients. First, let's look at dermatochalasis. Dermatochalasis is redundant or sagging eyelid skin. Depending on what your practice is or where your practice is, odds are you're seeing this almost every day. The patient population that I primarily work with is patients, generally speaking, 50 and up. I see dermatochalasis all day, every day. So it's an important thing to identify in our examination. Manual lifting allows for assessment of that positioning of the under eyelid skin. And the reason that's important is, and we'll find out later as we look at browtosis, it can really be a differentiating factor between true dermatochalasis and more of a browtosis. Now, the prevalence of this in individuals over the age of 45 is about 16%. And it affects males more than females. Now, why are we seeing these changes? We're seeing this because we're living longer, and the longer we live, the more chronic problems that we have and more involutional eye problems that are identified. Now, with dermatochalasis, there can be a couple causes to that. It can be the traction due to the contraction of the orbicularis muscle over time, but there's also a second part, and it's the second part that really is not a friend to any of us, and that's gravity. So gravity can also play a role in it. So we're looking at traction and gravity to play a role in dermatochalasis. And eventually we're going to see a change or a loss of that quality and quantity of elastic tissue in the skin that causes those lids to kind of droop. All these factors ultimately are going to result in a lowering, particularly of the lateral 1/3 of the eyebrow, and that excess skin kind of weighting it down on that lateral corner of the upper eyelid. So the thing about dermatochalasis, not unlike what I said about ptosis in the beginning, is dermatochalasis has a cosmetic concern to the patients. The patients have those droopy eyelids and that dull appearance. However, they also can be subject to ocular irritation, and sometimes this goes unnoticed clinically. So why do they have ocular irritation? It can be secondary to chronic blepharitis. They can also have dry eye issues, and sometimes misdirected lashes can also cause problems for the patient. Additionally, dermatochalasis can cause a reduction in both superior and temporal field of vision, and quality of vision changes as well. So there can be definite visual impacts both from how the patient sees and how the patient feels. Now, it's fairly predictable that you're going to see, as the margin reflex distance measured in millimeters decreases, you're going to see an increase in the percentage of superior visual field loss. But this study proves that point for us. So as you can see here, as the lid goes lower and lower, you see an increase in the percentage visual field loss. Now, what this study doesn't say, but other studies have found, is that you can also have a decrease in contrast sensitivity with some of these patients who have dermatochalasis. And there have actually been reports of significant improvement in contrast sensitivity of patients undergoing blepharoplasty surgery for dermatochalasis. So it actually can improve the quality of that patient's vision. Now, why does that happen? The proposed explanation is that redundant or heavy skin that overlays the eye actually blocks some of the light entering the eye and can cause some level of diffraction. So having a surgical opportunity to go in and resolve that, it's not just an aesthetics component, it's not even just a visual field potential improvement, but the patient may actually have better quality of vision as well. Now, I mentioned brow ptosis a little bit. We're going to talk about some of the etiologies of that and then how you can evaluate for it clinically to see if your patient is suffering from a brow ptosis or perhaps dermatochalasis. So as you see here, there's several different etiologies. Number one, involutional changes. Number two, secondary to weakness of paralysis of frontalis. Now, what does that mean for us? You know, this could be patients who have Bell's palsy, maybe an acoustic neuroma, surgical trauma, it could be a birth trauma, or it can even be congenital. Now, I've had a couple patients that have fallen in this particular category. I've had a patient with an acoustic neuroma and one with surgical trauma who's ultimately had a brow ptosis due to those two factors. The other possibilities there under the secondary weakness of paralysis is myotonic dystrophy. You can also have myasthenia gravis, a lot of different options. You also may have patients who have brow ptosis associated with neoplasm, as you can see here, basal cell carcinoma, squamous cell, and so forth. Now, how do we do that differential diagnosis testing? This is, really easy test to do in clinic, requires no special equipment, but it's really valuable. And perhaps some of you are already utilizing this, but as you can see here, we have a patient on the left. This is the same individual, but patient's image on the left is his natural lid posture. And you can see the brows look a little lower. Normal brow is going to sit above the superior orbital rim. So we do see that little bit of lowering of the brow. Again, male brows tend to be lower than female brows typically. But what we see in the second image, the image to the right, you have to kind of take a peek right up at the edge of the top of that image where you can see some fingertips that are in there. What we have here is the patient's brow is manually being lifted. You're seeing it elevated, so maybe that frontalis isn't fully engaged. And when we manually lift it and stabilize, you can see that there's a resolution of what appears to be an acquired ptosis. So we don't even have a frank dermatochalasis in this patient. If you look at it at just face value in that image on the right, one may interpret that as a dermatochalasis. However, with elevation of that brow, you can definitely see that it's not exactly so much about those heavy sagging lids as it is the brows not really fully engaged and lifting the brows as they should. Now with superior sulcus deformity, now this is not something that I personally see a lot of in clinical practice, primarily because this is going to be a cosmetic problem in an ophthalmia patient. So as you can see here, our patient, the left eye posture has more of an enophthalmosis pointing downwards. And part of that can be because a lot of these patients are subject to orbital floor fracture. They've had fracture, this has been corrected. This is their posture or from a prosthetic. And as you can see, there's a different exposure of the lid. So she's got a heavy kind of hooded lid over on the right eye. The left eye, you can see, has more of a ptotic type posture. So not something, again, that I've seen a lot of clinically, but it's definitely something that you may encounter. And it can also have that displacement because there's just changes in the volume of bone and orbital fat. Micro-ophthalmos, again, as I already identified, many of my patients that I see are in that older patient population, 50 and up, and I don't see a lot of pediatric patients like you see here. But just taking a look at this patient's reflex, you can see that the MRD1, or that reference distance or reflex distance in the left eye, is going to be smaller than it is in the right. So measuring from the reflex to the lid margin, we're seeing what appears to be an ptosis, but may not necessarily be identified as that. As we look at the etiology of micro-ophthalmos, frankly, the precise etiology of it really is unknown. However, there are some factors that may play a role, and many of those tend to be environmental or hereditary factors. So what would those be? It could be the maternal age, if the mom is over 40 at the time of birth, multiple births, low birth weight, and gestational age. And it could be gestational acquired infections, which I'll go through here in just a moment, some of those specifics, or exposures and deficiencies. So if you have a patient with micro-ophthalmos, you definitely want to get a good birth history and pregnancy history from the mom to see kind of what might have been risk factors for this particular child. And, you know, what some of the gestational and acquired infections are. There's several of them. Most commonly, you're going to see risk factors like rubella, toxoplasmosis, and varicella. You may also see cytomegalovirus as a risk factor, parvo B19, even influenza virus, which is definitely, of all those that I've listed so far, probably the most common that we would expect someone to be exposed to, and Coxsackie A9. In terms of the deficiencies or exposures the mother may have encountered during pregnancy, vitamin A deficiency, fever, hyperthermia, exposure to x-rays, solvent misuse, and exposure to other drugs like thalidomide and warfarin, as well as alcohol. So again, getting a good case history in these patients is really important to have better understanding perhaps the origins of their micro-ophthalmia. Hemifacial spasm. Now, hemifacial spasm, and we're going to kind of go through this as it relates to our image there on the right. But first of all, a little bit about the patients that are most at risk. So more frequently in middle-aged women or elderly women, more commonly amongst an Asian patient population. And, you know, really what happens first is the first symptoms tends to be an intermittent lid twitch that can ultimately lead to a forced closure. So this is above and beyond our typical myokymia that patients experience. So patient comes in with a lid twitch. We hear this all the time. And they say, you know, this started, frankly, it can be really alarming to a patient when they experience myokymia. And we're usually recommending things like lower your stress level, rest more, decrease your caffeine consumption. However, for hemifacial spasm, it's really taking it to a whole new level. So again, you get that forced lid closure, and you can even see that spreading of the spasm into the lower face. And as you can see here in our image, the patient's mouth is drawn to one side. This can be related to nerve injury or tumor. However, many of them are without known apparent cause. So you may not know the etiology of this, and which can be really tough for the patient, because then sometimes it's harder to know when this could resolve. Now, as we look at assessing acquired blepharoptosis, so from a clinical perspective, how do we not only identify our acquired blepharoptosis, but how do we make quantitative and qualitative assessments of this? Now, one of my favorite tests for this is the marginal reflex distance, or MRD1. And we've talked a little bit about that already, but just to kind of circle back and hit on that one more time, as you can see here in the illustration, MRD1 measures from the corneal reflex to the upper lid margin. Now, MRD2 measures from the corneal reflex down to the lower lid margin. But in assessing acquired blepharoptosis, we're going to be focusing on MRD1. Now, that marginal reflex distance, again, is really important because it's giving greater precision than measuring strict total fissure height. I know a lot of clinicians like to measure just fissure height, but you're really getting again, more clear assessment by measuring that MRD1. Additionally, in my own clinical practice, I'll use visual field testing, and we're going to go through those various types here in just a minute. I have not leaned as much on levator function and the eyelid crease height which is used in superior sulcus deformity evaluation. With the levator function, what you're doing is assessing by firmly pressing on the brow and measuring the distance moved by the upper lid margin when the patient shifts from downward gaze to upward gaze. So just food for thought about how you might want to incorporate this differently into your practice as you're evaluating a patient with acquired blepharoptosis. As I mentioned, some different visual field types. We're pretty familiar with all of these: Goldman visual field, Humphrey visual field, and LPFT. However, many of us in clinic are using the Humphrey visual field type of analyzer. It's sort of a mainstay, if you will, of clinical care. One of the things that I would say in terms of a ptosis patient, I might potentially rely on a Goldman visual field in a few cases. If a patient has some mobility issues, if they have trouble concentrating, some of my elderly patients, and these folks are ones that are going to be more subject to that acquired blepharoptosis, they may need that little bit of extra time to get the precise measurements that we want. So, I might kind of go towards a Goldman visual field for that subset. So all of these work for measuring what we need to do in terms of superior field, but they do it a little bit differently. Again, Goldman being our kinetic perimetry versus our static perimetry with our HVF and LPFT. Now, what about severity? As you look at these illustrations here, the first one you might look at and say, no big deal, right? 1 to 2 millimeter droop, assuming there's no underlying systemic issue, and perhaps this is a function or cosmetic concern. That's not too big of a deal, right? It looks like a pretty normally positioned eye. Now, certainly I think patients may be more aware of that 1 to 2 millimeter droop. It may pop out to them a little bit more than it does to us clinically, even though there's limited visual impairment. Patients starting to get that little bit of awareness raised when they look in the mirror. As we transition now to a 2 to 4 millimeter droop, now we're in that mild to moderate category. Patients definitely going to have some awareness of it. We're going to be noticing it clinically because now we're getting some coverage from the pupil. So not all the light is going in the way it should be. And now that's when we're going to have to start that discussion. What are we going to do? Is this something that we need to do more about? Is this patient going to become a referral to oculoplastics? It's almost a point of discussion and negotiation and really kind of feeling where that patient is living in terms of their motivations. Now, as we go into that 4 millimeter greater droop, we're seeing significant visual impairment. We can see half the pupil is now covered by the lid. Not only is that going to be a functional concern, it's also going to be a pretty significant cosmetic concern for the patient. At that point, I think all parties on board are going to be on board to make that referral to oculoplastics and get further evaluation and consideration for a blepharoplasty treatment or some type of repair. So we do see our discussions kind of change with patients as we see the worsening or severity of blepharoptosis. So what are our current options for treatment? Now, I did talk a little bit about surgery as we're looking at those greater than 4 millimeter people with more of a severe acquired blepharoptosis. So surgery is an option. The pro of that always is going to be improved function and hopefully improve quality of life. Now, the con is that not all patients are good candidates and there are complications. Now, the complications that are listed here, bleeding, scarring, and infection, those are things that are almost ubiquitous across surgery. So these patients, the risks, benefits, and alternatives need to be discussed with them before that referral is made. Now, if we look at different options, off-label medication or use of apraclonidine is another approach. The good news there is we're going to see an increase in that upper lid elevation, so we're going to see a change in posture. The con is some unwanted side effects may go along with that, like pupil dilation. So consider that you're almost trading one asymmetry for another if you're using a medication like that. So what you might notice is, again, elevation to a normal posture for the lid, but now having that dilated pupil in that one eye is also not going to look perfectly, quote, normal. the patient may also be somewhat increased risk for contact dermatitis with the use of aproclonidine. Now, as we go into non-surgical options, mechanical intervention. These are probably my least favorite. Now, I don't mind mechanical intervention if I'm doing a visual field evaluation of someone who has dermatochalasis or a blepharotosis and whatnot, because we need that taped versus untaped visual field assessment. However, it's not a great long-term answer. This is definitely a temporary solution. Patients, if you're thinking about it from a functional perspective, we can elevate that lid, but from a cosmetic or quality of life, but you're certainly doing your patient no favors by recommending, medical tape to elevate their eyelid. It is a conservative approach for sure, and it can be done pretty quickly, but at the same time, it's very temporary and there are some associations with discomfort. So what is the current standard of care for acquired blepharotosis? It's going to be surgery. So as we look at our surgical intervention, this is going to really address the pathology or insufficiency of several things, the posterior lamella, and you can do that via the anterior or posterior approach. Now, it depends. We have to have alignment, again, between what the patient's objectives are from a functional and cosmetic perspective and what the surgeon thinks that they can do. And that can be difficult. The lids surgery is very tricky. And I don't even mean from just a surgical perspective, but just the balance and making sure we get that alignment. So when we talked about the patients who have that really mild 1 to 2 millimeter differential between their two lids, that's an incredibly tricky surgery. It's hard to go in and make those little refinements. As we get into your more moderate to severe patients, there's definitely that option to make an improvement. However, ideally, a lot of the patients that we encounter would probably prefer something a little less invasive versus having a surgical experience. But currently, our standard of care is to approach that from a surgical perspective. So I know I would like to thank you for your time today, and I'd like to thank Dr. Resnick for contributing as well. We appreciate your time. Hope that you've taken away some pearls for how you can evaluate acquired blepharotosis in your practice. And thank you so much for being a part of CEwire.
All right, so blepharotosis, and I hope you enjoyed the lecture. It's interesting that we now have treatments for this problem, whereas before there wasn't too much we could do. So I hope that talk gave you a little bit of insight into what's going on with that. And as we come up to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we can delve into the schedule here just to let you know what's happening. And as you can see, we are in the middle of the 3 o'clock block with Tammy Petrosian, Clark Chang, and Carolyn Major. And then at 4 o'clock, Tammy will be giving us another lecture, along with Graham Lackas, all about OCT, and Brian Hall going over challenging cases in neuro-ophthalmology. So should be an interesting few classes coming up. So for those folks who may not know, I've been asked over and over again, how do I make sure I get live credit? And I want to show you one more time how to do it. So I'm going to bring up this instructional video to let you guys know how it all works. So here we go. Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Thanks for coming to CEwire2020 today. Now, I want to quickly review how to receive live COPE credits at the show today. We've spent a lot of time streamlining our process here at CEwire so that we automatically submit credits to Arbo. But in order for us to do that, a couple of conditions need to be met, so please watch this closely. First of all, in order to receive credit, you have to watch the entire lecture. Do not leave a lecture early if you wish to receive credit. Arbo's rules dictate that you must watch the entire lecture. The second thing is that we need to make sure that we have a valid OE tracker number for you on file. Without this, we cannot send your credits to Arbo. Let's quickly go over how to make sure your OE tracker number is in the system. From the conference lobby, you want to click on the bottom where it says Help Center. You can also use the link on the top that says Help Center.
Hi, me too.
Once you're in the Help
Yes,
Center,
Adam isn't back yet?
click on the link
No,
that
but
says
the
Privacy
lecture-
Center. It's the third one down.
You guys are
Once you've
interrupting
clicked
a
on
video.
that, then click on the link that
Oh, the
says
video is
Edit
not on
Profile.
anymore. I'm watching.
There you'll see your entire profile.
Oh.
The very last field at the bottom says OE Tracker.
We are
Put in your OE Tracker
showing
number
people how to
here.
get credit for
When
their-
you've got it right, click
Oh,
Save.
there you go.
That's all there
Shut
is
up.
to it. Once we have your correct OE tracker number, we can reuse it over and over again when we send your credits into Arbo, so you only need to enter it once. If you have any questions about this process, feel free to just use the chat window during the lectures to ask us a question. We'll be here monitoring the sessions today, and we can guide you through the entire process. It's super simple. So again, thanks for coming out to CEwire today, and enjoy the show. There we go. Okay. So I was just showing people how to get credit again, just in case they haven't figured it out.
Very few questions this time. Maybe 5 or 6, and when you put things up, they know because they have the tab, and many people are attorneys. So very, very few questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to make 100% sure. My commercial apparently is running in between each lecture, talking about how to get credit. So I think we should be good there. So yeah, it looks like we're in good shape here, and I was showing
no glitches.
No, it seems to be running well. I was showing people sort of the schedule and what's coming up. That Tammy's got another talk coming up along with Graham Lackus on OCT angiography, which if you haven't actually seen that one with Graham and you're interested in the technology, you might want to give that one a shot because he discusses it in detail about why it's important. I know a lot of people have not taken the plunge yet and purchased an OCT with angiography. So this might inspire you.
Yep. A lot of them can buy the basic OCTs. I know Zeiss offers it, and then they can add on the angiography capability. So I think it's coming.
Yeah. What's interesting to me about that, and especially looking at Zeiss's devices, that how much faster they're getting. Whereas before you had to hold still for a really long time. Now I think one of the big innovations is that the machines are just getting so much faster in taking the scan. That the rates of error where you have to redo it it's really dropping.
Yep. What's also much better is let's say you have a picture of the retina, you want to view it with an OCT or the angiographer. You can get to that area so much more seamlessly. Before you had to contort your patient or do something with the alignment, but now it's just they realize it was very difficult. Now it's very, very easy. So you can get the data out real quickly and really find the results you want.
Yeah, you can always see what's important to people, I guess, in the ways that vendors respond competitively. So very clearly this was an issue, right? The capturing the scan and the reliability of that scan. And that's how the manufacturers are competing. Not so much on bells and whistles as much as making this thing as easy as possible to use and capture a good scan.
Mm-hmm. That, and also it's getting very important to...
Sorry, Steve. No, I'm just wondering how many optometrists nationally have an OCT and how many general practice ophthalmologists have an OCT. I would assume most retinologists have an OCT. But I wonder what the primary care docs have.
Yeah, I could give estimates. It was funny. Let's start in reverse. The retinal specialists I dealt with, and there's some of them are lecturers here, were actually resistant because they felt that they were really good at doing what they had to do, and they had their fluorescein angiographies, etc. That and the fundus photographies. Now they utilize them more than we do, of course, on a really patient-by-patient basis. So they were resistant, but now I'd say retinal specialists, 100%. General ophthalmology, I think because of what they have to do with it, a very high percentage do. Optometry, I would say somewhere between 20 and 30%, would you say, Adam? Maybe a little more?
Maybe. I remember seeing some shockingly low numbers, like 25% or something a while back.
Yeah. Well, if the reimbursements had stayed what they were originally, I think you'd have a higher percentage. But you're doing it for, first, the good of mankind and good of time. But literally, I mean, how long do I have it? Probably 8 years, I'd say, maybe 9. And I couldn't treat glaucoma without it. I couldn't treat macular degeneration without it. I mean, treat or diagnose. literally, it's something that you need on a daily basis. How could you treat glaucoma when you don't know what's happening to the nerve fiber layer and you don't know what's happening to the ganglion cell complex? All those things are just in the general scheme of treating glaucoma. So, but then again, a lot of ODs don't treat glaucoma.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
If the reimbursements had stayed in the 3-digit level, I'd say more would have it. But I think for regular OCT, it's $40. And the ridiculous rule that you can't do an OCT image and a retinal photo of some sort on the same day because they're the same test. Well, they're not the same
They're
test.
not
And
the same
you,
test.
No.
And then, of course,
but
there's the anterior segment applications of OCT as well,
sure,
which,
yeah.
it's just crazy that so few people, or such a small percentage, have a
Use it
unit.
all the time for the cornea, the angle, fitting scleral lenses now. Yes, you could do it without the OCT, but you're more accurate with it. You want to find the exact distance between the cornea and that scleral lens fit. Again, there's not that many. I'd say people really doing scleral lens fitting, it's probably 10% of the optometric field. And we always go back to this why. And I always say to Paul, thank goodness for average.
Right. So do they pay for both eyes or just one eye? Is it a binocular test, or do they pay for each eye individually?
It's a global test, so they pay the same for one or both eyes. You just have to do a scan, which again, it's so easily done. And I mean, I remember again, I was writing the board examination down in Atlanta in 2011. So it's now almost 10 years ago, and one doctor was submitting questions about OCT in those days, and I didn't have one. I didn't know the answers to these questions, but it shows how long it's been around that he was actually submitting questions that we had to make them very simple because the field didn't know it then. But in a decade's time, it's become part of general practice. But again, when you work at different establishments, some people just want to do refraction, some don't want to treat medical, some want to do basic medical, some will do the treatments that we talked about, whether it be a retinal pathology or an anterior segment pathology, without the use of the best instrument. Are they giving the patients the best care? No. I mean, there's so many things I would have missed without an OCT, essentially, especially in the macula area. I mean, you just would miss it. Just can't see it with looking indirect. You might be fantastic at it with your fancy lenses, but you just can't see below the retina as well as you'd like.
Well, it's funny too. I just pulled up Leo's site of his used equipment. I don't know how much some of these units are, but I can't imagine that something like an OptoView iView would be that expensive, right? Or a really ancient like Cirrus unit, right? Like a 400. If you really wanted to have some capability in your office, right, you can for not that much money.
Mm-hmm. Right, and some of them actually had the business model of you didn't even buy the unit. It was called the wellness unit. I think OptoView had it, where you would sign up with them, and then every time you did a scan, you had a per click charge, and you would charge the patient, and it would do 2 or 3 tests. That was great, and there was no investment involved. And again, you charged the patient, and if you felt that there was some capability you had to go further, then you could start doing a medical examination if you needed more information. But you're right, there's no excuse, but a lot of doctors don't even research that. So I wish optometry was on not all ophthalmology offices are the same, let's face it, but the bell curve and the playing field is a lot more level in ophthalmology than it is in optometry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunately, I don't know how we're going to change that. Okay, Gretchen, I'm going to say Gretchen should come back, okay?
Yeah, sure.
She wants to come back. Let me just so you guys talk while I send her a little text message.
So, let me
I'll
pull
say
this
sure.
aside then and pull up the schedule. Things are going so smoothly today, I don't think it's necessary for us to stick around.
Well, let's just talk to Gretchen. I'd
for
say
the
Gretchen,
remainder.
a
But we
few
can just talk
minutes.
to Gretchen and see how it's going.
And maybe a half hour more, because it is going smoothly. I don't think they need our support, and we'll be back all day tomorrow.
All day tomorrow, and probably have people to interview too. I might invite Craig Thomas to come in.
Well, there's 3 hours.
Yeah, because he's going to be on tomorrow. So maybe I'll invite him, and we can just have a little chat.
Oh yeah, be a long chat.
I'm curious to see how the vendors did today in terms of the amount of people, because there was a little bit more time in between.
Sure.
And that sounds like Gretchen's here.
Yep, I'm here. I thought I'd call and annoy you for a few minutes.
Yeah.
I need to go get my farm fresh eggs soon to make my gluten-free protein pancakes tomorrow, and I need to roast some beets. I'm
Nice.
this little homemaker today.
Nice. Well, we're going to be wrapping up here early today because everything's going super smoothly. So they don't need our blab. And what I'll probably do when we're done here is just turn on another webinar and let it go so people can watch if they happen to stumble by. But yeah, it's been remarkably calm here today.
I like it. Calm is good.
Yep.
I think you need to print out our contact lens museum visit even more. I just love that.
I don't have it here. I'm gonna bring it up for tomorrow. I'll put it in the library for tomorrow so people can see that again, because that was really one of the very last things we did when life was still normal.
That's true. And I think I was 15 pounds lighter.
Oh, you and the rest of the freaking world, man. I put on pants for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
You were able to.
Well, I mean, I wear long flowy sundresses in the summer, and of course I work from home all the time, not even just a pandemic. So, that's kind of what I live in. And it really felt weird to wear pants, and I fit in them, but I think we all are indulging a bit too much and haven't gotten as much exercise as we all want to have.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, Gretchen, I was telling everyone that Salt and Straw delivers, like they do 1 hour home delivery now, and it's like, oh my God. Ice cream on demand, the liquor laws were dropped here so you can get booze on demand, so it's been terrible.
Salt and Straw? God, I'd be ordering from there at least once a week. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
It's just ridiculous now. So we've got to do something about this because no exercise plus too much ice cream is not a good thing.
I'm saying it just after finishing lunch. I always say it after lunch, never before lunch.
I have a piece of news here that I wouldn't mind getting some input on. So, as you guys know, I go to medical fitness at my physical therapy clinic, where I went after my knee surgery. And of course, they shut down. And I got a call this week saying that they were going to slowly open up, and medical fitness patients could come back with appointment only, masks mandatory, temperature check when you walk in, machines are spaced out. Now, of course, there'll still be physical therapy patients there and the staff. So I made an appointment for Monday morning because my mental health and my physical health depends on me doing this. I mean, I really miss being there, but I'm kind of scared about it because it's inside, even though we all have masks on. I mean, we're not huffing and puffing, like we're not going to 24-hour fitness, or we're not those kinds of people, like we're running like maniacs on the treadmill, but still you're breathing a little heavier than you would be just sitting at home eating your Salt and Straw ice cream. So I'm really concerned that I want to go, but I have done nothing except go to the grocery store and pick up coffee. I mean, I have done nothing. And it's kind of scary. So I'm interested in hearing what you guys are thinking. But of course, Steve, you're an outlier because you've been on freaking planes already, haven't you? Or are you guys driving?
Yeah, and I've been taking. I'm a nut with exercise. I've been taking Zoom classes. My gym's opened up. You're going to hate me, but I go to the gym. It's empty, and I'm socially. Everybody's wearing masks and stuff. So, because I was in Florida, the community I have is really self-contained, and I was taking boot classes. So, if anything, I've lost weight. But
that's great.
am I being paranoid? Am I thinking with this? I mean, it's
No,
important for me to go, but I don't want to be sick.
you'll catch up. At some point, things will open up a little bit, and we'll be a little bit less scared. Hopefully, a vaccine by March, April, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Gretchen, I'm surprised they didn't do anything to try to open up that space a little bit. I mean, I guess they can't, right? You're constrained by your space, but I've seen like places where they've tried to sort of like open up a wall so that there's free flowing air from outside. You know what I mean?
Well, they open up windows and they have fans inside, and if it's hot, they do have the air on. And they did say they spaced out some of the machines. Now, I don't know how successful they have been because I haven't walked in there yet. And you're right, they don't have a whole lot of room to space machines out. But they didn't tell me how many. I'm going to ask when I go in, but they didn't say how many people are being allowed in per appointment. And you're allowed in only for an hour. That if you linger, they're probably going to throw you out. So I'm going in early at 7:30, and I usually go in before I start work anyway. But I don't know if it's going to be too busy or not. But I figure I at least want to try, and I really miss going. I feel better physically. And also for somebody who has been shut in the house even before COVID, I mean, that was one of my social outlets just because, I don't go into an office every day. And there's something to be said for that too.
Yeah, so the advice that people are giving is to go as early as you can in the morning, like be the first person there, so that if there was any virus that was present in the night before, it will sort of have dissipated overnight. So be the very earliest person and get the hell out as soon as you can.
Yeah, that's good advice. I know that I used to go Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and they opened at 6 a.m., but you guys know me well enough to know that ain't never going to happen. And I think I'm at one of the earliest appointments because they have only certain appointment times for medical fitness people because obviously they don't want, if it's a heavy PT patient time, they don't want medical fitness people there. So it's not like you can come at any time. There's only certain windows that they'll allow you. So anyway, that's just on my mind because the academy class I just sat in was talking about COVID, and this is coming up on Monday. And Adam, I know that you are just as cautious as me, and I want to know if I'm being overcautious or if I'm being an idiot for even thinking of going. I guess it depends on your philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, like if
what do you do there, Gretchen? What's the exercise?
Oh, I do a variety. I get on the, not the treadmill. What the hell is the other thing? I can't think of it. Elliptical. Sometimes I get on the elliptical. I said, I have a bunch of things that they designed for me. That's why I like to go there because if my knee hurts, I can tell somebody and they can look at it. They can change things up. I do hip and thigh exercises. I do knee extensions. I use some free weights. I do a special kind of squat. I sit on exercise balls, and so it's a whole specific routine that's created just for me.
Right.
But there's no running.
No running.
No, I didn't. I was never a runner, not even before my knee surgery, and I don't think I've even run since. I'm kind of too scared to.
Yep.
Walking is just as good as running, Gretchen. It's been shown, so you don't have to run.
Well, I do walk at home, so yeah. So it's lifting weights. It's different types of weight exercises, like weight bearing things that I do, and that's good for bones. So yeah, and I always feel good after I go. I feel better physically, but damn, I don't want to get COVID just because I'm not worried about having it per se. I'm worried about the effects. I don't know if you remember one of my former colleagues. Her name was Colleen, and she was sick, and she had it like months and months ago. And she said something that just last weekend, it laid her flat again, that the effects of this are so long lasting. We don't know. I mean, I don't want cardiac or brain problems from some virus. I mean, I can handle going through a virus most likely, but I don't want the lingering effects just because I'm too young for it.
Yeah,
I think we all are. Well, the youth is on your side also. Are you type O blood, by the way? It's a small statistical advantage.
No, unfortunately, and I've been reading up on that. I'm A positive, so that is not in my favor.
No,
Hmm.
it's not a big
And I'm
effect, but
curious
it's some
why.
effect.
Do you guys know why blood type has any effect on it? I find that fascinating.
Maybe the antigens in your blood or the lack of antigens for O blood make your immune system more able to fight this particular virus. Who knows what its RNA is really like on the AT, GC level.
Yeah.
Well, if antigen thing, wouldn't that have an effect on overall immunity for other types of viruses, not just COVID?
So it may be something to do too with the receptors and how the thing penetrates the cell. So
Okay,
yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting effect though.
It's a small. I mean, it's like a 20 or 30% effect, but it is definitely there. So I'm not going to use it as. I'm not going to go into a room with 17 COVID patients and kiss them all, but it gives you some feeling of solace.
Yeah.
well, you won't go into a room with 17, but what about 10?
No, in fact, we were thinking we were going to have 15 people over for Thanksgiving, all family members, and we're going to probably cancel it because those are apparently the ways people are getting it now for 15 close friends who think they all don't have it, and then it becomes a herd of people getting it.
I was being facetious. You said you wouldn't go into a room with 17 people, and I wondered what was magic about 17. What about 10? I was just a hard time.
It's a prime number. It's a prime number. Who knows?
Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm just looking up. I'm looking up. Pennsylvania is pretty good. It's just behind New Jersey for COVID cases, so it's not a very high amount. Craig Steinberg put up an incredible post here on ODwire. Do you see that thing?
Yeah, he put it on Facebook also.
If that doesn't convince you about wearing masks, I don't know what.
I don't think if it's the same graph, he put it up on I saw it on Facebook, and if it's dealing with politics, I don't think here's the place to discuss it, but I found it interesting. Anybody who's listening can go.
It's a non-optometric forum, so he didn't think it was political. He just made he just showed the graph, and it just turns out that
politics. So I think it's political. So what about Thanksgiving out there? You guys, so Steve said that he's going to cancel it, and usually it's the three of us, my parents, and my brother, his wife, and their 3 kids. So that's 10, and I think we're just going to stay in our own house because it's not worth it. But I am thinking of an outdoor heat lamp, and maybe if it isn't too horribly cold, we can get electric blankets and sit outside under that, at least to make it a little less depressing.
The problem is the kids, because our kids are in school, and you just don't know what's happening with them. They might not get anything or any symptoms, but they could just pass it along to us old fogies.
Yeah.
Yep. And my parents are not big mask wearers around other people. My mom was the one who took a week trip to the shore at the end of September with her nursing school friends, which I thought was just incredibly stupid. But whatever, you know how I feel about that. So, and then I have no idea what my brother and his family are doing. And I think that we here are the most conservative with our risk factor. And, you don't want to sit there and grill your family members. And I don't want to put them in the position of feeling like they're making a bad choice. They're going to do what they're going to do. But, it's just not worth it to me.
Yeah, this is it's just how many years do we go with this? Did you manage to get into Art Epstein's article, because he was pretty depressing?
We need to have him on the call tomorrow.
I listened to a 2-hour academy class, so no, I didn't see it, but I'll have to go take a look. And if it's depressing, maybe I'll wait until next week.
Yep.
Okie doke. So why don't we wrap up today, and we'll be back tomorrow?
Yeah, so I think what we'll do, since there seems to be no real problems that people are having, they're all sitting in class and things are going well, I'm going to close this out with a thing about VEP and ERG testing. So we'll have a webinar that people can watch. And again, if people stumble across this, then they can always go to CEwire and start taking it for real, taking the classes for real. But yeah, so tomorrow morning we'll be back at the same time. Maybe invite Craig Thomas and a few other people just to give us their perspective on what's going on out there. So, but otherwise, yeah, things are working. So thanks guys for showing up today. And I guess we'll pick it up tomorrow morning.
Got
Okay,
it.
see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, guys.
And they're one of the organizations behind this webinar tonight, along with LKC, the manufacturers of the RET eval. And I just want to thank them for going ahead with this tonight. You know, the thought is, well, do you do a show like this tonight? The world is just so topsy-turvy right now. Do we go ahead and do it? And the fact that they decided to go ahead with it is really gratifying to me, because again, it speaks to a sense of normalcy that we're trying to give everyone here tonight. And just one other minor thing, just, you know, not to be too Pollyanna, but as I'm sitting here in my home office where I've actually been trapped for the last week, haven't left the house, looking across my desk, and I see on the wall behind me my grandfather's medals from World War I up on the wall. And every time I look at it, I sort of think about what was going through his head back then during the war, when the world must have seemed like it was falling apart, and then to be shortly followed, you know, by the Spanish flu. So even though I'm sure back then it felt like the world was falling apart, obviously things still continued, and it was just a temporary blip. So no matter how crazy things are, just remember it's all a temporary blip, and we're going to get past it. And that's why, you know, having shows like this are so important and fun. So thanks everyone for being here. So before I introduce our speaker tonight, let me just give you the ground rules. On the right side of the screen, you'll see a box that says questions. If you type a question in there, at the end of the show, once the presentation's over, I'll verbally ask our speaker tonight the questions, and then we'll have a little back and forth and a Q&A. So feel free to ask whatever you want in that question box. So with all that said, I'd like to introduce our speaker tonight. So Dr. Craig Thomas, I think, is well known to just about everyone who's here tonight. He's a private practitioner. He's been in practice for over 30 years in Dallas. And what's really special about Craig is that he keeps on the cutting edge for his patients. He always keeps up with the latest science and the latest technologies that are made available. And tonight, he's going to talk to us all about how he's added ERG and VEP testing to his practice, and how you can do it too. We're going to discuss the clinical aspects and even some of the practice management aspects of it. So with that said, why don't I turn it over to Craig? So Craig, thanks so much for being here tonight.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for having me. All right. Good evening, everybody. You know, everybody that's a regular poster or lurker on ODwire, you know, probably has heard me and all the good and bad that goes with hearing me. Sometimes good clinical, sometimes good political, sometimes bad political. But I always circle back, no matter how bad our disagreements are on the website, that we all are optometrists. I've said that 100 times over the past 10 years. And just like when people are against us, when we have fights with ophthalmology and all of our other adversaries, we're all in it together. That's why I always said optometrists are my friends. I said, when I'm attacked, when my livelihood is in jeopardy, when my profession is being challenged, when my integrity, my credibility is being challenged for no reason, the people that are standing next to me are optometrists. And it's always been that way. I've been practicing 36 years. And it's always been that way. And it's probably, hopefully, always going to be that way. So we're all in this weird time together. It is pretty weird. I got to tell you, I've never seen anything like this in 36 years. We are under shelter in place here in Dallas, Texas, and we started sheltering in place yesterday. Everybody knows that I stay pretty busy. I saw 3 patients today, urgent patients, essential care. I think that's the term. I saw 7 yesterday. I have 2 scheduled for tomorrow, and we're closing Friday. So I mean, to go from, you know, slamming and bamming and all of the stuff that I used to do every day and have fun, and to what we've got right now, it's quite a change. And I guess the only solace is I'm not alone. So I want to welcome everybody here, because we are in this together. And the concept I'd like to have going forward, trying to be positive, because I am positive. You know, in my 36 years, even though I've never seen anything like this, I don't expect this to last. And I base that on my 36 years. You know, my experience counts for something, and I don't think this is going to last. I'm hoping it's going to be a month or 2, maybe. I'm hoping. I don't think it's going to be a week or 2. We're all looking for a long dry spell is what I'm afraid of. We all have different situations and we can deal with it differently. Most of us are going to get through it okay. A few of us may not, but we'll come out on the end, I don't know, happier or stronger or any of that stuff, but we'll come out on the end and we'll get back to seeing patients and we're going to be practicing optometrists just like we all were 2 or 3 weeks ago. This is not going to last. What I'd like everybody to try to concentrate on is how are we going to practice once we all start practicing again? There's people listening tonight that are not practicing just like me. Okay, I'm not going to practice for 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, it's fine. If I can't practice for a month, I'm not going to be happy about it. But I can't control it. But I'm going to be practicing again, and I'm going to be practicing this summer. I'm going to be practicing. So what I'd like to do is, as we go forward, and we're talking about how do you want to practice on the other side? How do you want to practice post outbreak? Do you want to try to differentiate yourself? Do you want to try to be special? Do you want to get ultra competitive? Do you want to try to take advantage of guys and ladies that have been wounded by this? I don't want to be mercenary, but they're just like the restaurants and everything else. There'll be a few people that may not survive this ordeal, and those patients are going to have to go somewhere. And they may be looking for someone with some advanced technology. And I'm telling you, it might make a difference. So let's get into it, okay? Let's talk about going with the electrodiagnostic flow after we get out of this outbreak, okay? So we put signs on the door. We posted new hours. We're open 9 to 4 now instead of crack of dawn till nightfall. And so we call it the outbreak hours. We cut our outbreak hours. So we're going to get out of this outbreek and go with the electrodiagnostic flow. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to primarily talk about some electroretinography. And I've been lecturing on electroretinography since 2011. I was the first optometrist in the state of Texas to perform any electrodiagnostic procedures. Me and my buddy Joe Deloach had to get Medicare to turn the code on and get it approved for optometrists. So I'm pretty familiar and intimate and experienced with all kind of electrodiagnostic stuff being performed by optometrists, and in particular in the state of Texas. So I'm the alpha. So I know what I'm talking about, and I've been doing it a long time. In the beginning, when we started talking about electrodiagnostics, and I would always start my lectures with this kind of joke. Y'all know I'm kind of funny sometimes, and I would say, I am now a clinical neurophysiologist. And I would strut around and poke my chest out and kind of, you know how it could be. And I was like, yeah, my mom was so proud of me. She's got an optometrist and a clinical neurophysiologist all in one. And she's so proud. And when you start performing this testing in your optometric practice, in addition to being an optometrist, you're going to turn yourself into a clinical neurophysiologist. And what you're trying to do is the things you see on the slide. I'm not going to read slides to you. Y'all can read while I'm talking. You see the two things, what we're doing here with the ERG. It's getting the loss of retinal function and trying to differentiate or distinguish between the retinal and optic nerve lesions. That's the big thing. And the big thing on the newer technologies that we're getting ready to talk about, like this handheld red eval device, is all the different protocols, the different test protocols that you can do with this very small device, different than the earlier first generation. I consider this technology second generation technology. That's how I look at it. So this is what I'm talking about. This thing is so cool. I've had mine for about 3 years. I got to tell you, y'all know how I am. Again, I hate to say it, but I'm like a kid at Toys R Us. I've got every machine that you could get, everything that'll generate a code. I've got it in here. I'm on my third electrodiagnostic device. Okay, this thing is the bomb. You see how cool it looks. It's real small, portable, handheld. You go from room to room with it. It is really, really slick, really slick. So it's called red eval. And I'm gonna go back real fast. So you see the red eval. And when I first started doing electrodiagnostic stuff, back in 2011, 2012, we were doing mostly PERGs, the pattern electroretinogram, primarily for glaucoma indications, glaucoma suspects, stuff like that. And so the PERG was the primary ERG that we used to do, or that I used to do. And this light adapted, these flicker and flash ERGs, that was not something that I was into in the beginning of my electrodiagnostic journey. as the technology's evolved and we're into second generation technology, now you've got stuff with more testing protocols. So again, you've got multiple ERG protocols and some VEP stuff. We'll talk about it just a little bit. This is mostly an ERG kind of presentation, but this handheld device will do both tests. It'll do an ERG and a VEP, one back to back without unhooking them or new electrodes or anything. It is so cool. It is really slick. So let's keep going. So the big thing now that there's two big things. I don't know if one's bigger than the other. The first big thing is what's called the photopic negative response. That's kind of a new thing. It's new in the literature. It's been out. The information talking about this has been out, 3, 4, 5 years. I started looking at stuff back in 2010, 2011, 2012, and I don't remember seeing this photopic negative response thing until just a few years ago. And you see my reference article is dated 2018. I always try to keep current with stuff. I mean, these are the ICEF articles, the protocols. I mean, this is modern, real science. It's not just me making it up. It's not Conan trying to sell machines. This is from the guys that make up all the rules. So this photopic negative response is a new thing where it provides information about the innermost retinal layers, the function of the innermost retinal layers, the ganglion cells and their axons. So we're gonna, you got to kind of get that term in your head, photopic negative response. Okay. Now, in addition to that photopic negative response, the more traditional, if you could say traditional, about a device that's only a few years old, but the initial testing that we did mostly with this device was these flicker tests and these flash ERGs. And you see an example of what the output looks like here. This is just one of my patients. I took the name off. You see, this is a pretty normal looking one. Everything is color coded. Green is good, red is bad, yellow suspicious. So even without, I can't give you a lesson really on interpretation in this short time frame, but you see everything is green. So without knowing what you're looking at, hey, green is good, red is bad. So this is a relatively normal ERG waveform on this particular patient. So I just wanted to show you what a normal would look like. And you guys, again, can see the little bullets off to the side. When we're doing a test like this, I want to get information about these cone bipolar cells. You go back, that's why I put this slide up here, a little bit of retinal anatomy and neuroanatomy kind of coming into play, all the layers of the retina forming these retinal cortical pathways going through the visual pathways of the brain back to the visual cortex. You gotta feel that neuroanatomy a little tiny bit for all this stuff to kind of fold in and make sense. So I just wanted to give that little review there. And we all had an electrodiagnostic class. This is a nationwide lecture, so I can't harp on going to U of H, but anybody that went to University of Houston, we were down there in the dungeon with Dr. Walters, hooking up people and sticking contacts in their eyes with wires in them and taking 3 hours to do a test. It was outrageous. It was comical. And while we were doing it, it was so ridiculous that while we were learning about electrodiagnostic technology, everybody looked at each other and realized that we would never be doing this again for the rest of our lives. And then once we got out of this room, once we got out of the dungeon at U of H, we would never touch a piece of electrodiagnostic technology again. And that's exactly what happened until 2011. I got out of school in 1983. Okay, so we've moved up a notch here. So I digress. Let's keep going. So you see what the flicker and the flash testing is based on, and the parts of the retina that you're evaluating with this test. So that kind of just hopefully a refresher for those of us that remember all of our electrodiagnostics. So again, another just a picture of the device being used. So again, the device is called the RET eval. You see it there. It's made by this company called LKC. They seem to know what they're doing. It's real lightweight. It's not heavy. It's got a real short test time. From the time that you start washing the lady's face with a lid scrub and putting them little electrode strips on there and holding the thing up and saying, look at the light, until you're finished and putting it up on my computer screen, it's like 5 minutes. I mean, it's incredible. I kind of would tell people 10 minutes start to finish, but 10 minutes is 5 minutes to me talking, and then 5 minutes of the technician doing the work. So the test time is 5 minutes, kind of start to finish, just getting the thing set up and telling the patient what's going on. You might have a 10-minute run, but actually the technician time doing it and displaying the info, it's 5 minutes. There's absolutely no discomfort. And you see the little electrode strip there, without me doing any kind of comparative analysis, these just suffice it to say, these strips are less expensive than competitive strips. So I'll just leave it at that. So this thing's not real expensive to use. So this is what it looks like when it's being used, real quick, real easy. Okay, so now let's keep going. Let's get into some meat and potatoes here. Okay, so let's talk about some cases. The best way to learn to me is just talking about real patients being treated by a real optometrist that's practicing modern optometry and working in 2020. Okay, that's the best information. So that's what you get ready to get. So this guy here is, and this is, with new stuff. So I'm talking about this new device. It's new if you don't have one. I mean, I've had mine 3 years. So I'm talking about this new device. So to introduce it and kind of show you what it does and what it's capable of, I think it's best to just use a demonstration case as opposed to some case where you got to really figure stuff out and you're really scratching your head and got to have the patient come back 3 or 4 times to make a decision. Okay, we're not going to do none of that. So this is a demonstration case. This is like we're in 5th grade and you're the science fair judge and somebody made a volcano out of vinegar and baking soda. Okay, we demonstrate a known physical property. Okay, that's not, we're not really experimenting. So this ain't no experiment. I'm just going to show you how everything blends together and how it works and the value of it. Why you would want to do it and what does it add to the mix? Why would you be adding ERG technology to your practice? Okay, let me show you why. So this guy here, this is one of my regular guys. I got 1,000 of them. They just keep coming in. I don't know what it is. So this guy comes in, and he's 61 years old now. I saw him 2 weeks ago. You'll see the printouts in a moment. So I saw this guy. He comes in for regular, I think it was a 6-month glaucoma check. I couldn't remember. But I saw him 2 weeks ago, and we had already started talking, me and Adam Farkas, about doing this webinar. And I never want to repeat stuff. I always want to use new stuff no matter what. Every presentation is different. So as soon as he said, hey, man, let's do this webinar. Okay, I'm thinking, okay, he's telling me Monday, let's do the webinar. So on Tuesday, I'm like, okay, what patient can I find to do the webinar on? I don't want any, I'm trying to get some fresh blood. So this guy was like the first guy there after I decided to do the webinar. And of course, he was perfect. You'll see why in a moment. So you got a 61-year-old guy. He's 61 now. I first saw this guy 8 years ago. So he was 53 then. He's like a -6. He works at UPS and he wears contacts. He unload the trucks and all that stuff. He don't like wearing glasses. And when he came in for his first visit back 8 years ago, his pressures were 18 in the right eye and 31 in the left. And for any of us listening tonight, that would be sufficient to raise some level of suspicion. Excuse me. And you would think that the guy either is developing glaucoma or has glaucoma. Excuse me. So that's certainly what I thought. And I, y'all know me. I never met a glaucoma I didn't like. So I'm thinking this guy's has glaucoma. And I performed a series of diagnostic tests. And I determined that he actually did indeed have glaucoma. We don't have the time for me to review all that stuff and go back to the beginning 8 years ago and start flashing stuff. But I did want to show you a couple of things. Here's an OCT retinal image of this patient in 2016. So this is several years after I had initiated treatment. He was kind of spotty with his compliance. He'd come in, pressure would be 22, 23 in that bad left eye. And I'd had him as high as 37, 38 sometimes when he wouldn't use his drops. So this is what he looked like in 2016. Kind of interesting on this OCT printout, and this will all blend in together in here in just a moment. You can see, this is a Cirrus 400 OCT. I bought it new. I mean, it's a really cool machine. I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's wrapped up in bubble wrap in my garage right now. But last year, when this guy came in in 2016, that was my primary OCT, and I made all my decisions based on it, and I had no problem with it. You can see the deep cups, you can see the statistical analysis. This guy has glaucoma. Okay, so you see what it looks like there in 2016. So he comes back. He's a good patient. He comes every 6 months, pretty much. So when he comes back, I've got this brand new, I've had it now 2 years. I've got this OptoView AngioView, the OCTA with the angiography, and it is superior technology. It is simply superior. I circled the date here so we can see that I am discussing current patients with current information and current technology. So this guy was here on March the 10th. That's when I obtained this scan. It's 2 weeks ago. It's 2 weeks ago, okay? You see the statistical analysis. It doesn't look terrible. It's not like he's going blind. This is a combination printout where you get the optic nerve head analysis, retinal nerve fiber layer analysis. You get your Tisnet curve profile over here. And you've got ganglion cell analysis, not the full deal. I'm just trying to save space and not have 3 or 4 slides. But you see this little tongue of atrophy kind of scooting in on the ganglion cell analysis complex printout. That's kind of interesting. And look how it's symmetrical. So here, we've got an OCT from, almost 4 years ago. Here you've got an OCT from 2 weeks ago. To me, pretty symmetrical on the ganglion cell, and pretty. The left eye showing a little bit more damage on the nerve fiber right here. You see it's in the red code. So it's showing that the left eye is a little tiny bit worse, but not a big difference, not a whole lot. And remember, when I first saw this guy, he had extreme asymmetry. Like one eye's 18, the other eye's 31. Okay, I mean that's extreme asymmetry. To me, a 99.5% chance of having glaucoma when you present like that. And clearly, the condition is starting in the left eye before it crosses over and goes to the right eye. So I've got my OCT scans on this guy. And I'm an optometrist. I'm a regular optometrist. I'm just like everybody listening. Okay, the next test almost always is going to be a threshold visual field. When you've got a patient that you either think has glaucoma or that has glaucoma. So again, I did a visual field on the guy. You see the date up here at the top, 3/10/2020. So it's all done on the same day. You see the visual field, the left eye. He's actually on his mean deviation is still showing a positive, although somewhat decreased reliability. I mean, I could see he's not going blind. It seems like he kind of snapped to attention here when he did the left eye, much more reliable. But you see on the left eye, you've got your glaucoma hemifield test showing within normal limits. So again, no severe damage. But here, your mean deviation, this minus 0.41 decibels, compared to here, a plus number, I would say that that's clinically significant asymmetry, where one eye is a positive number on the mean deviation and the decibels and the others are negative. It's not a big difference, but it's different. And it correlates with the initial presentation with the left eye having a much, much higher intraocular pressure. So again, I already know this guy has glaucoma. I'm performing diagnostic testing on him, not to see if he has glaucoma. I'm trying to see, is it changing? Is it getting worse? Are we under good control? Are we under borderline control? Or is the glaucoma uncontrolled? And I need to make a decision and change his treatment program. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm gathering information to try to see, is this patient glaucoma under good control, borderline control, or uncontrolled? I've got to make that differentiation and that assessment. And I use these tests to make that decision. And in an ideal situation, and fortunately this is an ideal situation, I've got previous test results to compare to where I could make an accurate and informed assessment. Yes, this guy's staying the same. Yes, this guy's getting better. Yes, this guy's getting worse. And I would blend all these test results to make that decision. So this visual field is essentially like the one that he did the year before. So based on the visual field test, I'd say that his glaucoma is under good control. So I keep going, and this was kind of weird. I went ahead, once I decided to use this patient as my example on the presentation, I told my staff, I said, all right, get all the diagnostic tests on every piece of information we can gather. I don't necessarily need to make decisions with it. I just kind of want to see what this guy's like. And I did a test that I had not done on him before because I didn't need the information to make a decision on him when he came in with the 18 and the 31. And so I decided to check the guy's color vision, and these are the results. And so again, once I make the decision to order some diagnostic testing, I usually exit the building and let my staff take over, and then I come back in when they're finished, and all the stuff is flashed up on a big flat screen. And so I walked in the room and I looked at these color vision test results and I turned to my patient. I said, "Hey man, are you colorblind?" He goes, "Yeah, I can't see a lick." I said, "Yeah, you can't, you got nothing." He says, "Oh man, it's been like that my whole life." I said, "Why did you tell me that?" He says, "You never asked me." I said, "I've been seeing you for 8 years. You never told me you were colorblind." He said, "You never asked me." I said, "Okay, that's my bad. Okay, won't happen again. My bad." So this is what it looks like when your glaucoma patient has a congenital red cream color vision abnormality. You see how it's almost identical in each eye. This is not some kind of acquired defect. I've seen 1,000 of those. This is what it looks like when the guy's born with the traditional color vision deficiency that we all learn about in school, where it's like, 6.5 or 7% of all white males. Well, it's like 3.2% of black males and like 3.1% of Asian males. Those are the numbers. So every once in a while, you're not going to be able to use color vision in your decision making. And this was an example of that. So I kept going. And of course, since we're talking about ERG testing, I said, hey, I certainly want to get an ERG on this patient. Let me see what his retinal function looks like. And this is his test that was done again on March 10th, 2020. This is almost a perfect teaching ERG because you see the right eye is perfectly normal. And again, I'm not going to go through the interpretation. That we could do that on the next seminar or webinar. But again, green is good. So all the waveform shape is normal. The peak time and amplitudes are normal. The photopic negative response measures down here are all normal. So the ERG response, the photopic negative response on this patient's right eye is normal. You see clearly the left eye is abnormal, and it's abnormal in 2 or 3 different ways. And it only takes one way to be abnormal, but it's abnormal in 2 or 3 different ways. Yeah, the first thing is the shape of the waveform. And the shape of the waveform, this is called waveform perturbation. So it's disturbed. He ain't happy. This waveform ain't happy. He's not happy. He's perturbed. And so you got waveform perturbation compared to the normal waveform shape that you would have in a person with a normal photopic negative response, like it looks like here. So you got waveform perturbation. And the first thing here, the peak time, or what's called implicit time, you can go either way. The peak time is not in the range. All these numbers is abnormal. It's just not normal, okay? So here you have clinically significant asymmetry. And on this particular patient, it's not for everybody. Everybody's different. But on this particular patient, which is why I used him, everything matches. So you see how the eye that should have more damage, because when I saw this guy 8 years ago and the pressure was 18 in the right eye and 31 in the left, okay, the glaucoma started in the left eye. The left eye should have more damage. Okay, you can see a little tiny bit of it on the visual field, just a little tiny bit. You can't see none of it on the color vision because he doesn't have any color vision. You can't really see it on the OCTs. Not really. You can't, here the left eye doesn't look a lot. The right eye looks worse on this one. Okay, if anything. Here the left eye is a little worse, but only by a few microns on that inferior section. The visual field, I mean, it's a little tiny bit different. But on this guy, the ERG is like night and day. The ERG is the most sensitive test on this particular guy if you're trying to see is one eye better than the other, and maybe if one eye is changing. To now I know that this right eye is perfect. If I see any change on this right eye going forward, I know that my glaucoma is out of control. That is the correct term. My glaucoma is uncontrolled, and I would need to get more aggressive with the treatment. So I will use, not can use, I will use the ERG test results on this patient going forward to make medical decisions. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm doing it to make decisions. You see how valuable it is and how I could get so much information. Here, ordinarily, I'd get a lot of information there. Okay, on this guy, I couldn't get any information there. I got to get it another way. I could be dependent on this visual field test, but it's got low reliability. I got the best OCT in the world, and it's telling me that the eyes are almost the same. Okay, I can't go with just one test. I got to look at 3, 4, 5 different things and blend it all together to make a decision. That's the best way to practice to me. And when you do it like that, this is what it looks like. So, how do you report this stuff? Again, I'm not reporting this tomorrow because I got 2 patients scheduled, but in 2 months, this guy's coming back, okay? and we all got to get this thing up and running 2 months from now, or 6 weeks from now, or 8 weeks from now, whatever, okay? It's coming back, and when it comes back, this is how you do it. So, this is this guy's visit. And again, I'm not trying to, boast or brag or this or that. I just want to show you how I do it, okay? The people still don't understand. I give lectures pretty regular, whether it's clinical lectures, practice management lectures, billing and coding lectures. I did 2 consultations this month before the virus broke out. And I'll go to an office where the guy's making $2 million a year, and the billing and coding clerk will come up to me, and because they always say, Craig, I want you to talk to my insurance person. I go, yeah, sure. And like 2 minutes into the conversation, every time, it's like, well, okay, now I know we can't do this with this, and I know we can't do that with that, and I know I could do a OCT if I stand on my head and it's Monday morning, and then I could do a color vision on Tuesday afternoon if it's dark early, and they start going through all these rules and these modifiers that don't matter. I'm like, what are you talking about? Stop it, okay? Stop it. And I mean, the most common thing I say when I go visit these offices and talk to the insurance person is I say, stop it, okay? Everybody's fixated on what we can't do, and this don't go with that, and this doesn't mix with that. I'm like, stop it, okay? We can do whatever we want. I'm getting ready to show you. Almost always, we can do whatever we want, anytime you want, for whatever reason you want, as long as it's reasonable and medically necessary. And we should stop with the scare stuff on the billing and coding and just do what needs to be done to figure out what's wrong with the patient. This is what I did for this guy's visit. You see the visit, you see the numbers, okay? The only thing that's of any, excuse me, significance, y'all got me excited. The only thing that any significance on here is that on occasion, and it's primarily some of the Medicare carriers, but just to be aware of it, I just put it here as an educational tidbit. On occasion, you'll have some of these insurance carriers where they will state clearly that they do not want you to use electroretinography or VEP testing, any electrodiagnostic stuff, in the diagnosis and treatment of patients with glaucoma. It's a lot of room for abuse. Guys have messed it up, doing 1,000 scans a year. So the insurance companies got tired of paying for it, and they put a bunch of rules on it the past 2-3 years. And so they say, hey, you don't need to use an ERG to determine if a guy has glaucoma. All right, well, if that particular insurance company says that, and some do, some don't, you have to check your own local rules. This is a nationwide, presentation. But I went ahead and, excuse me, I checked Texas's rules, and in Texas, you would do it like this, where if they say, if you look up the LCD for electroretinography, and if it says, hey, we don't want you to use this stuff for glaucoma, okay, then don't. But if it says, hey, glaucomatous optic atrophy is on the covered diagnosis list, which is always is, then that's the code that would be most appropriate. Because if you remember back at the beginning, the very first slide, what's the reason of an ERG? So you're trying to see, is there a loss of retinal function, number one, and if there's a loss of function, is the function primarily in the retina, or is it primarily in the optic nerve? So if you got a person that can't see right, or has got an abnormal OCT or whatever, some kind of optic atrophy, is it optic atrophy caused by glaucoma, or is it optic atrophy caused by something else? That's where you got to play doctor and figure that out. So this particular one, this is how you would report the service. Let's keep going. We're doing good. All right, number 2. Here we are, number two. I want to talk about some subclinical diabetic retinopathy. Y'all know that's a big thing with me. I've been talking about this for a couple of years. People are going to start learning eventually. I've got some people that's been learning, but we got to keep going. And still people don't understand this stuff. It's like the insurance clerks don't understand how to file optometric services, and they're making it harder than it needs to be. We still got a bunch of optometrists not understanding this subclinical diabetic retinopathy thing. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that. So what you got with the subclinical diabetic retinopathy is basically retinopathy you cannot see with an ophthalmoscope. That's the basic definition of it. Okay, so you look inside, you dilate them up, you're trying to see if there's something wrong with them, and you don't see nothing. They look fine. Okay, they look fine. So that's it, but they're not fine. There's something wrong with them. You just haven't looked the right way. So that's what's called subclinical diabetic retinopathy. Okay, and most importantly, for the concept of this lecture, when this happens, and people with diabetes, When they get the diabetes, you get this relationship where you get neurodegeneration, and I can't really give a whole lecture on neurodegeneration. I'm supposed to be writing an article on it, but you get neurodegeneration that's caused by the diabetes, and neurodegeneration, like an example of that would be like people getting tingling in their fingers and toes, where the nerve endings, the peripheral nerve endings are all damaged, and they get that tingling in their fingers and toes. Okay, that's a clinical sign of neurodegeneration. So if you got peripheral neurodegeneration, you probably got you some central neurodegeneration up in your brain and your optic nerve and your retina. So they kind of go together. So I always kind of broach the subject with my patients like that. So anybody that's got tingling in their fingers and toes because of their diabetes, man, they absolutely got some subclinical retinal neurodegeneration, whether they look normal or not. I'm working on that premise going forward. So let's jump into the subclinical diabetic retinopathy. So here's patient number 2. There's another, again, always my real patients. So this is a picture of this guy in 2016. So 58-year-old black guy, he's diabetic. I'm sorry, he's a person with diabetes. He is a person with diabetes. He is not diabetic. So he's a person with diabetes, and he treats it with oral meds. And he's a knucklehead. He's not even trying. I mean, this guy's big as a house. He's got, you can put a beer can on his stomach. It's that kind of thing. So he probably weighed about 280, 285, maybe 5'11". I said, "Are you exercising?" He just laughed at me. I said, "I'm serious." He said, "No, I don't exercise." Okay, all right, since you're serious. So he's one of those kind of patients. I said, "Can you see okay?" He says, "I see fine." I'm here because my medical doctor makes me come once a year. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll take care of you. So I had, if you look at him, you see in this 2016 picture, if you go way up here at the top, right above the macula, see the little 3 yellow dots, the little tiny exudate. Okay. So to me, he had some mild non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy that I detected with ophthalmoscopy back in 2016, and I took a picture of it. Okay, y'all see it there. Now, what's most important on this guy, besides his fundus looking pretty normal, is that he had 20/25 best corrected vision. So I could not get him to 20/20, and really not a good 20/25. And I didn't see any real corneal opacity and lenticular loss of transparency. He looked fine, So I'm thinking, hey, how come this guy can't see? So you know how I practice optometry. I go head first. Feet first, head first, both feet. I got a fist up. I am doing a functional vision assessment on this patient, and I'm going to figure out how come he can't see. Because to me, a 58-year-old man, he should have 20/20, unless I can explain otherwise. Okay, this ain't normal. It ain't close to being normal. Anybody says that's normal, they're crazy. Okay, it's not normal. So you got 20/25 minus vision in a person with clear media. Okay, they taught us in optometry school that wasn't normal. All right, so I don't think that's normal. So I'm gonna try to figure out how come that ain't normal, and I'm gonna run a bunch of tests on it. I'm gonna do a refraction with a $200 retinoscope. I'm gonna do some fields. I had the ret eval here back in 2017. So this wasn't a 2000. All this stuff is in 2017, where this first image was 2016. So you see this guy's ERG findings back in 2017. You got a real normal waveform. You got normal implicit times. This was a normal thing. Slight color vision defect. Some kind of goofy visual fields, kind of non-specific. So I told him, hey, I got some normal test results and some abnormal test results. I don't think we need to treat anything. There's no local treatment for this. We're not going to give you a shot, no anti-VEGF, no steroids, no Pred Forte, none of that, okay? The treatment is to get healthier, you big person, and that's what I tried to tell him. And again, he wasn't hearing it. He didn't want to hear it. And it was really frustrating. I remember the guy's funny, and I was like, "Hey, man, you're killing yourself." He's like, "My daddy died when he was 60. I'm already ahead of that." I'm like, "Okay, that's a bad attitude." So this guy was hard to try to motivate, but I did the best I could. So you see these little bullets here talking about this neurodegenerative form of the disease. So when you get this retinal neurodegeneration, it's a loss of the ganglion cell, the nerve fiber layer, the photoreceptors, and it's called RDN, retinal diabetic neuropathy. Okay, that's a new thing, but it's not really new. It's been around about 8-9 years. So retinal diabetic neuropathy, that's like when you got the tingling in your fingers and your toes, except it's in your retina. So this is the workup I did on the guy back then. Now let's fast forward. Okay, why are we talking about this guy? So here we are. Same guy. This is last summer, so 2019. So you see, I took some nice pictures here. Took these pictures with that Nexi robotic camera. You just hit a button and step away. Step away from the vehicle. It's pretty cool. So you see, pretty decent images. You see no obvious retinopathy. There's certainly no vasculopathy like microaneurysms, dot blot hemorrhages. There's no vascular beading. You don't see nothing. There's no areas of obvious ischemia. No areas of obvious edema. And the guy had the same best corrected 20/25 minus acuity in each eye on this visit in 2019 last year. So this is what he looked like. And if this guy was in your office, I would submit that every optometrist listening here tonight would fill out the little forms that they make us fill out, and you would check off the very top box where it says no apparent retinopathy. That's what you would check off. You would say, this little yellow thing here, I wouldn't call that nothing. So I'd say no apparent retinopathy. All right, so I know that this guy has some problems because he can't see clear, and I've already done a workup on him. So I know what's wrong with him. And again, this is a demonstration kind of thing. So here is what retinal diabetic neuropathy looks like on an OCT scan of the macula. And so you see the retina is too thin. The mechanism is theorized that the retina is ischemic, so you got poor blood flow. As the old people would say, you got post-circulation. They got post-circulation. So the poor blood flow just messes up the tissue, and the tissue starts to die. And as the tissue dies, it shrinks, it goes down. And so the retina is not as thick. And so what you see is retinal thinning, significant thinning of the nerve fiber layer. And on a Cirrus 400 OCT, it looks like this, and it looks like this, okay? Now, on this particular day last summer, this was before I wrapped up this bad boy in bubble wrap and put it in the garage. I actually had both OCTs sitting in the same room side by side, and I acquired images on this patient on the same day side by side. That's why I kind of used this guy because ordinarily I would have used somebody I saw last week, but this guy where I happened to have the OCT scans from two different technologies on the same day, I thought that was pretty cool. So here's what it looks like on that OptoView AngioView OCT. And so here the thinning is represented by this dark purple. So this is too thin. You see the shape is kind of okay. You've got some vitreomacular adhesion right there. That's not clinically significant. So the foveal depression and everything is still there. Both eyes. So on a first glance, it would look like it's okay. Well, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that guy. But if you look at it real close, you can see like this hump is a little higher than that one, and same thing here. But the most important thing is just look at the numbers and the colors, and the retina's too thin. So this is retinal diabetic neuropathy. The guy's retina is messed up because of his diabetes that he's had for 20 years that he won't take care of. Now, I've documented the retina's too thin. Since I went ahead and put this slide in here just for educational purposes, anybody that's getting ready to buy a new OCT, and I think you ought to buy OCT if you don't have one. If you got an old one, get a new one. This angiography is the bomb, okay? I mean, it's like top of the line. You just can't imagine how practicing optometry is different when you've got access to information like this at your fingertips when you're trying to figure out if somebody got something wrong with them. It's just night and day. I can't really say it enough. So here, this is an OCT angiogram of the guy, and again, without giving angiography lessons, the blood perfusion is low, the tissue is not well perfused. This guy has subclinical diabetic retinopathy in a vascular mode, in addition to his subclinical diabetic retinopathy in a neurodegenerative mode. He's got it both ways, even though he looks totally normal. So he looks fine. He looks fine, okay? You would check off no apparent retinopathy, but this guy's retina is real thin, and he's losing his capillary network. Okay, lots of problems there. So he's got lots of structural damage. I wonder if he has any functional loss of vision associated with the structural damage that I just detected with my OCT scans. And on this particular patient, the answer is yes. And you see here, again, everything's in red. Without an interpretation, you can see that it's not normal. The amplitude is low. The waveforms are very shallow. And for this guy in particular, where I've got, if we go back to 2017, these test results are for this patient. So this is this patient's ERG scan in May of 2017. And here, and just again, just look at the height of the peaks, the shape of the waveform, the implicit time, 32 milliseconds. I think that one's 33 milliseconds. And then you fast forward to a guy whose retina looks exactly the same with ophthalmoscopy, and who's telling you as soon as you ask him that he ain't even trying to stay healthy. He's almost trying to kill himself. He just don't care. And 2 years later, look how much worse his retinal function is based on this ERG testing. It's incredible. And it's not that the machine is variable. I've had this thing 3 years. I've done over 1,000 of them. The machine is repeatable. You know, it's repeatable. I've done enough of them to say it's repeatable. You know, most of the time on most people. I don't think that I did a good one 2 years ago and then I did a bad one last summer. His stuff changed. So this ERG test picked up a decrease in visual function before the patient noticed it, before it manifested as decreased visual acuity. So this test in this patient is a more sensitive measure of visual function than visual acuity. I kept going like I always do. I did my color vision test, and his color vision, and you see the little factoids there about people with diabetes and loss of color vision. It's really striking. It's almost a coronavirus kind of coverage. If you have diabetes, if you have it long enough, man, it starts to affect your color vision. You just got to have technology sensitive enough to pick it up. You can't be doing no color plates or pulling out some dots with a D15 test. I mean, that's not going to show nothing. You got to have some modern, sophisticated, computer-assisted cone contrast color vision testing to see if your patient has a loss of color vision in the early stages. Again, if we're waiting on a D15 or some plates to see if the patient's color vision is normal, it's like wiggling fingers trying to do confrontation fields as opposed to a threshold visual field test. Okay, they're both tests, but you know, they're not the same. So this particular patient has a slight decrease in color vision on the right eye. And interestingly, if you go back, you know, just I saw this when I was preparing it, and I thought it was kind of interesting. When I go back to his first workup, and this is his color vision on that right eye back in 2017, look how it's exactly the same. It almost looks exactly the same. So this test is repeatable, and his color vision didn't get worse. His visual acuity didn't get worse. His retinal appearance did not get worse. His ERG test results got worse because he's getting worse. And that's simply the first test that indicates it. And I told the guy, I said, hey, man, you're getting worse. You know, you got to wake up and act right, or you're going to keep getting worse. And he says, I'll think about it. And I'm like, okay, I'll see you in 6 months. You know, you can't make people do stuff. So what I did, you know, here's my decision making. I talked to him about the whole shebang: diet, exercise, medicine. I do nutritional supplementation for people with diabetes. We use the diabetes vision support formula vitamins to try to strengthen the integrity of the blood vessel walls. I showed him all these pictures. You know, I got the big flat screen on the wall. I'm popping all this stuff up. I did the best I could. Okay, best I could. And then I reported the services. Here's how I reported the services. So this guy, he had hurt his back or something. He was on Medicare. So he, you know, regular exam. You see the visual field, OCT, color vision, electroretinography. I've had some people that would say, well, how come you didn't bill for fundus photography? Because the pictures were normal. There's nothing to take a picture of. So it's not medically necessary to take a picture of a fundus that looks normal. So in this particular patient, the OCT was much more diagnostic, you know, 100 times more information, and was the appropriate test to report. Again, there was no way to ethically or legally report fundus photography. You see the diagnosis codes for a person that has retinal diabetic neuropathy, where the retina's messed up from diabetes, but it looks normal. Okay, there's a code for that. It's called diabetic retinopathy unspecified, E11319. I mean, I use it all the time. It generates most of the testing. You know, you've got to kind of pick it up either with your OCT or doing functional tests, but that's the code. This particular, and you see how I had to change the code. Again, I changed the code so I could get paid, but I'm not breaking any rules. I'm not breaking the law. It's not unethical. So I looked up our Medicare carrier here in Texas, Novitas. I looked up the LCD, the local coverage determination for OCT retinal imaging. Well, because they don't understand the science, they do not have unspecified diabetic retinopathy listed as a covered code. It's an oversight on their part. Maybe we'll fix it next year, but right now that code's not in there. Well, if you look at the OCT scans, clearly they demonstrate optic atrophy. It's not primary optic atrophy, like somebody born with a bad nerve. It's all white when you look in there. So it's an acquired partial optic atrophy, and the code does not demand that you determine the etiology. It just demands that you determine that there's optic atrophy. The OCT scan clearly showed there's optic atrophy, the loss of the retinal nerve fiber layer, the retinal thinning. So that code is appropriate, ethical, and the best code to use if you want to get paid and do it properly. The color vision, if the results are abnormal, I always report the abnormality where it's an acquired color vision deficiency. If the results are normal, and you can report the test if the results are normal, I would simply use the unspecified diabetic retinopathy code, like I did on the ERG test. And in this particular carrier, Novitas, our carrier here in Texas, they have rules and regulations that govern the performance of ERG testing. And I looked them up today just to make sure. I knew it, but I wanted to make sure they hadn't changed it because they change them all the time. And as of today, the unspecified diabetic retinopathy is a covered diagnosis code that will generate an ERG for our Medicare carrier here in Texas, and probably most people's Medicare carriers too. For the people that have their insurance clerks file claims, you would append these modifiers to these procedures, since this is the one that generates the most dollars. But Medicare will do that for you automatically. If you don't do it, you'll still get paid. Everything will be the same. So this is how you would report this service or file this claim. You see, again, you can do what you want. You can mix and match. You can go here. You can go there. You can do whatever you want. So let's keep going. We're almost done. So now, excuse me, I've been talking all day. So I put this slide up here. This is I've never done this before. I thought of this like 4 hours ago. Adam Farkas will tell you, I was working on this thing at 4 o'clock, and this popped in my head. And ordinarily, what you would do here when we're talking about this topic is you would say glaucoma suspect. He's a glaucoma suspect. She's suspicious. I think she might have some glaucoma. Okay, the raging glaucoma is coming. So ordinarily, traditionally, most of the time, when we're talking about patients in this category, we're talking about glaucoma suspect. I think they got glaucoma. I kind of want to change that narrative a little bit. This just popped in my head. See what y'all think. I'm thinking now, I'm going to start off primarily, I want to see if you're an optic atrophy suspect, if you got some kind of optic atrophy. That's what I want to determine. I want to determine, does my patient have optic atrophy? Now, what I know from optometry school is that there's 4 or 5 different kinds of optic atrophy. You know, you got primary optic atrophy, consecutive optic atrophy, toxic optic atrophy. You got optic atrophy from myopic degeneration. And of course, you got optic atrophy from compressive lesions, pituitary tumors, the neoplasm kind of optic atrophy. And last but not least, you got glaucomatous optic atrophy. So what I want to do is figure out, does my patient have optic atrophy? Yes or no? And if they got some optic atrophy, what kind is it? Is it the glaucomatous kind, or is it another kind? And I'm gonna run a bunch of tests to figure that out. So, think about it. We've gone to all these glaucoma lectures where they teach us, don't fixate on the pressure. Don't worry about the pressure. Glaucoma is a disease of the optic nerve. It is a neuropathy. Glaucomatous optic neuropathy is the term. If you look at the definition, got nothing to do with intraocular pressure. A skilled, modern, trained optometrist is supposed to be able to pick up an ophthalmoscope, look in the person's eye, examine the optic nerve head, and make some basic assessment. Does this person have optic atrophy, yes or no? That's what we're supposed to be able to do. Well, we all know that for most of us, the trigger is pressure when we're trying to figure out if somebody has glaucoma. But the more experience I've got, and I'm real experienced, I got pretty good at looking at somebody's nerve and seeing if the thing looks normal or not. And if it don't look normal, I start ordering a bunch of tests. So, excuse me, I don't need the pressure to be 25 to initiate a workup on a glaucoma suspect, because there's almost no such thing. He's an optic atrophy suspect, and I'll figure out what kind of optic atrophy is maybe on the second or third visit. Okay, that's the way I'm looking at it now. And I look at it like that a little bit because of the reporting of the services and trying to make a living, take care of my patients, acquire expensive advanced technology, and stay in the rules. Okay, you got to blend all that together. So a person that, we'll say glaucoma suspect just because we're used to saying it. So let's say you got a person that's a glaucoma suspect, and you make the assessment. Let's say it's not based on pressure. You just look in there and the nerve looks funny, and you say, hey man, your nerve looks funny. Yeah, you might be getting glaucoma. Okay, I've done that in my career. I've done it more than once or twice. And you see the 5 pictures I put down here to play Jedi mind trick on you. Of course, every one of those optic nerve heads is glaucomatous, and every one of those patients has glaucoma. Okay, and you see they all look different. So I just did that to mess with you. Okay, so here you would do your exam. You see on the left-hand margin the eye exam, the OCT, and so on. To me, that's a standard workup if I think someone has optic atrophy. Okay. Now let's say, and I put this if you see over here, these little asterisks, I put these on here. So to me, this is kind of a standard, I don't want to say cookbook, but this would be a common evaluation in my office for a person that I thought had optic atrophy or had glaucoma. I kind of start with this most of the time. Now, if I could not make a decision on that first visit and I had to go to a second visit, this would be a typical or common second visit. And you see here, I've got these little asterisks. You may say, well, why does he have an asterisk there? So let's say that you did your exam, you determined that the nerve was funny looking. You did an OCT scan because the nerve was funny looking, and the OCT scan was a little bit off. The ganglion cell complex was off in the right eye. You did a visual field, it was normal. You did color vision, it was normal. You did an ERG, it was normal. Okay, you got a funny looking nerve at a funny scan, and everything else is okay. Okay, I might sit on that, come back in 6 months. To me, he don't have glaucoma yet. The same patient, same test. I do my visual field comes out abnormal. Do the color vision's okay. I do my ERG, the ERG is abnormal. So I got a funny looking nerve, a funny scan, unequivocal, that's normal, this is abnormal. To me, if your ERG is abnormal, you got the right to repeat it when you come back for a second visit. If your visual field is abnormal, you got the right to repeat it when you come back for a second visit. If the ERG is abnormal and I'm repeating the ERG on the second visit, now I want a VEP to see what's going on, because now I'm curious. Now I don't know what's happening. So if this is good, I'm done. If that's good, I'm done. If that's good, I'm done. If these are off, I ain't even close to being done. So it's a whole different thing. And until I put this patient on glaucoma medicine, he don't have glaucoma. And what I'm putting in the record is partial optic atrophy. Glaucoma could be on my list of differential diagnosis, and maybe on the second or third visit, I'll make that determination. But on the first visit or the second visit, that's optic atrophy. And I put this in here again for those doctors that are concerned about following the rules using electrodiagnostic testing in the examination and diagnosis and treatment of patients with glaucoma, or patients that you are suspicious of having glaucoma. Just try to think of those patients as being suspicious for having optic atrophy and not glaucoma, because it really is the same thing until you get to the end and you finish. Now, if the patient comes in and the pressure's 35 in each eye, okay, it's probably glaucoma, but that's not normal. And most of the time you got to work to figure this out. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that electroretinography, to me, has an important place in the evaluation of eye disease. I've tried to explain why and how over the past hour. You see why. It's part of the functional vision assessment. We're supposed to assess visual function. We're optometrists. That's what we do. I'm real good at it because I use all these machines, and I don't just depend on a person's visual acuity to make some decision on how good their visual function is. I do all this stuff and I roll it together. And this ERG test, depending on the patient, can help me make the decision. Is my patient getting better? Is my patient getting worse? Or is my patient staying the same? And then I make decisions accordingly. As the preachers say, govern yourselves accordingly. So that's how I do it. This is how I've added ERG testing to my practice. The handheld device makes it so easy. And once we all start working again in a few weeks, man, if you want to differentiate your practice, add this technology. If you've got first generation electrodiagnostics, man, upgrade to second generation. I think the government's getting ready to hand us some loan money that we don't have to pay back. I'm gonna try to see if there's any machine I need right now. I'm getting ready to go get one of these don't pay back loans, and I'm gonna give me some of that stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. So thanks everybody for listening. I know I've talked hard. My voice is kind of hoarse. I've been talking all day, but I enjoyed giving this information out. I'm glad you guys took the time to listen tonight. I think we're going to hang around for a couple of minutes. If anybody's got any questions, Adam's going to facilitate, and I will stand by. And for those guys that have to bug out or don't ask questions, I'll see you on ODwire in the days coming forward.
All right. Well, Craig, thank you so much for this. That was really great. And we do have a few questions, so we have a few minutes here so we can answer some of them. The first question, which, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head, the approximate price of the Ret Eval?
They 17, 18,000, approximate. It changes depending on show specials and whether you get more than one device or not. If you buy like more than one thing, if you get like a Ret Eval and a color vision testing unit, then the price goes down. I do know that. But I'd start with around 16, 17, 18,000, something like that. I don't care about the price. All I care about the return on investment. The more appropriate question, without me being disrespectful, is how many tests do you need to do a month to pay for the machine? To me, if you do 1 or 2 patients a week, you're paying for the machine. In a return on investment mode, I simply ask doctors, how many visual field tests did you do last year? A busy doctor may say I did 200. Well, if you evaluated a patient's visual function 200 times with a threshold visual field, how many times could you evaluate the patient's visual function with an ERG? 200, 190, 180, 150? Those numbers are going to be similar if you understand how to do this stuff and how to get the maximum value out of your technology. So you wouldn't have a practice where you would do 200 visual field tests and 38 ERGs. If you did 200 visual field tests, you do 175 ERGs.
Right.
At the reimbursement rate that I just posted up on those slides, guys can put the pencil to it and see if that's a positive return on investment from a price point of view. So don't look at the dollars of acquisition, like the dollar to buy the thing, unless you're just going to buy it and write a check or put it on a credit card. I always look at stuff. The way I get my machines, and I got a bunch of them, okay, I don't buy them, I lease them. And I just look at the payment, man. If the payment's $400 a month, can I get $400 a month on this technology, yes or no? Well, for me, usually the answer is yes, because again, especially with this one, because the reimbursement's so high, again, 1 to 2 patients a week, you're making money. So the first goal is, can I get this technology and not lose money? If the answer is yes, I think you should get the technology. So that's a long answer on the price, but that's how I look at it.
Right, and you were actually pretty close to the price. 17,250 is the official answer that I'm getting right now for the price of the device.
Okay.
And question here, billing and coding question. I know you love these. So is the ERG or VEP exclusionary? Is it exclusionary on the same day as an OCT or dilated fundus exam, et cetera? Is it exclusionary?
That's an excellent question, and the answer is no. There's no bundles, no exclusions. You can do an ERG and the VEP on the same day, and that's why I commented on that, because on occasion, it's not common, but maybe 1 out of 15 ERGs, I'll do an ERG and a VEP right back to back, where I don't even unhook the patient. We just go right to it because I want the information. Right. So you certainly can report them both on the same day, and there's no exclusions at all.
Right. Interesting question. I don't know if this has happened to you or not. Question is, have you ever missed diagnosing glaucoma without using the ERG?
Say that again?
Have you ever missed a glaucoma before, and then you use the ERG, and you're like, oh, okay, this is what's going on?
I don't know. I'd have to ponder that. I don't think so. Usually me missing glaucoma is just missing it right at the beginning where I didn't recognize the appearance of the nerve head. And I've actually posted a case on that on ODwire where I admitted my culpability. So it's usually not running enough tests. It's usually just not being perceptive enough in the beginning to order the test. Once I start ordering tests, I usually go A to Z. That's why I want people to see that. If you got 4 machines sitting down the hall, don't run 2 tests, run 4 tests, because you never know what the results are going to be, and you blend them all together. If I had 5 machines, I'd run 5 tests. Okay, if I'm trying to figure it out. Now, once I know what's happening, I might not do that. So, a guy that's under active management, I've seen him for 7, 8, 10 years. Okay, I might not run 5 tests on him every time he comes in because I already know what's happening. But in the beginning, or if the guy looks like he's changing, okay, I'm not going to do 2 things. I'm going to do 4 or 5 things.
Right. Question here again, another billing and coding, pretty popular topic tonight. So how do insurers cover this device? This person was commenting that he's heard that Medicare makes it a hassle. So what's the current status on reimbursement?
Well, that's a good question. And the optometrist there, unfortunately, is kind of drinking the Kool-Aid, where what happens, unfortunately, in our profession is rumors take on a life of their own. Somebody will go to some seminar, somebody will say something, somebody's on stage, some expert, something, and they'll say something, and it might be right, it might be wrong, but it'll get twisted or distorted by the time it gets back home. And once it passes down 4 or 5 people and gets to the billing clerk or the optometrist that didn't go to the meeting, it's almost like, hey man, don't do that or your hand's going to fall off. You don't even think of doing that, you're going to jail. And we get to fixating on what we can't do and what you're not supposed to do in the negative. And it's just not like that. Now, I did make the reference, and again, the question is, Medicare makes it a hassle. Okay, now 2 or 3 years ago, Medicare tried to stop paying claims for a minute because they were discriminating against optometrists, saying that we didn't have credentials to order and interpret the test. Well, we fixed that pretty fast, and that was just nonsense coming from a bunch of medical doctors, and they took the bait and did it. So some optometrists had to go through that about 2 or 3 years ago, but that had nothing to do with the technology. That was just ophthalmologists hating on optometrists. That's all that was. So you can't count that. And then the only other thing, and I'm positive I'm right, the only other thing is the thing I referenced, where because of abuse, because you had too many doctors doing too many tests for not enough good reasons, Medicare had to say, okay, you guys, y'all can't control yourselves. We're going to control it for you. So they put more rules in place. They put rules in place that were not there at the beginning. So since everybody went crazy with the glaucoma and the glaucoma suspects, I mean, I saw optometrists that did 1,000 VEPs a year, and I might do 180, and I'm busy, and I'm like, man, you did 1,000? Oh yeah, we do them all the time. I'm like, no, you can't do them all the time. It's nonsense. So Medicare came in and they said, okay, we're gonna slow this down. And so 2 or 3 or 4 of the carriers, they all copied each other's language, and they said, okay, we don't want you to use this technology to diagnose and treat glaucoma. Okay, they said it plain as day. All right, those are the rules. So you can't use it to diagnose and treat glaucoma. And they took all the glaucoma codes out of the covered diagnosis list. Now, what they did leave in, and they did it on purpose, they know what they're doing, they left the codes for glaucomatous optic atrophy in, because you've got to be able to make a differentiation. Is my patient's retina and or optic nerve messed up from glaucoma, or is it messed up from something else? You got to have the right to do that. And so they're giving you the right to do that, where they still got the glaucomatous optic atrophy codes and those partial optic atrophy codes, because again, we're looking for optic atrophy. We're not really looking for glaucoma. You see why it's important to have that distinction? You see now? That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So in the beginning, all you're trying to figure out, does the person have optic atrophy, and is it messing up their vision? That's second or third, and then, excuse me. So in that beginning, that first visit, when you do your OCT, unless the pressure is outrageous, And again, if the pressure's outrageous, then you got to go with that. But that's not the case most of the time. It's not outrageous. To me, 22 and 24 is not outrageous. That could be normal. So in the beginning, all you know is that the person has an abnormal OCT scan. Okay, that's all you know. So it's optic atrophy. You don't know if it's from glaucoma, and you don't know if a pressure of 24 is producing glaucoma. You don't know none of that on the first visit. All you know is that the person's got a messed up nerve fiber layer or optic nerve or something that the OCT scan is showing. So when you do your electrodiagnostic testing, your ERG and or your VEP, the service that the code that generates that test, that generates the medical necessity, is not any kind of glaucoma code, the H4O code, or any kind of glaucoma suspect code, which is also an H4O code. It's an optic nerve code. That's what the technology's for. Does the person have a defect from the optic nerve or the retina? And you use these two tests to try to figure it out. Okay, that's the deal. And now, once you figure it out, so let's say you go 2 or 3 visits, and then you make the decision. Hey, this guy's got glaucoma. When I saw him the first day, the pressure was 20. I saw him the second day, the pressure was 19. I saw him the third day, the pressure was 27. Okay, he's got glaucoma. Okay, so once you make the decision that the guy's has glaucoma, then most of the time I'm not really using the test to manage the glaucoma. I will, as we go forward, let's say the guy can't do a visual field or like the one I showed where the color vision won't help me at all. Okay, well then I got the right to use other tests, and I still got the right to see if the guy's changing from glaucoma or something else. So then I use that glaucomatous optic atrophy code to generate the test, as I'm into the active management down the road. But sometimes you just got to let it go. When the insurance company says we don't want you to use this to diagnose and treat glaucoma, then once you make the decision that the guy has glaucoma, then you may have to let it go. But without sounding mercenary, I may have done 2 ERGs and a VEP to get to that point, to where I've generated $300-400 worth of electrodiagnostic fees to help make my decision. Okay, I'm good. I got a bunch of patients. They'll come back. I'll see them all in a couple of months, and I'll take that $400 and go on to the next patient. And I don't worry about it. And I don't worry about I'm not going to make $400 next year. I don't worry about it. I'll have some new technology, or I'll just go to the next patient, or the guy get dry eyes or something. I don't worry about it. Okay.
Right. And so just to be clear, then, you don't do ERG on all glaucoma suspects that come into your chair?
No. If you can make a decision without it, then you can make a decision without it. Again, it's I'd say the number's 70% of my visual fields. So if I do 100 visual fields, I'll do 70 ERGs. So sometimes I can make the decision without the information. Okay.
Right.
I still go by the step by step. I'll start with a visual field because that's standard of care. And, and let's say that if I did a visual field and one eye's got this humongous superior arcuate scotoma and the other eye does not, okay, I may be done. Okay, I may do 2 tests and call it a day. Okay, this guy's got moderate glaucoma, right eye. Get on these drops. I'll see you in 3 weeks. And I'm done. So it's not. So there's no everything on everybody. Everybody's different. But I will say that last year, between me and my 2 associates, we did over 500 ERG tests in this practice. So it's a test that we do often.
Right. So interesting question here again, more billing and coding. Observation is that, your patterns of billing and coding might be different from other people's, making you an outlier. Have you found that you've been audited based on this?
Yes.
And how did that go?
I'm still here. I am absolutely an outlier. Me and many other optometrists, we seem to know each other and run together. Because we all go through the same stuff. I've lost count of the letters I've received from Blue Cross threatening me with removal from the panel because of the way I practice. And usually I just have to talk to someone that's reasonable and just tell them, hey, we do more than sell glasses and contacts here. People with eye disease actually walk through the doors, and this is what we do. And once they hear it properly, it has been enough, and they'd say, okay, fine. But it's happened 4 or 5 times. They're the worst. Blue Cross is the worst.
Right.
It's happened with Aetna. It's happened. Blue Cross is the worst with that stuff.
Right. So So other interesting questions here. You mentioned you sometimes do ERG and VEP back to back. Don't you need to use two different hookup points between the two, one on the back of the head?
Not with this device.
Hmm.
See? No, back to back, boom, boom. Okay, I said it on purpose. You don't have to hook them up again. Okay, just one right after the other.
Right. How long does it actually take to hook someone up? I saw that picture of the first one you put up early in the lecture with the.
I mean, you wipe their cheeks down with a lid scrub to get the oil off, so you get the best contact. Peel the little strips on to give the patient instructions, which is basically look at the light, hook the thing up with the little electrode clip, and go boom boom. I mean, it's pretty quick. you know,
And that's it.
I did a 10-month-old infant last week. It was really slick. It's man, it was kind of a sad case that I don't want to get too deep. I know it's late, but this little 10-month-old kid had a stroke, and apparently is blind and has developed the pendular searching nystagmus. And he'd been to 3 eye doctors, the pediatric ophthalmologist, and one doctor said he was blind, and one doctor said he could see color and shape and stuff. Then he went to the low vision clinic here in Dallas, and they evaluated him, and the low vision optometrist said he had some vision. And so they were just kind of just lost and confused. And they called my office 3 weeks ago and says, hey, can you do a VEP test on an infant? I go, sure, if he's breathing, bring him in, we'll give it a shot. And I said, what's going on? And I actually got on the phone. They told me what's happening. I'm like, yeah, bring him down. And so it was a little sad. The mother was there, the grandmother was there. The other grandmother was on the phone during the whole exam. We were all talking together in the room. It was kind of fun. The kid was cool. He was a cool little kid, 10 months old. He's cute as a bug. But this kid was blind. I mean, I'm telling you, I was shining a floodlight at him. He didn't bat an eye. I was waving my hand in front of him. I mean, nothing, no blink, no reaction, no nothing. It was spooky. I was like, hey, this is not good. I think this kid's blind. And he'd had a CT scan that showed a bunch of visual cortex damage, and it looked like he had cortical blindness from the stroke, like total, like no light perception. So we finally were able to get it. It took about, I stayed in the room with him, to kind of comfort the mother, and my staff member had never done a 10-month-old infant. So I stayed in there with him while they did it. And then we got one eye that was okay, where we got kind of a waveform. I mean, it was hard. But I asked the lady, because, it wasn't my regular patient, my regular demographic. And when I looked on the computer, I saw that she lived about 50 miles away, maybe 60 up north. And I like, ma'am, without me sounding stupid, how'd you find me down here? I mean, you a long way from home. You drove past like 700 eye doctors to get here. She goes, well, I looked up VEP testing and your name came up first. I go, no way. She goes, way. I go, really? She goes, yeah, it came up on your website that you do VEP testing. I go, yeah, well, we do. She says, well, you were the only one that came up on the search, so I decided it was worth driving down here, so here we are. I go, okay. And this kid had 2 vitreous hemorrhages from the stroke. And so I did an exam, B scans on both eyes, and a VEP on this 10-month-old baby. And, I'm not trying to talk about the money, but that was a good visit, that was a good visit, especially nowadays, how did I open this lecture? We got to get ready to start working again. And you may have to go at it a different way. And adding this ERG and VEP testing, it may help recover. I'm telling you, it makes a difference.
Right. So we're almost out of time, but I have a tidbit here, and I don't think I mentioned it before. So Conan is, you mentioned those low interest, no interest loans that the government might be giving out, but in lieu of that, Conan actually says that they have a special right now, financing equipment with no payments and no interest for 6 months when you're ready to consider purchasing equipment again. So again, just sort of keep that back in your mind. I think, companies like Conan are trying to help get everyone back on track again.
And that's unprecedented to me. 6 months without spending any money. Because it's going to take us a month, maybe 6 weeks, I think, to ramp back up. Hopefully there's guys listening, ladies listening, where they're not under the, shelter in place or cease and desist and all that kind of stuff. There's parts of the country that are still kind of sort of okay. And, and if you're in that part of the country, I mean, just, move forward.
Right.
For those of us that are kind of stuck for a minute, we're just going to be stuck for a minute. To me, if you got a bunch of money or your credit's good, man, I would start buying stuff and fixing up the office and doing all kind of stuff and just getting ready. You know, they're not going anywhere. You know, it ain't like people are just falling off the earth. They're all going to be back. The only question is, are they going to be back in your practice or someplace else? Because to me, the patterns are changing. People are getting used to doing different stuff. They're not going to the restaurants they used to go to. They're going to start shopping online. You can't get no ERG test online. Okay, that's all. That's the last thing I'm going to say.
All right. Well, I think that's actually a pretty good way to end. So, if anyone has any more questions, this is all going to be up on ODwire. This archive will be up, and we'll continue the conversation there. And by the way, there's also CEwire is coming up, just in case folks don't know. CEwire this year, because of everything that's going on with the coronavirus, has now been approved by ARBO temporarily to be the same as in-person live CE. So if you attend CEwire, you can get up to 60 in-person live CE credits. Essentially, you can get your entire, your entire cycle's worth of CE just from showing up at CEwire. So just throwing it out there so everyone knows. Go to CEwire2020.com. And you'll learn more about it if you come back to ODwire and look at this archive as well. So Craig, thanks so much for being here, and thank you everyone for showing up tonight. There's a really big crowd here tonight, and it's kind of nice actually, Craig, hearing your voice again and getting back to normal. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry it's so hoarse, man. I just got dry all day.
Well, thanks again, everyone, and I guess we'll see you all online.
Okay. Good night.